Hello, friends. Welcome to our National Park Mysteries and Disappearances Marathon. Each year, we put together all of our best content in one extra long and entertaining video for you to enjoy. Some of this content has been unpublished, so there's a lot for you to catch up on if you're new to this family. This video is full of unexplained and bizarre disappearances, amazing survival stories, unsolved national park murders, national park mysteries, legends, and much more. So sit back, relax, turn off the lights, and let's begin.
Rescue crews are now in the fourth day of searching for a 92-year-old hiker missing in Allegheny State Park. As News 4's Nelina Shapiro reports, rescuers hope a new description of where he was last seen will help their cause.
Hamilton got lost in the park on Wednesday while hiking with his 66-year-old daughter, Rebecca Huffman. When Hamilton was too weak to continue, his daughter walked to safety the next morning and called for help. On Sunday, she came back to the park and handed police this picture she drew of a mysterious concrete structure. Police say Hamilton was last seen about 100 feet from this structure. But here's the problem. Right now, officials can't find it.
Hello, friends. This time, we invite you to join us as we discuss some of the absolute strangest missing person cases that we've ever encountered. These stories are beyond strange and mysterious. None have any rational or scientific explanation, yet, according to those that experienced them, they actually happened. So sit back, relax, and let us know what you think in the comments below. Do you have theories on any of these? If so, please share. We'd love to hear them. Missing 92-year-old and the mysterious structure nobody can identify. On November 10th, 2010, 66-year-old retired nurse Rebecca Huffman and her 92-year-old father, Reverend Thomas Hamilton, got lost while hiking in the Allegheny State Park. They walked for miles through dark woods, climbed up hills on their hands and knees, and were freezing cold. The very next day, Rebecca walked to safety and called for help. She stated that her father was too weak to continue, so she told him to stay put and not move. Search and rescue was immediately deployed to the area, and there was no sign of her father, Thomas. The next day, Rebecca came back to the park and handed police a picture she drew of a mysterious concrete structure about 6 feet in width and about 15 to 20 feet wide. It was a 3-foot-high structure that you can walk into and be standing on a rock-like floor. Thomas was last seen about 100 feet from the structure. But there was a huge problem. Officials were never able to find this mysterious structure that his daughter Rebecca described. A massive 8-day search conducted by hundreds of volunteers, police officers, firefighters, and K-9 units over 5,000 acres of the park turned up nothing. Strangely enough, 2 years later, his remains were found 500 feet from where the search and rescue crews started their official search. The mysterious structure has never been located. Zen Rong vanished while piloting an aircraft. On March 15, 2016, Zen Rong flew out of Ann Arbor in a 1984 Cessna 172P owned by the Michigan Flyers. When it was overdue to return, authorities were notified and the wreckage was found in a forested area near Manitowocc, Ontario, northeast of Munising, over Lake Superior. The downed Cessna he had been flying was found in a densely wooded area in Ontario the same day he rented the aircraft from a flying group at the Ann Arbor airport. But Zen was not at the scene of the crash, and there were no footprints in the snow to indicate that Zen was in the aircraft at the time it crash-landed. All the evidence indicates the aircraft was operating normally and crashed because it ran out of fuel. Authorities have theorized that at some point prior to the crash, Zen must have exited the aircraft while it was in the air. Searches around the crash site and along the route that the aircraft was known to have traveled were searched, and yet nothing was found. Another search was conducted in the Petoskey area where Zen's cell phone last pinged, but again, nothing was found. Zen Rong was an experienced pilot who was also a PhD candidate at the University of Michigan. As of this recording in June 2020, his whereabouts are still unknown and his case remains a mystery. To Today we're talking about strange disappearances in Idlewild. Idlewild is one of 3 adjacent unincorporated communities in the San Jacinto Mountains located in Riverside, California. Recently, this beautiful and scenic neighborhood has been in the public eye and on the radar of anyone in the paranormal community who knows anything about the missing phenomena happening around the globe. Though many hikers, campers, and wanderers have gone missing in the area from time to time, mainly due to accidents, recently 6 people have gone missing over the span of just a few months. As the news spreads about these missing people, more and more stories of strange happenings and goings-on in these woods are being brought forward. For statistical purposes, Idlewild has been combined with another of these small communities called Pine Cove, and this seems to be the epicenter where the trouble's been happening and where most of the alleged encounters have been. Today, we're going to focus on the aforementioned 6 people who disappeared, though 2 were found, and try and see what connections we can make between these disappearances and the missing phenomena we're also infatuated with and mystified by. 27-year-old Vanessa Vlasic was reported missing by her sister on July 31st, 2020, at around 5 p.m. from the Pine Cove area. Vanessa's sister, who lives in Virginia, said she hadn't spoken to her sister since March, but knew she was in the Idlewild area as this is where she was last seen on June 21st. Other than the fact that's where she was found, there is no other information still to this day. Many people, especially residents in the area, are left not only scratching their heads in confusion, but angry at the complete lack of information and the breakdown in communication, not only between law enforcement and the community, but also between them and the media, and therefore the media and the community as well. Why are the police being so extremely tight-lipped about things which are always released right away, such as the circumstances under which Vanessa was found? They won't even say where she was found or how. There's literally been nothing at all ever released about this except that she was, in fact, found. Period. Another one of the missing 6 in idyllic Idlewild, who the same is true for the lack of details concerning where she was found and when, also the circumstances of which she was eventually found, was Jade Kimmerer, who was vacationing in the beautiful and scenic area by herself. Jade went missing on July 22, 2020, when her car broke down in Idlewild. Her family stated they had last spoken to her that day around 10 a.m. She had been staying at the Bluebird Cottage Inn right there in Idlewild and had checked out earlier that morning. She was driving her 4-door white Kia Optima with painted black wheels and what's referred to as an aftermarket Kia emblem on the back. A friend of Jade's posted on social media that she was supposed to be fixing her car so she could travel back home to Ohio. She didn't have her phone with her, but it was speculated she made the call from the cottage and then went about making the necessary repairs to her vehicle. No one has seen or heard from her since. Once again, there is no more information at all or any details relating to the case even now, almost a year later. A private investigator named Luis Bolanos is just as confused as everyone else about how the police are handling the situation of not only the people who are still missing, but also of these 2 women who were found. He stated, "They're privy to more information than we are from the outside, but you would think it would help them calm the community because I know for a fact people are concerned." One of the biggest mysteries about this particular case is why Jade was found all the way in Anaheim, California, which is approximately 92 miles and almost 2 hours away. Her vehicle was found still broken down right where she had last been seen working on it. So how did she get to Anaheim, and why had she gone? About a month before these 2 young ladies were reported missing, on June 15, 2020, a woman named Melissa Lane was seemingly gone without a trace as well. She was said to have driven the very short distance from Idlewild to Pine Cove to go for a hike and had left her cell phone and belongings back at her boyfriend's house, according to her sister on Facebook. Her family said she was an avid hiker and didn't have any particular destination in mind that day. Now, I'm noticing a pattern here already of at least 3 people who, for one reason or another, didn't have their cell phone with them at the time they went missing. Melissa's family, though obviously very concerned, are hopeful she will also be found safe and seemingly well. There are no additional details at this time in this case either. Could the police be hiding something major? What have they stumbled upon here? They have released a statement where they claim that none of these 6 cases are connected in any way other than the area from which they disappeared, and it's all a big coincidence. Melissa was the fourth person to seemingly vanish without a trace in the Idlewild/Pine Cove area since March of 2020. Rosaria Garcia is a 73-year-old Hispanic female who may suffer from Alzheimer's disease or dementia. She was last seen at her home on July 7th on the 26,000 block of Catherine Street in Hemet, California. She was wearing a brown shirt and blue jeans. This is considered a part of the Idlewild missing investigation because that is where, unfortunately, Rosario's remains were found. It's unknown why she decided to take the drive to Idlewild that day. Her car was found 2 days after she was last seen alive, 22 miles away from where deputies were dispatched regarding reports of an abandoned vehicle. Upon further inspection, the unoccupied vehicle was registered to Rosaria, but an initial search of the area turned up no clues as to whereabouts. The remains of her body were found in January of this year, around 6 months after she was reported missing. Why did the police wait 2 whole weeks from when they found the remains to actually go and retrieve them? The police publicly stated that the area was snow-covered and the conditions were not safe to go on a retrieval mission on the day it was reported her remains were found, which was on or about January 22nd. Could this be another case of inclement weather coming seemingly out of nowhere to thwart an investigation into a missing person case? We have seen this many, many times before. In fact, this is one of the set of very specific parameters we look at in this community when investigating disappearances, which may be a part of the missing persons phenomena happening in places just like Idlewild all over the world. While some people refuse to even consider people with diminished mental capacity, such as Rosaria, being a part of this and won't investigate it further, at least not on a paranormal level, someone who has such capacity, this could be a mistake. After all, we must look at each situation and each person as an individual case, while also looking at each individual situation as part of a whole. The disappearance of these 6 people, the ones who were found safe, the ones whose remains were found, and also the ones who went missing and have yet to be found at all, have one definite thing in common: Idlewild. Aside from saying there is no evidence of foul play, the police remain equally as tight-lipped as in the other cases when it comes to discussing actual pertinent details. Things like, what was she doing there? Did she go freely? Was she forced? Those are great questions, but unfortunately, they all still don't have answers. On Wednesday, March 4th, 2020, a man named Roy Preyfogle was reported as missing under similar circumstances. Roy was 52 years old and had left his home at approximately 1 p.m. to go for a short day hike in the Pine Cove area. He was last seen at the Pine Cove markets 5.5 hours later and was seemingly fine and in good spirits. He has never been seen or heard from again, though his car was found. The vehicle was found on Acorn Lake, and though there was an intense 6-day search, nothing else but his backpack has ever been found. His backpack was found lying in some brush off the side of Webster Trail on the 2nd or 3rd day of the search, and all of its pockets were still zipped closed. Inside the backpack, investigators found Roy's cell phone, his fire hat, some snacks, and an empty juice bottle. Authorities checked the phone and found that the last photos taken were of a creek in an unknown location. The exact creek couldn't be pinned down, but it is known the pictures were taken the same day Roy was last seen. Why would his backpack just seemingly be thrown aside like that? It looked almost as though someone had purposely tried to hide it away in the bushes. Aside from saying there are no signs of foul play involved and Roy Preyfogle was more likely injured and unable to get himself to safety, the police are remaining tight-lipped about this disappearance and subsequent investigation as well. The final person involved in this bizarre cluster of disappearances is Lydia Dia Abrams. Lydia was reported missing from Mountain Center on June 7, 2020. She had been walking on her 160-acre ranch when she just seemingly vanished. For 3 days after she was reported missing, authorities searched her ranch but found nothing. Dia is described as 5 foot 5 inches tall and weighed 130 pounds at the time of her disappearance. She was last seen wearing a black and turquoise jacket with a yellow shirt and blue jeans. Once again, as with the other cases, the police have released no additional details or information regarding Lydia's disappearance. She was 65 years old when she vanished and has blonde hair and blue eyes. Her two adult children had launched a joint civil suit against the two people named as trustees to Dia's ranch, additional land, and belongings. Those in control of her estate, who are now living on the ranch where she disappeared from, saying they do not have the rights to the property, but that they, her children, should have legal rights to it instead. The one trustee said she, meaning Dia, made me promise, as well as several other people, that the children would not be allowed in the home because the first thing that would happen if she was gone is they would come in and take everything. What do you think of these strange disappearances? Is there something bigger going on here? How do these 6 strange disappearances in the Idlewild area tie together? In this video, we're going to discuss the strange disappearances of some of the people you'd most likely unexpect to go missing. Park rangers. Now, we're using parks as a broad term in the scope of this video because it could include lands protected culturally or historically, including national parks, state parks, and other designated wildlife, wilderness, and recreational areas. Different countries use different names for this position. Warden is the favorite term in Canada, Ireland, and the United Kingdom. Within the United States, the National Park Service refers to the position as a park ranger. The U.S. Forest Service refers to the position as a forest ranger. Other countries use the term park warden or even game warden to describe this occupation. Now, the profession includes a number of disciplines and specializations, and park rangers are often required to be proficient in more than one of the following: law enforcement, emergency response, firefighting, dispatch, scientist and scholar, maintenance, and administration. These individuals, particularly those in administration, are often heavily cross-trained in several of the aforementioned areas in order to allow for knowledge of all other areas and duties under their authority. As a result, when people become lost or go missing in a park, the park rangers are usually the first ones on the scene to document the case and to start search and rescue efforts into motion. More than anyone, park rangers are very familiar with the missing person phenomenon, which happens in parks around the world, and were actually among the first to write about it. These rangers knew that there were strange goings-on in the parks decades ago. But what happens when one of these rangers themselves go missing? I invite you to join me now as we explore 5 strange cases of missing park rangers. With that said, let's begin. Ranger Ralph W. Heath. Ralph W. Heath was a park ranger at Baxter State Park in Maine, United States, who allegedly died of exposure while attempting to rescue a woman who was lost on Mount Katahdin in 1963. On Monday, October 28th of that year, 2 women, Helen Mower and Margaret Ibisek, both from Concord, Massachusetts, took the Cathedral Trail and climbed Baxter Peak on the mountain. They reached the summit and stopped to have lunch at around 1:30 in the afternoon. When the 2 friends decided to start their hike again and head back down, they had a small argument over the route Margaret wanted to take. Helen simply wanted to go back the way they came, but Margaret wanted to bushwhack, which, very simply put, means to leave the established trail or get off the beaten path, as it were. Helen knew how risky this was, although Margaret had more hiking experience than she did, not by much, and only 3 years total. She thought it way too dangerous and stormed off to take Dudley Trail, which was the original trail they had taken to get there in the first place, and let her friend make her own mistakes and go her own way. It was a decision she would later regret very much. Margaret, on the other hand, thought she was taking a shortcut and laughed off her friend's warnings, and they went their separate ways, agreeing to meet at the Chimney Pond lean-to. When Helen reached the final destination and saw there was no sign of Margaret, she decided to wait, but got very worried very quickly. Though it was a nice and sunny day out that day, a nor'easter was blowing in, and the weather was about to very quickly take a turn for the worse. She started calling for Margaret at the headwell, near and towards the mountain itself. She was pleasantly surprised when she heard her friend respond and started calling back, despite the fact she was asking for help. Margaret yelled that she was not hurt, but was stuck in the treacherous terrain and wouldn't possibly be able to continue her turn back, and pleaded with Helen to go and get some help. This is when Helen made her way to the ranger station and encountered Ranger Ralph Heath having dinner. She explained the situation, and Ralph immediately knew how dangerous that path was and how serious a problem they had. He was, however, thanking his lucky stars, in his mind at least, that there hadn't been any snowfall, at least not yet. As any other year, for as far back as he could remember, there would have been snow covering the mountain for weeks at that point in the year. Ralph followed Helen back to Chimney Point and yelled out in the direction of Margaret and instructed her in a very calm and clear voice to stay where she was and not try to move or go anywhere. Help was on the way. With the wind increasing like it was, Ralph knew that the situation could go from scary to deadly in a matter of just seconds. He had to act fast. He took Helen back to the ranger station and radioed his supervisor, Heelan Taylor, and told him there was a hiker stranded in the upper basin on the mountain. Now, a little background on Mr. Ralph Heath to show what a brave man he was indeed, and how he was definitely not someone to shy away from trouble. He served in World War II and was honorably discharged. However, a house fire destroyed everything he owned but the clothes on his back, including his discharge papers. He was redrafted to serve in the Korean War before anyone could verify he had already been discharged and had finished his service to the country. Ralph, however, went without hesitation to serve, only for his wife to decide she didn't want to deal with another tour, especially one he shouldn't have had to have gone on, and file for divorce. So, this was a man who was seeking solitude and peace in his life after all of this tragedy and heartbreak, and he absolutely loved his job as a ranger and the beauty of the mountains. Despite the weather outside becoming more and more perilous and the orders from the supervising ranger that they had to wait until morning to attempt any kind of search and rescue, Ralph decided the risk to Margaret was too great, leaving her out there all alone at night. Snow was definitely coming, and a lot of it. He decided to attempt the rescue himself, despite it being nightfall and dark outside. The temperature had drastically dropped as well. He borrowed Helen's backpack and filled it with essentials such as food, a sleeping bag, water, a parka, and extra clothes. He also took 80 feet of rope and at 11 p.m. that same night, headed alone down Dudley Trail. It wasn't until 5 hours later, at 4 in the morning, that he reported back to Helen. He told her he had spoken to Margaret about an hour after heading out and was able to obtain her location, when he again told her to stay put and assured her help was on the way. She reiterated she was uninjured, but very cold. She's probably more than a little scared as well, I'm sure. He told Helen that Margaret was near the waterfall, and he wouldn't be able to reach her without more rope and more people. This was an area that even ice climbers considered treacherous and dangerous. Ralph was also extremely concerned because Margaret was refusing to stay and wait for help to arrive, and was determined to find a way out herself for fear she would freeze to death before anyone would be able to rescue her. After reassuring Helen and telling her what was going on, he contacted his supervisor, Heelan Taylor, and made him aware as well. Taylor dispatched the Maine Forest Service, 2 additional park rangers, and a Maine game warden. By 6 in the morning, Tuesday the 29th, an icy rain began to fall and the wind had picked up drastically. Ralph Heath ate his breakfast and then informed Helen Maurer of his plans. He was going to ascend the ravine from Chimney Pond, climb straight up the head wall and into the waterfall, where he would provide comfort to Barbara, and if he couldn't manage to rescue her himself, at least she wouldn't be scared and alone, and he would wait with her until the additional resources arrived to get them both out. Now, he was clearly putting himself at great risk, knowing it was unlikely he would be able to do anything but just sit with Margaret and wait. Yet, he did it anyway. He was truly a hero. While the plan was very reasonable, and despite being a chain smoker, Ralph was in great shape and a capable hiker and climber. However, he had hiked Dudley Trail 4 times in the last 24 hours, and it was a very strenuous and hard trail to get through. He was absolutely exhausted at this point, and shouldn't have been doing any more hiking or climbing without getting some much-needed rest. This would, after all, be a trailless climb he was planning to make. He wasn't going to leave Margaret, however, so the admonishments and warnings from his co-workers and even Helen fell on deaf ears. Ralph reached Barbara just as Hurricane Jenny reached the mountain. He sat with her for a little while and the two hunkered down. A ranger sergeant set out on foot towards Chimney Pond as well and stated that, by the time he got to just the basin, the conditions were whiteout with gale-force winds. By noon, not even the jeeps could make it to the trailhead, There was 18 inches of snow already and more falling fast. He even reported that, only halfway up the mountain, his clothes had frozen solid and literally cracked at the elbows. Having no visibility and facing merciless winds, not to mention the condition of his clothing, forced him back down the mountain. He stated he knew that both Ralph and Margaret were in some very serious trouble, as help could no longer get to them. It would be impossible for them to help themselves as well. The following morning, Wednesday, October 30th, 1963, Warden Supervisor David Priest returned to Roaring Brook and set up what we today call an incident command center and had at least 35 people there working at all times. All different avenues of help were brought in and explored, but nobody could do anything as the snow was still accumulating and fast on Friday morning. Flash forward to November 1st. Now it had been 5 full days since Margaret had gotten herself stuck and 4 whole days since Ralph Heath had joined her to provide comfort and possible rescue, which we know now he was unable to do. On Saturday, November 2nd, all teams and persons involved decided that any rescue attempts were futile, that they were simply wasting resources at that point. Mr. William Lowell Putnam III was one of the most experienced mountaineers in the country at the time and had been helping with the rescue effort since Friday. Finally, on Sunday, November 3rd, he made the statement that he believed Ralph and Margaret had most likely died on Tuesday, and reiterated the waste of resources should they continue on this impossible trek to try and save them. It wasn't until almost 6 months later, in April of 1964, that Margaret Ivesick's body was found and finally able to be brought down the mountain and sent home. Even if this time, though, they needed chemical salts to melt the ice so as not to damage the corpse in any way, and the rescue still took an additional 3 days. It was found during the autopsy that Margaret was severely injured and hadn't survived more than a few hours due to the extreme blood loss. Her official cause of death was exsanguination. In other words, she bled out. 2 weeks later, on May 15th, they finally found Ralph's body. He was found, oddly enough, 400 feet above where Margaret was found. They airlifted him out of there, and his autopsy showed nothing at all. The coroner stated, "It looks as if he simply sat down and went to sleep," which is not uncommon when people freeze to death. Now, folks, though this was a bit of a long one, I think it's important we go over a few of the facts here. First, if Margaret had died very quickly after getting stuck where she was, how was she yelling to Ralph hours later? She had severed an artery in her leg and would have bled out within just minutes. Still, she was calling out and answering him hours after she initially got stuck. How is this even possible? She'd called out to Helen as well, even before that, and we know neither one was under any kind of duress or sick at all, so they couldn't have been hallucinating. There were no other bodies found in the area that time, and no one else had come forward claiming to have been the person stuck up there and answering or calling for help that could have been mistaken for Margaret. This is very strange, but becoming more and more common. Either search and rescue workers will hear the calls of people who are missing only to never be able to find the location where the calls are coming from, or the person who is stuck or lost will hear search and rescue but never seem to be able to find them either. The weather coming on so suddenly and so strong all at once is another very familiar factor when talking about the missing in the woods and the mountains. In fact, they were weeks late for any snow at all, and the weather started out that day as sunny and warm. This is just one of the many parameters we now look at while investigating the strange deaths and disappearances in the national parks. How and why did it all come on so suddenly, almost remarkably so? I guess we'll never know. But that doesn't stop us from investigating and pondering and searching for answers and the truth, though, does it? Ranger Randy Morganson. In July of 1996, Ranger Randy Morganson was working as a backcountry ranger at Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. He was the most ranger in the High Sierras, having been a backwoods ranger for 28 years at that time. On this particular day, July 21st, 1996, Randy loaded his pack and went on his routine and regular patrol of his station. He was 64 years old and in almost perfect health. Some of his co-workers even thought he was invincible and impervious to the perils that came with the job. It was just about daybreak when he headed out to patrol near Bench Lake, taking nothing with him but an old ski pole to use as a hiking stick. Now, as is often the case in these strange disappearances, a sudden rain started to fall, blew up out of nowhere, got rid of any footprints or other evidence as to where Ranger Randy could have possibly gone or what could have happened to him. Over the following days, there was plenty of frustration as dogs followed scents that seemed to abruptly stop, and random pieces of gear were found in several different locations, but none could be positively linked to Randy. A FLIR helicopter equipped with an infrared camera picked up a campfire burning on a hillside, but with no one in sight tending it. Eventually, the search was called off, with no sign of Randy or a body. Then, a letter arrived at Randy and Judy Morgansen's home in Sedona, Arizona, from Randy. Judy opened the letter and noted it had been postmarked 2 days after his apparent disappearance. Since there is no postal service in the national park, Judy didn't understand just how Randy could have mailed the letter. That added to the suspicions that he had simply left the area to start a new life away from the National Park Service. 13 days after Randy had been reported missing, in early August 1996, the official search, which included helicopters, dog teams, and dozens upon dozens of volunteers, was called off. Not a single trace of Randy had been found, not even a footprint. The people who knew and loved him were shocked. Randy had been the go-to person whenever someone else had gone missing in the area in the last almost 30 years. It was crazy that they now had to reach out to someone else to help find Randy himself. This man was the epitome of an experienced hiker and park ranger. There was no one more experienced or better trained. He had grown up in Yosemite National Park and had even worked carrying around the famous photographer Ansel Adams' equipment when he famously photographed the area. He had been in the Peace Corps and learned high-altitude mountaineering while in India from the Sherpa. He had at one time even been a winter ranger, as well as a Nordic ranger, and then his current gig as a seasonal backcountry ranger. So, you tell me, how does someone like this even get lost? While out on his routine patrol, no less, a route he had taken many, many times. It wasn't even during any kind of search and rescue mission, just his standard, ordinary, everyday route. He was an environmentalist, he was a naturalist. It's said that he spent more time in the woods of the Sierra than John Muir. He was also a writer, his mentor being Wallace Stegner. This particular season, though an somewhat inexperienced backcountry helicopter flyer, Randy was grounded due to the weather. He absolutely loathed this and referenced it to as being in purgatory. The park's senior science advisor recalled a strange encounter he had with Randy just a couple of weeks before he disappeared. He said of Randy that he was blank, almost morose. He was usually so passionate about the outdoors, even something small like trampled grass. And when the advisor brought up he was trying to save the trees in the park from some form of infectious bacteria, which was killing and rotting them from the inside out, he stated Randy simply responded with, "Why bother?" David Graber, the science advisor, said one of Randy's favorite things to discuss had always been the wildflowers in the area, so he decided to bring that up and try to end the conversation on a happy note. He started talking about how beautiful the flowers were this year. The boot and pack seemed to match the description of gear that Randy reportedly had been using that day. Teams for both investigation and recovery were flown in, and shortly after, a functioning park-issue radio was discovered resting on top of the falls, not at the bottom like the other evidence. It was turned to the on position. This discovery confused matters even more. Although these remains seemed to confirm Randy had been in the mountains the whole time, investigators weren't certain whether this is where Randy had died. Rangers had remembered already searching this gorge and crossing at the exact spot where the radio was found. Retired Sierra Subdistrict Ranger Alden Nash believes Morgansen had fallen through a snow bridge and broken his leg, and his body had simply been hidden beneath ice throughout the search. Weirdly, during the rescue attempt in 1996, Randy's wife Judy had dreamed of a dead man floating in a lake. "I don't think it was an accident," says Eric Blem, author of The Last Season, a book about the disappearance of Randy Morgansen, which is well worth a read, by the way. Blem says Randy may have wanted to appear to have died on the job just to make sure Judy, who was still his wife at the time, got the benefit from the government. a policy not honored in the case of taking one's own life. If he wanted to throw off the dogs or sucker people into believing something happened, he did a great job, Blim says. After so many years, with the bones gnawed, there's no way to say exactly what happened. The National Park Service named a peak in memory of Randy. The unofficial Mount Morganson, so named in his memory, is the first peak west of Mount Russell, a half a mile away, and just north of Mount Whitney. Mount Morganson should be distinguished from the west peak of Mount Russell, the higher of the Russell's twin summits, which are only separated by a tenth of a mile. A summit registered with the name Mount Randy Morganson, 13,920 feet, was taken to the top by two park veterans in 2007. A peak bagger named Richard Petrowski found the original register missing when he climbed Mount Morganson on June 20, 2008. He placed a temporary one that day and made a huge effort to return to the summit 1 week later with a weatherproof ammo can and a replacement journal. Barely a handful of people, if any, signed it each year. Ranger Brendan Unit. Larimer County, Colorado Department of Natural Resources Ranger Brendan Unit, 27 years old, went missing while out searching at night for a missing boater. While there had been nothing reported about the results of the initial missing person who Brendan was looking for, it seems a sudden high wind event caused him to capsize in his boat and die of what was officially said to be freshwater drowning. Now, folks, I'm no expert, but what I do know about is the strange weather events and causes of death that just don't fit the season or the profession the person in question was in. And I'm not the only one either. Many people are wondering how a professional outdoorsman could capsize and drown. And what about this so-called strange high wind event? Why does there always seem to be a sudden change in the weather during one of these missing persons encounters? These are the things many of us in this community wonder about after seeing case after case after case. The same thing over and over again, but never with any definitive or even sensible answers. Ranger Jeff Christensen. In July of 2005, another seasonal park ranger died under mysterious circumstances in the same county Brendan Unit passed away in as well. Jeff Christensen was conducting a routine backcountry patrol of the Lake Lawn trailhead when he allegedly lost his footing and fell from Mummy's Range in Rocky Mountain National Park in Larimer County, Colorado. The search for the initially missing ranger lasted a little over a week, and he was found on August 6, 2005 by a hiker. The official cause of death was a left temporal skull fracture that led to a subdural hematoma. The ranger has been said to have lost his footing and died of a tragic accidental fall. He had only been on the job for 4 years and was survived by his parents. Now, is it possible for someone with at least 4 years' experience to die of something so simple? Could it be that there's something out there in our national parks and forests hunting these rangers? Perhaps they or it wants to take out the people who are going to be able to help and possibly even save the other people this mysterious predator or predators are trying to take out. We must keep searching for the truth. We owe it to all the people who die of something that is seemingly simple and accidental, but could very well be something much more sinister. Number 5, Ranger Paul Fugate. Here is yet another tragic account of a park ranger who vanished mysteriously while doing his job, never to be seen or heard from again. Between 2 and 3 p.m. on January 13, 1980, law enforcement ranger Paul Fugate, 41, left a visitor center to go on a routine check of the nearby nature trail in the Chiricahua National Monument in Arizona. He was never seen or heard from again. Now, Paul was known as a rebel and even anti-establishment to a point. He stayed for weeks at a time in a small cobblestone cabin on site at the monument. He was a naturalist who did small tasks such as answering the visitors' questions and putting together trail guides. Originally, Paul worked at the Navajo Monument in Arizona, but was transferred soon after being disciplined by one of his bosses about his laziness and slovenly appearance. Apparently, this supervisor admitted in a later report that he was annoyed he couldn't technically fire Paul and also that he hated the hippies coming in to work for the monument. Paul was charged with stealing government equipment when he took some hay home for his wife's horse. He was in an open relationship with his wife and sleeping with multiple women who were co-workers. While all of this may seem irrelevant, we must look at every aspect we can of a person's life when they go missing under such strange circumstances, especially when people in their profession are seemingly doing so at an alarming rate, and have been for a while. Before he left his post that fateful day, he left instructions with the only other staff member there that if he wasn't back by a certain time, for them to close up without him. He then walked out and down towards the area of land the park was about to acquire, one which was shrouded in problems as there had been much conflict about the 400-acre purchase with the local Apache tribe. Again, he was never seen or heard from, and no body has ever been found. What do you make of these strange disappearances of rangers who work and in some cases literally live in these parks? If they can go missing and leave no trace, what does that hold for the rest of us? Frightening, isn't it? While the majority of missing person cases we cover involve our national parks or forests or wilderness recreation areas, we offer these following cases as proof that people can and do go missing anywhere at any time. And this is nothing new. It's been happening for decades. Join us as we discuss missing farmers. Charles Ashmore lived in the town of Troy in New York State, United States, with his wife, mother, and minor son who was 16 years old, and his 2 adult daughters. Now, the family was very wealthy and respectable members of their community. Depending on who you ask, either in the year 1871 or 1872, the Ashmores moved from Troy, New York, to Richmond, Indiana, and 2 years later, Charles bought a farm in nearby Quincy, which he and his family settled on. Right next to their farmhouse, there was a creek, which brought the family their fresh, cold spring water no matter what the season. Around 9 o'clock on this particular evening, the night of November 9th, 1878, while the family all sat by the fire after supper, either conversing or possibly reading a book as a family or some type of entertainment that happened in the late 1800s, Charles Ashmore Jr. got up from the fire, and for the family, he was going to fetch himself a bit of water from the creek. He grabbed a clean tin can from the kitchen and walked out of the house. After waiting a very long time for the younger Charles to return from the stream, the elder Charles, his father, took the oldest daughter, Martha, with him, lit a lantern, and went off in search of the young man. It was early November, and a light snow had fallen outside, and though it lent greatly to the terrible cold both Martha and Charles Sr. felt right down to their very bones, it didn't deter them. It seemed the snow was a blessing in disguise, however, as in its light dusting, all along the ground it formed a path which showed the footprints of 16-year-old Charles Ashmore Jr. Father and daughter team dutifully followed the path the entire time, calling out the young man's name. All to no avail, as there was no returned response, and the tracks led to nowhere. Literally, they led nowhere. The footprints of the young Charles Ashmore Jr. stopped in the middle of the way from the house to the stream. The snow was undisturbed after they had walked about 75 feet, halfway from their front door to the creek where they got their water. Now, as this came to the father's attention, he silenced his daughter and calmly held out his lantern into the darkness of the night. They decided to walk around the last few footprints in order, if nothing else, to preserve them for further investigation. You can only imagine the stars shining as bright as they can only late at night on a farm out in the middle of nowhere full of fresh air, and the sky as dark as an abyss. They made their way around these footprints and then on to the creek. Now, as they approached the creek, it's said that all the strength was immediately drained from young Martha Ashmore, and the same can be said for the air in her father's lungs when they chanced upon what they saw next. The creek was frozen over, and had been for some time. It was covered even by the fresh snow that was falling from the frigid cold skies above. There was no sign that the younger Ashmore male had been there. There was no evidence that anyone had been there, in fact, at least not since the creek had frozen and the snow had started to fall. The next morning brought with it not only the warmth of the sun, but also more heartbreak to an already devastated mother and confused family. There had still been no sign or word from the family's only son hours later. It's like he was here 1 minute, he went to get water, and then poof, gone. 4 days passed, and nothing had changed except the melting of the snow. Miss Ashmore, Charles Jr.'s mother, had went to the creek to fetch herself some water. No one was around at that time to get it for, as they had been previously. She had been hesitant to leave the house and go near where her son had gone missing. Today, though, it was unavoidable if she wanted a drink. But the closer she got to the creek, the faster her heart began to beat. About halfway there, in fact, right around the same area where the last footprints of her son were seen, even though they had been washed away by the elements of the melting snow, she began to hear Charles Jr.'s voice calling for help. As sure as a mother could be, not just of what she was hearing, but of what she was feeling as well. Her mother's intuition, you might call it. She was sure of it. Her son was right there near the creek, and though she couldn't yet see him, she could hear him very well, calling out for help. It seemed, however, that the closer she got to the creek, the stranger things became. As she called out to her son again and again, and then silenced herself to listen from which direction his cries were coming from, it suddenly seemed like they were coming from everywhere all at once, but somehow also from nowhere, as she still couldn't see him. Not a single sign of him. Finally, the woman ran home as fast as her legs could carry her to wait for her husband to get home so she could tell him what she'd heard. Now, she was obviously very confused and nervous. After all, she had just heard the voice of her son calling to her for help, yet couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. Actually, was he calling for help? Was he there at all? When questioned later on about what she'd heard and experienced, all of which was chalked up to a delirious woman, unfortunately a common diagnosis at the time, this was a mother who was so heartbroken over the loss of her only son and youngest child that she had gone momentarily mad, hallucinating that she had heard him calling to her. Now, this opinion was further backed up, at least by some, as when she was asked what she heard, she exclaimed that she wasn't sure of what her son was actually saying, other than that he was actually calling for her. She had stated that his words were entirely clear. She heard them as though he were standing right next to her, yet she also remembered not understanding what those words were, strangely. Was something supernatural going on here? Now, in the next few months, with no discernible pattern, other members of the family would, at random times, hear the voice of young Charles Ashmore Jr. calling out for help. Though the voice always seemed to be coming near the creek where he had seemingly disappeared, the closer they got to the voice, the farther away it seemed to move until, by all appearances, it blinked right out of existence. Again, this fell in line with what the mother claimed to have experienced. One thing each person in the family who heard the voice knew for absolute certain, however, is that the voice they were hearing was definitely that of the younger Ashmore. And again, no one was ever able to repeat what he had said, for though they claim his voice was so clear, it was as if he were standing right there. At the same time, it had still been too far away for them to understand the words. Even if he had been giving directions to his family wasn't able to comprehend them. No, this sounds strange. The sounds of help calling from the creek went on intermittently through the rest of the winter and spring, and would seemingly pick a family member at random to experience this and hear these words. Come summer, though, the calling voice seemed to come at further and further intervals, until finally, at the point of around about a year later, it stopped altogether. Charles Ashmore Jr. was never seen or heard from again, and no one was ever able to say exactly what had happened to him. No one even had a reasonable idea as to who or what the culprit could have been. So there was no choice but for the family to move on, with a devastating loss not only to their family unit, but to their very hearts and souls. Now, in the magazine Fate, in June of 1953, a very similar disappearance story was published. Depending on who you ask, you'll hear people swear to the truth of the legend, and still others will attest the story has been thoroughly debunked. Whatever you choose to believe about what happened to David Lang and his family, whether it be a well-written story which originated in the late 1800s, or a true account of something that really happened to a man in the same time period, I hope we can all certainly agree we are hearing more and more true stories just like this in modern times. In Fate magazine, the article was called How My Father Disappeared, and was allegedly taken straight from an interview with the daughter of the man who was said to have vanished into thin air. Now, she was a witness to the strange happenings that day and the days to come. Her name was Sarah Lang, and the story of her father disappearing mid-step right in front of her very eyes is one of legend, whether true or not. This is what she allegedly told the journalist interviewing her. On September 23, 1880, a farmer named David Lang was walking through a field not far from his house. His two young children, George and the aforementioned Sarah, played in the courtyard between where their mother, his wife, stood on the porch and where he, their father, was walking in the field. Right at this moment in time, two men, a lawyer named Judge August Peck and his brother-in-law, whose name has since been lost to the mists of time and retelling, were approaching the house in a horse-drawn vehicle. All at once, David Lang's wife dropped what she had in her hands and screamed, while the two men in the buggy stopped, open-mouthed, and astonished at what they had just seen. Children also froze in shock and terror. Right before no fewer than 5 sets of eyes, which were almost exclusively on him, David Lang disappeared into thin air in mid-step right off the face of the earth. Despite there being a very intense search, no trace of him was ever found. There were no holes, no wells, no place that a man could have disappeared. However, it's said for years after this unexplained and terrifying incident, the family, the children in particular, would hear the voice of their father calling out for help. Though his words seemed to be clear, they were indiscernible, and the children nor anyone else who heard these intermittent cries could ever make out exactly what David was trying to say. A few years later, a circle with a diameter of about 15 feet appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, on the exact same spot where David is said to have taken his last steps here on Earth as we know it. He was never seen again, and just as quickly as the voices started manifesting, they abruptly stopped, and he was never heard from again either. Now, some people believe that the inability to corroborate any details in the Lang story is the reason so many still consider it to be just a retelling of an old fiction story written by popular author Ambrose Bierce back in the day. While the story itself is unreliable, with no record even of a David Lang or a Judge Peck anywhere in the county of Sumner, the similarities in the above cases is undeniable, however, and the Ashmores did exist and young Christian did go missing. It's a matter of historical record. As far as the details, though, who knows? So could each of these men have crossed perhaps into an alternate dimension? Is this why their voices were seemingly heard right in front of multiple witnesses? As clear as day at first, until they finally couldn't be heard anymore or understood? It's hard to disassemble facts and evidence in cases which took place so long ago. Many witnesses have long since perished, and records had a way of being destroyed throughout history, purposely or not. Example, in Fentress County, where my father is from, the courthouse was burned during the Civil War, with lots of marriage and death records and tax records and deeds perishing with the fire. So in those cases, there's nothing left for posterity before the Civil War. As bizarre as it is for someone to seemingly vanish without a trace, it's even more strange and even somewhat terrifying, especially to those of us in the paranormal community who are somewhat aware and think we may have some answers or at least theories as to what's happening in some of these cases, for this to happen to someone in clear and full view of other people. Not only does it seem, in most of these cases, that the person couldn't have possibly gotten far, but it's absolutely impossible for them to have gone anywhere without someone else seeing where they went. As we on this channel know and have come to understand, this seems to happen a lot. Many cases have been sprouting up in recent years as well, leading us to try and come up with our own conclusions, hypotheses, and even just our own opinions as to what in the world is happening. Not only here, but other places in the world, if it's in fact in this world and not some sort of alternate reality. Where are these people going to? I'd like to close now with one of the earliest and most well-known accounts of what I like to call unconscious extinction. In the late 1760s, in a small English town named Shepton Mallet, there lived a man in his late 70s who by all accounts was crippled with an unknown disease. He was a retired farmer, and his name was Owen Parfit. Owen was completely unable to get around without help, and usually this help was given to him by his elderly sister, who was also his primary caregiver. Now, this unnamed sister apparently was a very good caregiver, and seemed to all who knew her to love her brother very much, and who took much joy in caring for him. So, because of his disability and inability to do anything on his own, Owen spent most of his days bedridden, but some were actually spent with him enjoying one of his favorite pastimes. He simply loved to sit outside by the doorway of his home, which he shared with his sister. One very chilly and possibly rainy day, Owen was sitting with a light jacket draped over him in his usual spot by the door outside of his house, while his sister/caregiver was keeping a sporadic eye on him while also trying to get some chores around the house accomplished. Owen's sister went outside to bring him inside for lunch, but what she found was an empty chair with the jacket draped over it. At first, Owen's sister thought perhaps a neighbor had happened by and saw Owen, who maybe asked to be brought in, and maybe she hadn't heard him calling her. You see, Owen was entirely unable to move around on his own, so it would never have occurred to her that that's what he did. She searched the entire house, all the surrounding property, and then asked the neighbors, but to no avail. Owen was nowhere to be found, and no one had seen him. The neighbors did confirm that they had seen Owen sitting in his usual spot by the door in front of the house all day long, just as his sister had said. They had seen the light jacket draped over him as well. Although an investigation was conducted by the authorities at the time, to this day, no trace of Evan Parfit has ever been found. Now, where did this man go? He wasn't able to move on his own. People observed him sitting on his porch with a jacket on, and then, in the twinkling of an eye, the jacket's there, Evan's gone, never to be seen again. Very strange indeed. Now, how can someone just disappear without a trace? How could they be here one minute and just poof, gone the next, seemingly erased right out of existence in the blink of an eye? Now, we see that a lot on this channel in a lot of these videos, and we may never know the answers to these questions. But for 5 families in San Francisco a few years ago, these questions became a part of their everyday lives and continue to haunt them. I'm sure the frustration of not knowing, the desperation of needing answers, that's got to be almost too much to bear. Here are their stories. The first of what some call either the California 5 or the San Francisco 5 to go missing was Jackson Miller. Jackson went missing on May 17, 2010. His vehicle was found abandoned near the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Although there was no note indicating that he meant any self-harm found in or near the vehicle, neither were his keys there. Due to his struggle with major anxiety and depression and the fact that, at the time of his disappearance, Jackson was being prescribed medications to help with these issues, but was not taking them anymore, many people, including Jackson's family and loved ones, thought he had almost certainly and tragically jumped to his demise. Despite no body or evidence to confirm this theory ever being found, this was what not only the family, but the authorities and even the public assumed happened to Jackson. He was only 1 month shy of his 20th birthday and living in Cupertino, California at the time. It's been 11 years now since that fateful day in May of 2010, and the family still have no answers at all. His mother stated, "We've been sad and incomplete since Jackson left. There's always been a slim sliver of hope he's alive. We both always held out hope that he was out there, but honestly, we flip-flopped back and forth because of the amount of time, and just not being able to imagine why in the world he wouldn't call us if he was out there. It's just a huge mystery for us." There was a possible sighting of an encounter with a man claiming to be Jackson in March of this year, 2021. A woman smoking a cigarette outside the Target in Woodland, California, claimed a man she didn't know approached her and asked if she could give him a ride to Sacramento and if he could bum a cigarette. The woman said she declined to give him a ride, and when she did, he allegedly asked if she would call him an Uber and stated his name was Jackson and he was a missing person. Surveillance footage from the Target store captured something a little strange regarding the man. He entered the store wearing shorts and exited a few minutes later wearing black pajama pants with green shamrocks on them and a dark green sweater. Another business owner in the area, who is yet unnamed, also contacted the Santa Rosa County Police and reported seeing a man who she believed to be missing person Jackson Miller hanging around in the parking lot of her business and trying to bum cigarettes and a ride to Sacramento. She claimed he left the premises, however, when no one would help him. Authorities claim they have reviewed both the Target footage and the footage from the second business, but haven't disclosed publicly yet if the young man was in fact Jackson Miller or if the tips were even viable. No word on what the family says about the images publicly released of the young man in Target. The Santa Clara County Sheriff's investigators would only say, "The Sheriff's Office is aware of the missing person case of Jackson Miller. Detectives are currently in communication with the Woodland Police Department. At this time, this is still an ongoing investigation, and detectives are currently using all leads to locate Mr. Miller." Now, notice they didn't say to try and locate Mr. Miller. But as of right now, however, there have been no more information released on whether or not the young man in question is indeed Jackson Miller. He is still officially a missing person and possible jumper. The next young man to go missing right around the same time and in the same area of California was 29-year-old Cameron Rimmer. According to his father, Cameron traveled to San Francisco with $30,000 in cash to start a medical marijuana business. He was staying at the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco when he was last seen. He had flown there on September 29, 2011. He had bought 60 to 70 packages of the drug with the money he had brought with him. But it's unknown how many people knew how much cash and marijuana Cameron had on him during this trip, or who he's going there to meet. He was supposed to return home on October 30th, but never showed back up. The last known contact with Cameron was on October 6th, when he called a friend who lived in Arizona and asked him if he would pay for another night at the hotel with his credit card, and Cameron would pay him back at a later date. The friend said he would, but before he had the chance to, Cameron called him again and told him not to worry about it because he had found another place to stay for free. No one ever heard from Cameron Rimmer again. This was also the last activity on his cell phone, according to the police who checked his phone records and pings through the course of the investigation. On the day he disappeared, he left all of his cash and his marijuana checked with the bellman of the hotel, along with his personal belongings and luggage, but never returned to pick up any of it. He hasn't used any credit or debit cards, checked his email, or used any forms of social media since his vanishing either. Rimmer was unmarried with no children at the time of his disappearance and had lived in a few different cities across the state of California previously as well. Cameron did have some mental illness, mainly bipolar disorder, which he had been in the past hospitalized for. The medication he was required to take for this condition was left behind with his belongings the last day he was ever seen. It's also reported he had sustained several head injuries in the past. This is important because without medications and possible, even if mild, brain damage, Cameron could have had some kind of episode and simply wandered off. There have been several reports in the years after his disappearance of him being spotted unkempt and with long hair throughout the San Francisco area, but none could ever be substantiated. At the time of his disappearance, he was 29 years old, Caucasian with blonde hair and blue eyes, and his nickname was Cam. Despite all the maybes and possible sightings, Cameron is still officially listed as an endangered missing person. Just 2 months after Cameron Rimmer seemingly vanished without a trace, so did a 23-year-old musician named Sean Tyler Dickerson. Sean was living in San Francisco at the time, but working towards moving to New York City with a friend. The night before he went missing, Sean had stayed up talking with a friend and his roommates until 4 a.m. When he woke on the morning of December 2nd, 2011, he realized he had overslept. He was rushing out the door at around 11:30 that morning, explaining to his roommates he was going to be late for work. Sean never made it to work that day and was never seen or heard from again. It's worth mentioning, however, that his not arriving at work that morning wasn't that worrying in itself. Sean worked at a men's clothing store, and just the day before, on December 1st, Sean had never come back to work from his lunch break and had only contacted his boss later in the day to explain why. His boss told him he didn't want to work with him if he was going to be unreliable, doing things such as working a half day and never coming back from lunch. Sean's ex-girlfriend reported he had left all of his personal things and belongings behind in his room, in the house he shared with 5 other people. None of them have ever seen or heard from him either. Sean is considered officially endangered missing, and unfortunately his loved ones have no additional information or answers as to what could possibly have happened to him. Next, on February 7, 2013, Christian Michael Hughes was in San Francisco on the 3rd day of a trip he'd taken from his home in Sacramento to visit a friend. He was supposed to be back home that day by 2:30 p.m., but he never made his flight. The friends Christian was staying with said he had packed his things around 1 o'clock that morning and left. He has never been seen or heard from again. No one knows where Christian was meaning to go when he left that morning, or even why he decided to do so. He had no other friends in the area and no access to a vehicle. He also had very little money on him. There has never been an explanation given as to why Christian had decided to leave this friend's house so early in the morning. His mother has since come forward and said she has some concerns about his mental health due to his father having passed away right before his disappearance. She also said he'd had health problems, but what she meant by this is unclear as well, just as the circumstances surrounding his vanishing. While the police have stated publicly they do not believe there was any foul play involved in Christian's case, there just isn't enough information made available to the public for most people to understand why they said this. The circumstances are a bit strange to say the least, and without an explanation as to why he left so early or where he was going, it's hard to come to any kind of reasonable conclusion. He'd had several surgeries in the months prior to his disappearance and has unspecified medical conditions. There's been no new information on this case since the initial reports and coverage in the first days and weeks of the event, though just like in all the other cases, his family and loved ones are still desperately searching for answers and the truth about what happened to their loved one. Finally, the last of the San Francisco Five to go missing was Sean Seedy. On May 21, 2013, Sean Isaac Seedy went to visit an old high school teacher on the 100 block of Oak Street in San Francisco, California. He left his house at 11:40 in the morning and spoke to his father from his cell phone around 1:30 that afternoon. He told his father he was taking the bus to the local park and would be home later on that day. His phone seemingly went dead a half hour later at around 2 p.m. and was never charged or picked up again. Sean was never seen or heard from again either. Several months before his disappearance, Sean suffered a severe and traumatic brain injury due to an accidental fall. Because of this, he never left the house for extended periods of time and kept in frequent contact with his parents on the rare occasion he did leave by himself. He is in desperate need of his medication and is considered medically fragile as well. Even the slightest bump on Sean's head could lead to severe brain damage or even death. Even without these things happening, without continued medical care for the conditions he's already suffered, he will die. Sean had braces on his teeth and is biracial, half Asian and half Caucasian. His left arm and wrist were in a black splint at the time of his disappearance as well. His right eye is slightly drooped and he has many scars on his head and neck, as well as titanium screws in his left wrist and head. There is little to no more information about where Sean could have possibly gone and or where he could have ended up. There's also little to no information about the police investigation of this disappearance, at least not that has been made public. Though all these cases seem to have only one common denominator on the surface, if you look a little deeper, you'll see most of them had some form of mental illness, and 2 out of the 5 had suffered traumatic head injuries. Surface things like having the same name could even factor in. I know many people, including investigators, don't believe any of these cases are connected, let alone all of them, but in this community, with what we know, we should be very uncomfortable with clusters of missing persons like this. They were all young men and hadn't yet turned 30 at the time of their respective disappearances. Could this be a new pattern of some kind? Something along the vein of the so-called smiley face killer theory? Or are the abductors possibly involved, just getting smarter and the men aren't being found so easily? These are questions we would be remiss not to ask, but we must also remember to be respectful of the families, some of whom may not want to hear such things. Well, there you have it, folks. What do you think of these strange 5 cases from the San Francisco area of California? Is there some connection with the California 5? Or is it merely similar circumstances? Today, we're going to be talking about wilderness disappearances, where mysterious disembodied cries for help were heard by search and rescue teams, but the person couldn't be located. You can imagine how these disembodied cries for help would have baffled search and rescue teams when they couldn't locate the missing person who had vanished in the wilderness. Likewise, the person calling out would probably wonder why they couldn't be heard. As we all know, thousands of people go missing every single day in the United States alone, and while some are found safe and sound and return to their family and loved ones, many are never seen or heard from again. How devastating that must be for the people who remain in the dark about their loved one, wondering always what if and what happened. Are they alive? Are they deceased? But what about the people who went missing and are known to have called out for help, to have actually been heard screaming or yelling for someone to rescue them, but were then never found? How does something like that even happen? Surely you must be thinking that if someone is close enough to be within earshot and heard calling for help, then search and rescue teams, volunteer teams, or even just a random stranger wandering about in the area heard them, then how's it at all possible for that person to never be seen or heard from again? Now, while we don't have the answer to that specific question today, and we as a society may never have all of or even part of the answers to these same questions, let's review some of these cases today. The ones in which people were so very close to being rescued or saved, but then that help never came. What must that have felt like to the person who was lost? Crying out and then hearing people who you think are coming to your aid for who knows how long, knowing that you're being heard and maybe even preparing to get ready to get back home to your family, and then nothing. The search and rescue teams or volunteers move on, possibly walking right past you to go and continue the search for you somewhere else. These are just a few of the many cases we found in which people were actually heard calling for help, but then could not be located. They were never seen or heard from again after that. Mitchell Dale Stalling. On June 19, 2013, Mitchell Dale Stalling, known to most as Dale, his wife Deneen, and his parents went to Mesa Verde National Park in Colorado, USA. The 51-year-old Dale decided to go for a hike by himself to the Spruce Tree House Ruins. The Spruce Tree House Ruins is the third largest cliff dwelling in Mesa Verde and was actually constructed between 1211 and 1278 AD by the ancestors of some of the Pueblo people of the Southwest. This amazing dwelling contains about 130 rooms and 8 kivas, which are chambers where the ceremonies of the Pueblo people were held. This dwelling wasn't discovered until 1888 when 2 ranchers were trying to find some cattle that had gone astray and accidentally stumbled upon this beautiful piece of history. Dale had decided he wanted to see it for himself and took off at around 4:30 p.m. with every intention of returning as soon as he was done. After all, the trail was less than a quarter of a mile long, connecting to the Petroglyph Point Trail, which is a 2.5-mile loop with cliff exposure that takes off right from the Spruce Tree Trail. Several witnesses came forward later and remembered speaking with Dale on the trail that day, but yet he never returned back to his family. It was until 7 years later that his remains were found and returned to his still hopeful and still searching family on September 17, 2020. But now let's talk about the mystery surrounding this horrible tragedy. Here's a little more about what happened to Dale Stalling that fateful day back in June of 2013. Dale and his family left their home in Goliad, Texas in a camper trailer and headed west to Colorado, a place Dale had always wanted to see and explore. He was an experienced outdoorsman and loved to camp and hike, and was also a very avid gardener and was known to spend hours alone at home just spending time and tending to his many plants. He decided a day trip to Mesa Verde National Park was the perfect way not only for his family to spend some quality time together, but also for him to make his dream of seeing the sights in the beautiful Colorado National Park a reality. And so, they were on their way. The trail was known to be a bit rough and rugged, so initially the Stallings were only planning to drive to the lookout point and experience the breathtaking scenes from a distance. Dale's parents were elderly, and it's reported that his wife was overweight, so nobody but Dale would have been able to hike the trail very easily. Once they got there, however, Dale being Dale and having his great love of nature and the outdoors, decided to seize the moment and finally have the opportunity he had waited for so long, to be there in Colorado, in the Mesa Verde. He just had to get a closer look at the spruce tree house ruins. 22 minutes before Dale took off for his hike, the weather conditions were not that good. The temperature was somewhere between 90 and 100 degrees. The terrain was another worry, as it was rugged with steep canyons and mesa tops. The elevation ranged from 6,500 to 8,000 feet. The hike to the top of the trail, Dale estimated, would take about an hour. This was the average length of time for someone in good health to have made it through. Dale was reported missing very soon after he didn't return at the agreed-upon time. His family didn't want to leave much room for anything bad to have happened and got on to finding him right away. The Rangers first thought Dale had just gotten probably a bit off track and told his wife to give him a few more hours, and if he didn't return by then, to go ahead then and report him missing. According to a park public information officer, the park has never had anyone go missing for more than a couple of hours. Once it had indeed been 2 hours after he was supposed to have been back, the park initiated a 2-week-long search and rescue operation, which included around 60 searchers, 2 dog teams, helicopter surveillance, and rope teams rappelling off the cliffs in the Chapin Mesa area. This is where the canine teams had initially shown some interest in the first couple of days of the search, so this is where they decided to begin. The Petroglyph Point Trail follows a cliff base before descending to the mesa in a series of steep sections of switchbacks, which then had some steps cut into the rock. Though he didn't have any water with him on this extremely hot day when he disappeared, Dale did have his cell phone, but after he was determined to have disappeared, nobody could get any kind of response or an answer from him when they tried to reach out. Phone records did show him trying to access his voicemail at around 7 p.m. that night, or at least the phone was trying to access the voicemail. We in this community should make no assumptions that it was Dale at all who tried to do this. For the sake of fact, though, let's move on and say it was him. It was for nothing, though, as the call dropped and never went through. According to Patrick O'Driscoll of National Parks Media Services, the Intermountain region, the majority of Mesa Verde, aside from the few marked trails, is uncharted territory, and therefore technically off-limits to hikers. Approximately 5 to 10 people go missing every year in the Mesa Verde National Park, and none of these cases are officially closed, including Dale's, until that person or their body is found. Authorities have shared everything from actual case files to random tips with the family, but Dale's wife, Deneen, sees things much differently than park officials do. She says she is pissed off and feels the search only really lasted for 2 days, and then Dale was just given up on. She stated, "Now that it's been a year, and honestly, the more I reflect on it, I'm just pissed off." Their attitude was, he was there, he was lost, and what are they supposed to do about it? Park officials say, however, that rangers in the park were still searching for Dale 3 months later, though in a bit more scaled-back way. They insist they did this to keep Dale and his disappearance on their radar, so everyone would continue to be on the lookout for him. In 2014, Deneen returned at least 14 times to the park, and is more convinced than ever that her husband had gone missing due to misleading markers and signs in the park, which caused him to accidentally go off trail. She believes he thought he was following all the signs properly, but because they were so confusing, he ended up lost anyway. There is a very interesting account written by a hiker and writer named Jody Peterson, however, that was written in 2013, which details an experience she had while hiking the same trail on the same day as Dale when he went missing. She writes in part, "After an hour of walking, I suddenly heard a weary male voice call, 'I need some help.' I thought of the missing hiker. Perhaps after visiting Spruce Treehouse, he'd attempted the trail and run into trouble. I called out several times, but got no response. I thought about going off trail to look, but figured then I'd become victim number 2 if I tried to scramble down those ledges and cliffs. My cell phone had no signal. I hiked back down the trail as fast as I could, and when I found the chief ranger, I told him what I'd heard. Relief washed over his face as another staffer said, 'We thought we heard a call for help in that area yesterday.' They quickly began planning to bring in dogs and more searchers. I left the ranger station and stood looking at the opposite side of the canyon where I'd heard the call for help. I said a silent prayer. When I got back to my western Colorado home the following day, I checked the news, thinking that I'd read that the hiker had been found. Instead, I learned that Mitchell Dale Stalling was still missing, and now 70 people were looking for him. As I write this, it's been almost 2 weeks since Stalling vanished, and the search has been scaled down. A group of us think he's still somewhere in the park, said Chief Ranger Jesse Farias. We've all heard of planned disappearances, but it doesn't smell that way. The odds of him being found alive, though, are basically zero. Perhaps he fell between big rocks in a place where searchers can't see him. Perhaps wind shifts made the dog miss his scent. Now, the question, though, is this. If Dale was heard calling for help by several different people, and searches were immediately put into place and conducted as soon as this was reported, then how did no one come across him again, even hear him again, or find any evidence of him at all? If they thought they heard a call for help in the same area just the day before, then why weren't they still out searching there? That makes no sense. What really happened out there in Mesa Verde? Do the park rangers and other staff of this national park know more than they're saying? This is something to think about, definitely, but most likely something we will never find an answer to. Daylene Moke Pua. On February 27, 2015, a 17-year-old named Daylene Pua, known as Moke to his family and friends, decided to go for a hike on the Stairway to Heaven. This is actually the Haiku Stairs in Oahu, Hawaii. These stairs are basically an extremely steep step structure which used to provide pedestrian access to former U.S. Navy communication facilities on the island. This is considered one of Hawaii's most dangerous trails, and Moke was last seen boarding a bus in Waia'ane to get to the spot which he wanted so badly to climb and see the historical sites. Daylene, who lived on the Big Island, was visiting Waia'ane to spend some time with his grandmother. His grandmother, Martha Bear, stated that the teen wanted desperately to climb the trail, which is forbidden on the windward side of Oahu. She told her grandson she had seen on the news that it was closed down and he wouldn't be able to access it. She told him not to waste his time even trying. Martha said, though, that when Daylene boarded the bus and said he was going hiking, she never thought he was really going there, to the Stairway to Heaven trail. She figured she'd already told him that he would get arrested if he tried to go there and climb, and that it was closed down and pedestrian access was being refused. At around 11 a.m., Daylene posted his last ever correspondence when he texted some friends pictures of himself, stating that he was finally there, on the trail of the Haiku Stairs, and was next planning to climb them. He hasn't been seen or heard from since. His family studied the pictures Daylene had sent them from the trail right before he seemingly disappeared into thin air extensively, and there are some that stand out. These are the ones they are desperately trying to get the public's help in identifying. Unfortunately, the more you blow up the images, the more blurry and non-discernible they become. Almost impossible to tell what you're even looking at. Though the family is fairly confident at least one of them is Daylene. They believe they saw a man in the background, far off in the distance of at least one of the other pictures, and theorized that this man was for some reason following Daylene and could have somehow led to his disappearance and possible demise. The search effort included local fire departments, drone operators, community volunteers, and even the U.S. Navy, conducting a land and air search to find the young man, all to no avail. A few days after he was last heard from and reported as missing, Monday, March 2nd, 2 hikers reported hearing cries for help. This information led the fire department to continue their search into Tuesday, March 3rd, 2015. That particular search was suspended the same afternoon, but local volunteers continued to look for Daylene, combing through the mountains, but finding no sign of him. The Haiku Stairs have been closed to the public since 1987, but are still a very popular hike with locals and tourists alike willing to risk fines or arrest. The stairs are in bad shape after heavy rains and powerful storms have damaged them to the point that they've gained a somewhat ominous reputation for being not only treacherous, but possibly deadly as well. Some people believe they should be fixed, restored, and reopened to the public, while others say they should be torn down altogether. The fate of Daylene Moke Pua is still unknown to this day, as is why he wasn't found despite hikers very clearly hearing him calling for help. Was this actually Daylene Pua crying out for help? Again, we will most likely never know. Linda Ortega. On September 22, 2012, 53-year-old Linda Ortega left her home in Blackwell, Oklahoma, and headed out to the woods in the Arkansas Ozarks near St. Joe. Linda was with her brother, and they were visiting with her sister when, somewhat ironically, her brother offered to take her into the woods and teach her some survival skills.
She somehow became separated from him and ended up lost in the woods for 5 days. The story she told of her experience is strange to say the least. However, in this community, if you clicked on this video or you're aware of all the strange things happening in the woods, besides all the bizarre deaths and disappearances, and if you've been paying attention at all and can clearly see something is wrong with not only the things mentioned above, but also with the reports and stories of encounters and experiences had by the people who were lost for however long in whatever part of the 700 million acres of forest and woodlands in the United States alone, then you'll understand why it was absolutely necessary that we tell Linda's story here. Now, as soon as she was reported missing, a search was mounted, and almost every single resident of St. Joe, which is a tiny town of not even 200 people, and various other volunteers from throughout the county, set out to find the missing woman. She was eventually found, relatively unharmed, and picked up by an all-terrain vehicle driven by some of these volunteers. Linda was lucky enough to have only sustained some minor cuts and bruises, but what happened to her affected her psychologically, and it was definitely a strange story she had to tell. Chief Deputy Dwayne Pierce stated that when she came out of the woods, she wasn't right about her head, as that's a quote. Miss Ortega reported that she had survived by eating wild berries, watercress, hazelnuts, and anything else she could find which she knew was edible. She also drank water from the creek. At night, she huddled on the freezing cold ground underneath trees for shelter, praying for someone to come and finally find her. She also repeatedly thanked her brother and insisted she never would have survived without the knowledge he had just been teaching her about how to survive in the wild. The strangest and scariest part of the entire 5-day ordeal, though, was what Linda said she had experienced while out there, lost and alone, cold and afraid, in the unknown woods and trails. She claimed that while she was out there, especially at night, she would see other people there. They would be walking around her along the trails or even right there in the thick of the woods. She would ask them for help or try to get their attention, maybe even ask one of them if they could point her in the direction of safety. However, not a single one of these people even acknowledged her or looked in her direction. She claimed people were even hiding behind the bushes like they didn't want her to see them. Now, while in the hospital, she did admit that perhaps some of the berries she had eaten caused some kind of mild hallucination. She wasn't sure. She claimed she had managed to stay with her brother for 3 days before becoming separated from him and knew what she should and what she shouldn't eat when trying to survive. She's very consistent in her story. Think about the people hiding in the bushes. These people definitely weren't part of any kind of search party. Why would people trying to find a lost woman hide so she couldn't see them? More than that, why would others walk right past her and then try and hide as though they were playing some kind of strange hide-and-seek game, hiding in plain sight? Is this finally the proof that there are, in fact, strange people who live in the woods who either don't know how to interact with other people or just don't want to, especially other people who aren't like them or who aren't from where they're from? Is this proof of ferals, wild men? How does this all tie in with strange missing person cases and even deaths we see, which are becoming so much more common year after year in the woods? Is this what we should be paying attention to when out searching for the above-mentioned missing? There was a statement made by the doctor Linda saw after being taken to the hospital when she was rescued, which validates her sanity. She was not insane. How much more interesting that she was berry picking when she ended up being separated from her brother after 3 days of staying right next to him. As we all know, this is a very common theme among the missing people in the woods, the berry picking, or berry patches in general. But there are those who are found, and then those who seem to be forever lost. Linda is not the first person, or more specifically, the first woman, to report things like this while either lost or, for whatever reason, wandering the woods alone. There are many other reports of women being followed or even chased by what they referred to as men while being lost in those same woods. This is also very common in the East along the Appalachian Trail. Think back to the story of little Dennis Martin and how a family out for a hike or camping trip saw what they referred to as a wild man carrying something which looked like a small child over its shoulder. There are also several park rangers in the United States, Dwight McCarter among them, who have come forward since retiring and tell stories of wild men living and even hunting in the woods of our national parks and general forested areas of our country. Is this only going on here in the United States, though? Not at all. There's one specific report we covered in an early video about wild men and feral humans in the woods where at least one park ranger was attacked by one of these people. Now, luckily, Linda was able to keep her wits about her despite what must have been petrifying fear, and she made a full recovery after her harrowing ordeal. Naomi Lee Whidden. On November 25, 1994, Dwayne Whidden decided to take his son, age 6, and 2 daughters, ages 2 and 3, for a hike in the Chattahoochee National Forest. He parked the car at the base of a large mountain there at the trailhead, unloaded his children, and off they went for a day of family fun together. Dwayne and his 3 kids hiked about 1.5 miles up an old logging trail and into the deep wilderness of the forest. Later on, when recounting the incident of what happened and how Naomi had come to be lost in the woods, he stated, "They, meaning his children, were in my full view, my sight and hearing, and then she was gone." He stated that they were all looking for signs of animals when suddenly Naomi, only 2 years old, just simply vanished. There was never any explanation we could find of what actually happened and how it was possible a 2-year-old little girl, in full view of her father no less, disappeared faster than he could finish blinking. It's like she blinked right out of existence. Local authorities brought in bloodhounds and search teams from the surrounding counties to aid in the search for the small girl. Teams of volunteers and search and rescue headed out well into the middle of the night looking for Naomi and calling her name, but to no avail. She was seemingly nowhere at all. Now, approximately 25 hours after she first disappeared, a man named Kip Clayton was searching the outer fringes of the search area he and his team were assigned to when he said his intuition, that old gut instinct, pushed him forth to go and search another 250 yards forward, leaving the official search area he was looking in. But that's when he found her. Laying next to a large log, face down and unresponsive in mud, muck, and leaves, was 2-year-old Naomi Whidden. He picked her up and she let out a small moan. She was freezing cold, her body at a dangerously low temperature, and Kip ran as fast as he could with Naomi barely breathing in his arms, the approximate mile back to the command post. Naomi was rushed to the nearest hospital, and she was only semi-conscious and in very critical condition when she arrived. Now, while eventually she fully recovered and managed to survive her ordeal, many questions remain about what exactly happened to her. As mentioned before, where Naomi was found was only about 250 yards away from where the searchers would have been screaming and yelling her name the night before, all throughout the night. Why didn't Naomi respond to them at all? Why didn't she alert them in any way as to where she was so they could go and help her? It isn't possible that she was face down in the mud the entire time, or she couldn't have survived. Surely she would have suffocated. So why didn't she respond? Did she not hear them? If she couldn't hear them, why not? Take into account when trying to understand these things, how close this disappearance was to the Great Smoky Mountains and how many children not only have disappeared there, but were found face down on the ground. Usually, the ones closest to Naomi's age are found this way. Sometimes, though, it's too late. Naomi was very lucky to have survived. Also, why doesn't a simple Google search turn up more information about this case? Other than one document, there's not any mention of this online anywhere. So, friends, what do you think of these strange cases? People that heard calling out, couldn't be located, or people that couldn't hear the searchers calling for them. Very, very strange. In this video, we bring you the last journey of James Kim. The disappearance of the Kim family is one which captured the hearts of the nation and prompted the biggest search and rescue mission in Oregon's history. On Thanksgiving in 2006, the entire family went missing. Now, Thanksgiving is the favorite holiday of most Americans, even more so than Christmas, I think. In 2006, it was no different for James Kim, his wife Katie, and their 2 young daughters, Sabine and Penelope, who should have been celebrating the very American holiday of stuffing delicious food into more food and adding additional food on the side. But something went horribly wrong. It was a simple family road trip. The motivation behind it was not only the Kims' dream of one day moving from their home in San Francisco, California to Seattle, Washington, or even Oregon, but to just spend some time as a family. The Kims went on family road trips all the time. In fact, they had met when Katie was only 22 years old and a student living in Seattle when she decided to take a road trip with some of her friends to Northern California. She stated, "He was the cutest thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. We got matching tattoos, and that was pretty much how we met. We were inseparable after that. James and Katie married in 1999 in Las Vegas, and not long after came their first daughter Penelope, and then baby Sabine, who was just about 7 months old on that fateful Thanksgiving Day in 2006 when the family's lives changed forever. A good friend of the couple named Michael Burke said of them, they were always looking to do something better, to be something better. They had dreams. They had lots of big dreams, and they were very proactive in making those dreams come true. Michael also remarked on how incredibly happy not only the couple was, but of how happy the family was as a whole. When it was time for the family to go on vacations, they would almost always go on road trips. Jim, a technology reporter for CNN, and Katie, who managed 2 small shops in San Francisco where they lived, decided to do just that and hit the road for a family vacation that November. Katie said of the trip, "We were always going on road trips with the girls. We tried to just include them in everything that we did." So on November 17, 2006, the Kim family left San Francisco and headed north. All of them were excited to be going somewhere where another family adventure waited. No one could have ever predicted the tragedy that was about to strike this close-knit and very loving family of 4. They made it to their Seattle destination as planned and spent some time with their closest family and friends, including Michael Burke. He stated, "We had a great time. Everyone was happy. They looked a little tired from traveling, but they had plans for the rest of the trip, and they continued down Highway I-5 to Gold Beach." Gold Beach was a 140-mile drive down the Oregon coast and just about 5 hours away from where they'd spent time with their family and friends in Seattle. Before getting too long into this drive, the family decided to stop off at a Denny's in Roseburg, Oregon. The Kim family had no idea that this would be their last meal together. Katie Kim reminisced about how badly James had wanted to order a side of French fries, but she had convinced him instead to order a side of steamed vegetables. She was concerned about all of the unhealthy traveling food they had been consuming during the trip. Once they left the Denny's restaurant, they were back on the road again. James was driving and Katie was helping to navigate. This is where a series of simple errors caused what would be the end of their happy family and unimaginable grief and loss to all those who knew and loved them. They first missed their exit. To get to their Gold Beach destination, they were supposed to take Route 42 via exit 119. Instead of trying to make a U-turn on an unknown stretch of highway in the dark, the Kims decided just to keep on going. Katie Kim had spotted another road on the map that seemed to be able to take them to the same place, and so she and James didn't turn around. Katie explained that the two had made this decision based on the fact that by the time they had realized they had missed their exit, they felt they had gone too far past it to turn around. She insists there was a road on the map that she spotted that she said had a very clear-cut route to the coast. Unbeknownst to them, they had gotten on an extremely dangerous stretch of road known for being dark and treacherous. It's called Bear Camp Road, and it has an elevation at its highest point of between 4,000 and 4,500 feet. This road isn't maintained at all or even plowed when it snows, which it had been snowing in the area. According to a search and rescue coordinator in the area named Sarah Rubert, Bear Camp Road is infamous for people who don't know the area to take in the wintertime and get stuck. Katie Kim was confident they would be hitting the coast and back on track soon after getting on the road, and because of this, she decided to get some sleep. She figured it was an easy shot now, and James would be okay navigating on his own for a little while. When she awoke an hour later, however, it was to a worrisome sight and a troublesome feeling. She explained she noticed immediately how slow James was driving and also that they were on some mountain roads. She stated, "I said, James, this isn't right. We've been driving for a really long time already. Did we miss a turn?" And he said, "No, I don't think so." Unfortunately, however, James Kim had missed a turn, a very important one. It was at a fork in the road he hadn't seen and had gone completely past. It led to Gold Beach, but he failed to see the sign and continued going right at the fork. Although he thought he was on the right road to Gold Beach, he was actually on a logging track. There was supposed to be a steel gate blocking this path, most likely for safety and preventative measures in making sure this exact thing doesn't happen, but for unknown reasons still to this day, it was not only unlocked but wide open. It's possible James hadn't even seen the gate itself and had no idea he had just gone through it. Very quickly after she woke up, Katie Kim realized they were hopelessly lost. They tried in vain to use their cell phones to call for help, but of course there was no service. James decided that perhaps a lower elevation would be more conducive to obtaining at least some kind of signal, so he put the car in reverse and eased his way back down the mountain a little bit. Katie Kim explained at this moment, he opened his door so that he could see better over the side. There was a huge drop on one side of it. Huge. And it was nighttime, so we couldn't tell how far the drop was. It was terrifying. They decided to stop when they reached a fork in the road because they felt like at least here they were on more solid ground. Not only was the snow falling outside and all around them, but their gas gauge was falling as well. They had to make a decision. They decided to wait it out overnight in the car until morning. They discussed it and figured this was the safest option for the entire family. They idled the engine to keep warm, and once the sun rose, rechecked their maps, ate the food they had with them, and waited for help to come. Only none ever did. Katie Kim later said that at that point they were just sitting around and waiting for someone to come along and find them and give them some assistance. In fact, she said the couple were sure someone would come along eventually, only they were wrong. It seems no one else was traveling this particular road at this time. Remember, the gate they had gone through was supposed to be inaccessible. The family spent another night, now their second, huddled all together in the back of their Saab. James put the seats down to make more room for them to lay and try and find some semblance of comfort. On the radio, there was nothing but more bad news as reports came in about heavy storms flooding through the area with no end in sight. The thought of black bear hadn't escaped James and Katie either. Katie stated, "I remember seeing bears out there. I remember seeing bears that looked like they were scaling a mountain, going straight down a cliff." She said they were honking their horn on and off, non-stop, because they had heard somewhere that bears are scared of loud noises. They did this constantly to try and keep the bears away from their vehicle. Katie took baby Sabine and zipped her up into her sweater. The couple were scared to death, especially about all the bears that seemed to be constantly near and around the vehicle. She stated that they honked the horn all night long that second night. The following day, when James wrote SOS very large in the snow in hopes of getting the attention of anyone traveling overhead, Katie left a handwritten note explaining the family's desperate situation and need for immediate help on a nearby logger's gate. "We were in this big clearing," she said. "We thought there was a good chance that a helicopter or an airplane would fly overhead and be able to see that," Katie later told reporters. Still, though, nobody came to their aid. By the third day, due to both children being exhausted, freezing, and the oldest begging for a hot meal, Katie Kim decided to also breastfeed 4-year-old Penelope, as she had been doing with 7-month-old Sabine. The couple were getting more and more desperate by the second and didn't know what to do next. According to Katie, this was the turning point for James. He was very concerned because he knew that breastfeeding 2 children, a 4-year-old who took much more than the baby as well, would seriously deplete Katie's energy and vitamins. Her body wouldn't be able to handle it for much longer because she wasn't eating or drinking anything at that point either. The couple had run out of food the night before. By the time the 5th day had rolled around, the gas died and the heat went right along with it. Baby Sabine had stopped smiling, and Katie explained her cries had become very sad and thin. By the time night fell on the 5th night, the entire family was suffering from frostbite. Katie and James knew that frostbite had a very deadly twin which was slowly creeping up on them, hypothermia. This would be deadly for the entire family. They would literally freeze to death, and soon, if something didn't happen and they didn't get help. On the 6th day, desperate and a bit insane with the notion of trying to do anything he could possibly think of to save his family, James decided to burn all 4 of the family's tires and what he referred to as the sacrificial lamb, which was the baby's small stuffed lamb toy they had brought on the trip with him. He figured he could build a fire large enough for smoke to rise above the tree line and possibly signal anyone nearby that someone was in need of help. It was worth a shot. The triumphant feeling didn't last, though, and Katie made her husband make a desperate promise. She thought for sure they were going to die out there and made him swear he would take care of her with his pocket knife should the children die first. She wanted the family to all lie out in the snow together and to pass on almost as one unit. How they had tried to live their lives since the day they met and got those matching tattoos as one unit, one mind and one body. On the 7th day, James Kim made a fateful and desperate decision to leave the car and his family behind to go and try and find help. He realized it was the only way they even stood a chance, even as small as chances may have been. He had to try. So this is what he did. After a tearful goodbye to his wife and daughters, James Kim headed out in the snow and tried to walk to get help. He wouldn't just sit there and allow his family to perish, even if it meant his own life were on the line. Unfortunately, because of the car dying and the family having no access to the radio anymore, they had no way of knowing that a massive search effort was always underway looking for them. James' father, who was very wealthy, was the owner of an international aerospace company and had commissioned 3 helicopters and a search team of 25 people, in addition to the search and rescue volunteers already searching for the Kims. 2 cell phone engineers in Medford, Oregon, wanted to do their part and decided to try and trace the Kims' cell phones to see if they could help pinpoint at least some area of location where they could send the search and rescue teams. Despite several obstacles, they were in fact able to narrow the search and gave a general area where the phones had last had service. On the 9th day, December 4th, 2006, a part-time helicopter pilot named John Ranchor, who was volunteering in the SAR effort, finally spotted the Kims' car. Within minutes of him radioing in for backup, several more helicopters landed and surrounded the vehicle. They found Katie and her daughters, all frostbitten, starving, and barely alive, but alive nonetheless. It was bittersweet. As relieved as Katie was to finally be rescued and to be able to get herself and mainly her daughters to safety, she was devastated at hearing the news that her beloved husband hadn't yet been found. We went from this emotional high to this devastating low of, "We've only got 3, we need 4, said Joe Rice, operations manager for Carson Helicopters. Tragically, 2 days after his wife and daughters were rescued on December 6, 2006, James' body was found in a creek more than 16 miles away from where the vehicle was when he had left the family to go and find help. He had walked those 16 miles in a desperate struggle against time, the elements, Mother Nature, and his own body shutting down in a heroic, if futile, attempt to have his family rescued before all 4 of them perished. James Kim risked his own life without a second thought to make sure he had done everything humanly possible to save his wife and 2 young daughters. It was later stated that one of the main issues authorities had with finding the family was that nobody knew the route in which the Kims planned to take to get to their final destination. They weren't reported missing until they didn't show up for their reservations at the lodge because nobody knew how long each route would take and again, which one the family had decided upon. This will be a good lesson here, folks. If you're going to go on a road trip, whether alone or with your family or another group of people, make sure at least one person that doesn't go along knows which route you're taking. Also, have one person you check in with regularly and have an amount of time agreed upon with this person so that if you don't check in by a certain time on a certain day, they know something is definitely wrong and report it to the authorities. In these cases, the sooner someone knows you're missing, the sooner search and rescue will be sent out to search for you, and hopefully, the sooner they'll find you.
He flat out told us, "Mom, she's dead, she needs our help." And that's when I got the goosebumps and I was like, oh my gosh. He was just in our car and he was pointing out to a certain spot in the meadow.
While Victoria Gorba and her family stopped for lunch, her son Caden began talking to someone.
And my husband and I kind of looked at each other like, what? And he goes, yeah, there's a lady over in the meadow in a black shirt. And I got goosebumps. He says, she needs our help, but she's dead. And she's laying face down with her legs up. And she can't talk to me, but she's over there. We need to go help her.
Jake and Victoria checked out the meadow, but saw nothing.
He kept saying, trust me, Mom. And I was like, I trust you, bud. You know, I believe you 100%.
Spooked, the couple decided to end the trip early and head home.
And we put it on Facebook, seeing if anybody knew anything about the area. And come to find out that there was a lady missing with the description that he described to us within a 5-mile radius of where we were.
Sandra Hughes had gone missing in July of 2020. Caden had described her in detail and recognized her in 3 of 4 photos.
He was very adamant that we needed to help her. And he described down to blue hair He said she has a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, Mom.
And the sheriff said that.
That's the exact description of her when she went missing.
We recently learned of what may be one of the strangest updates to a missing person case that we've ever brought forth. Now, sometimes in these missing person cases that we cover, there will be a little bit of a paranormal or supernatural element. It's usually something small and not very significant to the overall case, but sometimes it seems that the unknown can play a larger part in these cases. Stories of UFOs, the Fae, Bigfoot or other cryptids, portals, translucent entities, etc. But is it possible that the ghost of a missing woman may be trying to help solve her disappearance, or at least help locate her remains? We ask that you keep an open mind and consider the following case. Back in episode number 7 of our 10 Unsolved National Park Disappearances series, we brought you the story of Sandra Hughes. To recap, 54-year-old Sandra Johnson Hughes of California was last heard from on June 26, 2020. Sandra had embarked on a solo camping trip in the Sierra south of Yosemite to escape from the current pandemic. Sandra had recently moved from Maui, Hawaii to California in June of 2020. She had trained to be a park ranger in college and was experienced in the outdoors. On July 5th of that year, the Madera County Sheriff's Office asked for the public's help in locating Sandra after they found her campsite near the Johnson's Meadow section of the forest in disarray. On that same day, the authorities located Hughes' silver Saab in Chiquito Creek to the north of the campsite. They said it appeared to have crashed into a tree at a speed of less than 20 miles per hour before rolling into the ravine. Hikers reported seeing Sandra on July 4th, 2020, and said she was barefoot and had a bruise on her face. They offered to help her, but she declined medical assistance. Officers and volunteer search and rescue teams from more than half a dozen other sheriff's departments, together with dog teams, the California Highway Patrol, and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, combed the forest on foot, while helicopters from California Air National Guard did an aerial search. The search focused around the area where her car was found, but there was no sign of Sandra. Then on August 9th, 2020, two hunters saw a woman leaning against a tree along Road 5S01 near Beasore Road. She did not wave them down, attempt contact, or appear to be in any distress. Upon returning, they recognized her from a missing persons flyer and contacted park rangers. The hunters said that she appears to be visibly thinner than her last known photos. At the time of her disappearance, Sandra was a 54-year-old white female with blue shoulder-length hair. Her natural color is brown. She has brown eyes, is approximately 5 foot 3 inches tall, and weighs about 150 pounds. The search for Sandra was ongoing but limited. Now, flash forward to almost exactly 1 year later. This strange update to the case comes from the Madera County Sheriff's Office in Madera, California. It seems that a family from nearby Coarse Gold, California, experienced a bizarre broad daylight ghost sighting in the Madera County mountains on Wednesday, July 21st, 2021. The event was so strange and disturbing that the Madera County Sheriff's Office felt the need to further investigate. It seems that a man named Jake Gorba, his wife Victoria, and their 3 children decided to take their four-wheeler up to the Shut-Eye Peak on that fateful Wednesday. While on this family outing, they stopped to have something to eat beside the trail, and that's when things started to get strange. The couple's 3-year-old son, Caden, suddenly began animatedly talking to someone nearby. He was just in our four-wheeler, and he was pointing out to a certain spot in the meadow, said his mom, Victoria. The normally reserved and somewhat quiet Caden excitedly told his parents that there in the meadow by where the family was having lunch was a woman lying face down with her legs straight up in the air. Furthermore, Caden stated that the woman was unable to speak or move and needed help. He began pleading with his parents to help this poor woman. He flat out told us, "Mom, she's already dead, but she needs our help." And that's when I got the goosebumps. I was like, "Oh my gosh," Victoria said. He goes, "Yeah, there's a lady over in the meadow in a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair." And I got goosebumps, said Victoria. He says, "She needs our help, but she's dead and she's lying face down with her legs up. She can't talk to me, but she's over there. We need to go help her." So, in order to calm young Caden down, Jake and Victoria walked over and checked out the meadow, but saw absolutely nothing. Caden continued to insist. He kept saying, trust me, Mom." And I was like, "I trust you. I trust you. I believe you 100%, said Victoria. Whatever young Caden was experiencing so unnerved and spooked the rest of the family that the other members of the family all unanimously agreed it's time to put an early end to their day of adventure and make the 35-mile drive back home to Course Goal. After arriving home, the event still fresh in her mind, Victoria decided to post about the weird encounter on her Facebook profile. We put it on Facebook to see if anybody knew anything about this area, and come to find out, there was a lady missing with a description that he described to us within a 5-mile radius of where we were, said Victoria. Now, as viewers of this channel know from our previous episode number 7, Sandra Hughes had gone missing in that area in June of 2020. The encounter became even more chilling when, according to Victoria, 3-year-old Caden's highly detailed description of the woman he had seen in the meadow was identical to the description of Sandra Hughes as given by the local authorities. He was very adamant that we needed to help her, and he described her down to blue hair. He said she has a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, Mom. That's the exact description of her when she went missing, said Victoria. Then Victoria went and searched online for Sandra Hughes and found some photographs that had been released as a part of the search effort the year prior. Victoria said she got goosebumps when Caden readily recognized 3 of the photos of Sandra, identifying her as the woman he had seen in the field. As fate would have it, Madera County Sheriff Corporal Chris Williams just happened to see the Facebook post and found it intriguing, to say the least. So much so that he contacted Caden's family to further investigate the chilling account. Victoria said the corporal in charge of her case actually reached out to us on Facebook and was like, "Hey, we want more information and we want to bring you guys back up there and see if you could point us in the right direction." Corporal Williams has been investigating the disappearance of Sandra Hughes since the beginning of the investigation. On the following Thursday, 2 Madera County Sheriff's deputies ventured back up to the meadow to investigate, with Jake and Caden coming along to point them in the right direction. Unfortunately, the deputies found nothing new by way of evidence, although the case remains open. If she was possibly a ghost looking for some help, I hope that he could have at least helped and maybe helped the family find her, because it's been a long time apparently since she's been gone, Victoria said. The 4-wheeler that Caden and his family used while traveling in the mountains has now been nicknamed the Ghost Runner, and incidentally is also for sale. It's not believed that the spooky encounter is the reason they put the vehicle up for sale, as the family says they will continue to go adventuring in the Madera Mountains, but do admit there are a few spots now which they aren't anxious to visit again anytime soon, if at all. Local news reporters in the area reached out to the Madera County Sheriff's Office, who did confirm that they received a report of a possible sighting of some sort, and they did go out to the location to search for any additional leads or information. For now, the case remains open in hopes that this latest update regarding the spooky encounter may produce some new leads. Now, as strange as this new development is, it's not the first time that possibly a ghost helped solve a missing persons case. Back on February 21st, 1997, the TV show Unsolved Mysteries aired a segment regarding a missing persons case from almost 3 years prior. This report told the story of 23-year-old Christine Skubish and her 3-year-old son Nick. They were driving along Highway 50 in the Sierra Nevada mountain range in California when they vanished without a trace on June 6, 1994. Christine was a single mother and had recently completed paralegal training. She had plans of going to work for a prestigious law firm, and she hoped to make enough money so that she and her child's father could be married. Christine left her step-parents' home near Sacramento on June 5, 1994, on her way to Carson City, Nevada. After failing to make contact with her family after 3 days, her stepfather, Dave Stotzenbach, reported her and her son missing on June 8th. The police took the missing persons report, but there were no initial leads in the case. 5 days after Christine and Nick disappeared, however, A woman named Deborah Hoyt and her husband were driving along Highway 50 around 3 a.m. The pair were on a long overnight drive and had been joking and singing in order to keep each other awake. Suddenly, Deborah saw what appeared to be a completely naked woman lying on the side of the road. The naked woman's face was turned toward the road, and she was laying on her side with her knees slightly bent. She had one arm placed beneath her head and the other arm held over her head. The Hoyts were shocked beyond belief. They thought it must have been some sort of sick practical joke, or perhaps even a ploy to carjack them had they stopped. Deborah floored the accelerator instead and sped down Highway 50, not stopping until she arrived at the nearest phone booth, where she proceeded to call the police. In just minutes, 2 sheriff's cars were at the scene where Deborah had seen the naked woman's body. However, unable to pinpoint the exact location, the deputies reported that they saw and found nothing. The next morning, though, speculations began that the sighting had something to do with the disappearance of Christine and Nick, who were the most recently missing people from that area. Due to the insistence from the family, Deputy Rich Strasser decided to go back and have a closer look. Strasser figured that it might be easier to spot anything out of the ordinary in the daylight. Deborah had indicated that a particularly dangerous stretch of Highway 50, known as Bullion Bend, was where the incident took place. As Strasser patrolled the area, he spotted a new-looking child's tennis shoe on the side of the road. Immediately next to that spot, in the shoulder of the road, was a steep embankment. Strasser pulled over his cruiser to search the area more thoroughly, and sure enough, at the bottom of the embankment, he spotted the twisted remains of Christine's car. He checked Christine and observed that she was dead and unfortunately had been that way for quite some time. The deputy then went around to the other side to check Nick, who was curled up in a fetal position in the passenger seat. Strasser assumed the worst and was sure that Nick was also dead. However, when he touched the little boy's neck to find a pulse, it appeared that Nick took a breath. Strasser immediately radioed for an ambulance. Little Nick had been alone in the car for 5 days, yet he was somehow still clinging to life. Officials believe that sometime around 2 a.m. on June 6th, Christine must have fallen asleep at the wheel. The car veered off the road and plunged to the bottom of the ditch, striking a tree. Due to the embankment being so steep, other drivers drove right past the accident scene for days, unaware that it was just over the side of the road. It was later determined that Christine had been killed instantly on impact with a tree. 3-year-old Nick was all alone with no way out and no one to talk to. Christine's mother says that she believes that little Nick spent the time talking to his mother, unaware that she was dead. Against all odds, he survived 5 days of intense heat and 4 nights of cold, trapped within the twisted remains of the car. Doctors who examined Nick stated that he was in such bad shape that he would have most likely died within a couple of hours had he not been found when he was. The strange encounter that saved Nick's life seems to defy any rational explanation. If Deborah had not seen the naked woman lying on the side of the road, Nick would have not survived. Now, it's absolutely impossible for Christine to have been the naked woman. She was still fully clothed and wearing her seatbelt when found, and the medical examiner stated that she was most likely killed on impact. Deborah Hoyt is 100% certain that she saw a naked woman on the side of the road. Both she and Christine's family believe it was Christine's spirit who saved Nick that day. The spirit had apparently appeared in the nude in order to draw attention. Nick, years later as an adult, was interviewed on a television show, Paranormal Witness. He remembers seeing a bright light surrounding the car following the accident. To this day, he believes that his mother was watching over him following the accident and helped him to be rescued. The show also revealed that Christine's aunt had several dreams or premonitions about the accident before Christine and Nick were even reported missing. She dreamed of seeing them lying in their car in a ditch. She also saw the number 16 in the dream, which turned out to be the number for the mile marker nearest the accident site. Well, there you have it. What do you think about the apparition that little Caden observed, which she identified as Sandra Hughes, even down to the color of her hair, which was dyed blue when she went missing? Is it possible that Sandra's spirit is attempting to communicate with the living in a desire that her remains be found and her friend and loved ones have closure? It certainly appears that way. And what about the 2 other times she was spotted by hikers? Was that actually her, or was that an apparition? Now, in recent years, many people have been coming forward and telling their own personal experiences, more and more, where they have vanished for some period of time, but then came back, either with a bizarre story to tell or no memory at all of where they had been, what they had seen or done, etc. Many of these cases happen to children, usually very young children who, if they told a fantastical story of something strange happening to them in the woods or forest where they ended up lost, it could easily be chalked up to a wild imagination of a frightened child. Although many have noticed a pattern or two here in these particular cases, with children especially. What follows are just a few cases where children seemingly vanished into thin air and or under bizarre circumstances, only to come back with a tale equally as or possibly even more strange and incredible as the disappearance itself. Now, this first encounter is pretty vague on details, but it was added because not everyone is as comfortable coming forward with their experiences, their abductions, if you will. And we feel everyone has the right to be heard, considered, and at least taken seriously until there's an actual reason to dismiss or not believe the person. This account takes place somewhere in the Middle East. That's all we know, as a person doesn't use any real names and also has fictitious names for where the events are occurring. He says it happened in a country he is calling Topia, just to protect the integrity of his hometown, as many people there don't believe in such things and would be horrified if they heard something like this was happening. Who knows the danger this person could be putting themselves in just for daring to mention anything like this, especially publicly in an online community-based forum for the entire world to possibly see and hear. So here he is in Topia, and this is a village that is so small everyone knows not only everyone else, but their business as well. Sounds familiar to places I've lived. There was a boy who I'm going to call Jason, just for the purpose of this story. Jason was around the age of 12 when this happened, and he was from a typical middle-class family, the same as every other boy his age and family in this small village he lived in. Jason's father worked as a nurse, and his mother stayed home and cared for the home and the children, a homemaker. The thing is, though, Jason was an actual genius, a child prodigy who wasn't anything at all like the other kids in his village. He was especially smart in science and math, and he even made the teachers a bit uncomfortable because nobody could understand where a boy like Jason, who came from a well-liked but very average family, could be top of his class every single year and do well in all subjects, but especially math and science. He excelled beyond description in these two especially. Now, this village is so small that the school bus didn't go to anyone's house to pick them up, but had certain pickup points, if you will, all around the village. It was set up so that each of the kids would have to walk no more than 5 or 6 minutes to get to the nearest pickup point from their homes in order to catch the school bus. One day, however, Jason never made it home from school. Of course, his parents were scared and worried beyond belief and decided to call on the bus driver to find out when Jason had gotten off the bus. Remember, it should have taken him no longer than 5 or 6 minutes to walk from the closest pickup point to his house. Also, there would have been a group of kids with him who all met every school day at the same pickup spot to not only catch the bus, but also to get off at the spot where it stopped to let them off for their short walks home. Jason should have never been alone. That's just how it was all set up in this village. The bus driver explained that Jason had gotten off the bus at the exact same spot he did and had for the past 8 years that he'd been going to school. There was nothing strange, odd, or off about him or his appearance or behavior that day, and it was just like any other. Now, this was according to the bus driver. The authorities in the town were alerted and thus began the search for young Jason of Topia. The authorities concluded that Jason had to have gone missing in a short distance from where the bus stopped and where his house was. He must have had to separate from the group of other children somehow and walk alone, but how long would that have been for? Remember the 5 to 6 minute timeline that we're working with here. Must have been done during, say, 2 or 3 minutes that he was alone, and poof, he was gone. Many search parties started looking for him, but with no success. There was absolutely no trace of Jason at all. It was like he'd gotten off the bus and then disappeared into thin air. Goes on to explain that this was a country in the Middle East and it happened in the 1980s, so when the police gave up their search for Jason after just 2 weeks, no one was surprised. And his parents were left heartbroken, and the small village was left scared and scarred.
What had happened to Jason, and could it happen again, but this time to their children? 3 weeks after he'd gone missing, though, Jason reappeared again and went home. He arrived at his house at the exact same time he always would after getting dropped off by the school bus and walking home. He was wearing the same exact clothes he had been wearing the day he vanished. Here's the thing, though. When Jason arrived and walked into his house, his family's reaction startled and concerned him. Why were they crying hysterically and hugging him as though they hadn't seen him in a long time? It was like he thought they hadn't seen him in weeks or something, when in fact, according to Jason and what he remembers, he had just seen them that morning when leaving to catch the bus. After his parents explained to him how long he had been missing and everything that had happened and that they had gone through in the past 3 weeks, he was dumbfounded. It was impossible. What happened to Jason remains a mystery to this day. He was never the same again, and he ended up being below average in his intelligence after this encounter. It was almost as if something had taken him and either stole his genius, actually took his intelligence, or he was just so traumatized in his subconscious for all the memories he'd blocked out. The cause is unknown, but Jason, I'm sorry to say, never recovered. He went on to work in an average job after his grades slipped significantly and tremendously. Next up, in 1984, in the northern Carpathian Mountains in the country of Romania, there was a 4-year-old boy who disappeared under strange circumstances, only to come back and, as an adult, tell his story on a popular forum for things like what had happened to him. Here's his story. He was visiting a mountain village and resort area called Vatra Dornai. He was with his grandparents, and that particular day, the weather was great, so he and his grandparents decided to take a walk and explore the village. He explains that to him, the day felt almost perfect, with birds chirping and the fresh air just had a beautiful spring smell to it. However, when his grandparents wanted to go into one of the local shops, he was insistent he didn't want to go in with them. He says he still has no idea why, to this day, that he was so adamant about not stepping foot inside this particular store, as it was just like every other store basically in the area. There was nothing special or scary about it. As his grandparents tried to literally drag him kicking and screaming into this store, he decided, with all the wisdom a 4-year-old could muster, to pretend he was a dog and reason to them that dogs weren't allowed in the store. He clung as hard as he could to a nearby light pole and actually got down on all fours with his tongue hanging out and began panting and barking, just to try to convince his grandparents in their heads that he was, in fact, an actual dog, that they would be in big trouble should they drag him along inside. This was a boy who was experiencing actual terror at the thought of this particular and seemingly very normal and regular store. His grandmother was by now extremely frustrated and angry. She stopped trying to drag him and yelled, "Fine, dogs stay where you leave them," and let the little boy stay as where he was, on all fours, clinging to that nearby light pole. As his grandparents walked into the store, the boy, happy to have finally gotten his own way, decided that he liked being a dog, and continued on all fours, panting, barking, and rubbing his ears with his pretend dog paw. He was acting as if he were tied to that pole, and then he says, "And suddenly, I focused into consciousness. I don't know how else to describe a slowly growing sense of recognition. A waking up, or maybe wiping off dirty glasses and suddenly being able to see properly. I hope that makes sense." After somehow gaining this mysterious clarity, he suddenly got up and started walking the right way towards something. He says he walked, and before he knew what was happening, the shop was about 500 meters behind him. He was in some sort of daze, but not. He couldn't really think of how to explain what happened or how. He just couldn't find the words. He says he suddenly realized that there were no people at all anywhere. Just before he was playing at being a puppy, there were tons of people and crowds all around. It was a tourist spot after all, a resort town. People everywhere were shopping and seeing the sights. But now, all of a sudden, there was nothing and no one. Not even that spring-scented wind that he had talked about enjoying earlier. It wasn't blowing anymore. There were no birds chirping. He says, "I walked in absolute silence. I suspected that all movement around me had stopped. My mind was working miraculously, effortlessly, and crystal clear. Even at that age, I marveled at that. Since then, I've never reached that level of clearness and concentrated logic, and that is a remarkable thing." So, while he's walking along in this eerie silence, which, by the way, we talk about all the time in this channel, especially with things in the woods such as Glimmerman encounters and so many other strange stories,
which our listeners have generally sent to us through email. He says he then looked at his feet, and as he was walking, he noticed that he was somehow producing 6 long shadows into every direction. I was the center of this shadow star. He started to ask himself where all this light could possibly be coming from. I mean, to produce 6 shadows, you would need 6 light sources. But, he says, there was no sun, no moon, no stars, no light whatsoever, yet here he was throwing out a multitude of shadows. It was strangely dim, and yet there wasn't a single light source to be seen. What in the world was going on here? When reminiscing about this day, he says he refers to it as being behind the curtain or having gone into the hallway of reality. He claims that somehow he came into focus and finally started to realize something strange was going on. He was still holding the light pole when he came to again. He explains he only uses the term came to for lack of a better way to explain how he was coming out of this strange and unusual trance. He says he felt dazed, and then suddenly his grandfather had him by the shoulders. His grandparents were furious and looked scared, both of them screaming and asking him where he had been and where he had wandered off to. He was incredibly confused. Remember, this is a small child of only 4 tiny years. He hadn't gone anywhere, really, except for what he now considered to be a trip in his head that lasted 5 minutes. It seems, though, that he was completely wrong as he came to realize his grandparents had been frantically searching for him for Lord knows how long. People started gathering around, at least 10 of them, as he insisted he had stayed at the pole pretending to be a doggy. The people around him were conversing with his grandmother in hushed tones as he heard them all insinuating that he hadn't been there just a minute ago, and by the way he was telling this story, although he didn't state it definitely, he hadn't been there for quite some time. Truth is, he had been gone for more than 5 minutes when he thought he had just taken a trip in his head. He later became extremely sick with symptoms we would know as food poisoning for almost an entire week after this encounter. Everyone, in fact, did chalk it up to something he must have eaten. He found it strange, though, that his grandparents waited months before they even told his parents what had happened, that they had somehow lost track of him, and when he refused, in the way they saw it, to tell them where he really was. He was never able to make it back to that weird place, and to this day has no idea what in the world happened to him, where he had gone, or why. Now, is it possible that this young man was almost abducted? This seems to many the most reasonable explanation for what happened to him, especially considering his age. He was only a toddler, basically, but we are seeing more and more lately about toddlers and very young children being lured into the woods by someone, or more likely something. How did whatever it was cause a mirage? Was he brought into an alternate dimension? Did the grandfather grabbing him and shaking him cause the abduction process to be disrupted? Or were the things he was seeing and feeling just planted there, while something more terrible and possibly horrific went on? Unfortunately, we may never know the true answer. Abby Ladwig. Abby went missing from her home near Winter, Wisconsin, when she was last seen following the family dog, a tan brown Cocker Spaniel named Peanut, on the evening of August 9th, 2020, at about 6:45 p.m. She was wearing a black shirt with yellow flowers on it, and she was barefoot. A Facebook page called Light the Way Home for the Missing posted a plea from Abby's mother, which said, "My daughter went missing around 6:40 p.m. from the house. Her dog Peanut might be with her, but not for sure. She's been gone for 14 and a half hours and still not found. Peanut can be aggressive, so watch out for her. Abby, however, is very shy and shuts down fast and won't say nothing if she is scared, so please keep that in mind. She's wearing a black shirt with sunflowers on it and white underwear with a design. Peanut does not have her collar on, but if she is found, please call right away, as Abby might be around where Peanut is at." The Sawyer County Sheriff's Office asked the public to check any video footage they may have had to see if they can spot the little girl. Volunteers, as well as multiple law enforcement agencies, were involved in the search. Around 7:20 p.m. the next day, Abby and Peanut were found walking from the woods into a neighboring yard a short distance from her home. Little Abby had minor scratches, bug bites, and was dehydrated after being missing for nearly 24 hours. She was taken to a local hospital where she was treated and released. As far as we know, she sustained no long-term injuries and simply walked around the woods with her dog the entire time she was gone. She has no memory or recollection of why. Next up is 9-year-old Stratton Joshua Wright. Stratton was hiking with his family members in their home state of Iowa when he suddenly was separated from his family and ended up being reported missing when they couldn't find him after doing their own extensive search. He'd gone missing west of Bear Lake in the Henry's Fork drainage area on Wednesday, July 1st, 2020. After he became separated from his family at around 8:20 p.m., nobody saw where he went and nobody could explain how he had become separated from his parents. He was last seen walking north, but should have remained within sight of his mom and dad. For whatever reason, however, Stratton just kept walking and ended up missing. Crews searched the Henry's Fork area of the Uinta-Wasatch Cache National Forest throughout the night, both on ground and in the air, but couldn't find the young boy anywhere. The next day, Stratton was found and reunited with his father. In a press briefing Thursday, a spokesman with the sheriff's office said Stratton went to an open field after spending a night in the woods, where he waited, realizing searchers would be looking for him. Police helicopters, horses, and searchers were looking for the boy, but his father spotted him in the open field and recognized him immediately. According to Summit County Sheriff Justin Martinez, when Stratton realized the man he saw was his father, he ran to him and the two were reunited in tears. After he was discovered and safe, Stratton wanted a Twix candy bar, according to Martinez. Stratton had no reason why he continued walking until he was lost. Next is Charlie Campbell. On Thursday, June 7, 2018, 2-year-old Charlie Campbell disappeared from her grandparents' Bullitt County home and was missing for 35 hours before she was found. Alive, but severely dehydrated and covered in ticks. Charlie is generally nonverbal, but can repeat things said to her. She was unable to articulate where she was when she disappeared. It seems, however, most likely that she wandered out an unlocked door and into some woods nearby the home. The family dog, who was very protective of Charlie, seemed to wander out the door and into the woods right with her, and the family has given credit to the pet for keeping Charlie safe and protected. Charlie was found around 6 p.m. on Friday, June 8, 2018, in the 32nd hour of the search for her. She was only about 500 yards away from her home, still wearing a pajama top with a Frozen character on it, which is what she was believed to be wearing when she disappeared. Officials did mention that her diaper was gone. Southeast Bullitt Fire Chief Eric Butler said he was sitting at Charlie's grandparents' house when the dog she was thought to be with, Penny the pit bull, showed up at the house on Friday evening. The fire chief said he thought Charlie had to be close by. When he called Bullitt County Sheriff Donnie Tindall, Tindall confirmed that they had Charlie just down the road and she was safe. Charlie had wandered to the backyard of a neighbor's house, and that neighbor immediately took the little girl inside and gave her some water. On drinking the water, though, Charlie immediately threw up. Though this story seems to have a happy ending, as Charlie was found alive despite being in a bit of rough condition, this case is unique in that charges were actually filed against Charlie's grandmother. It said that initially, because young Charlie was in her care at the time the little girl wandered off alone, the police tried to charge her with endangering a minor. However, Charlie's grandmother's attorneys argued that the police did not go through the right avenues when arresting the woman. In the state of Kentucky, the police or other witnesses must witness the negligent or the endangerment firsthand. And since nobody here saw anything, they had to immediately drop the charges the same day and go through the county attorney's office to file a different charge. Which they eventually did, and they turned right around and 2 months later formally and properly charged Charlie's grandmother, whose name is Beth, with the original charge of endangering the welfare of a minor. However, it's since come out that though the actual reason Beth was charged in the case is because she was allegedly admitted to using methamphetamines in the hours leading up to Charlie wandering off and disappearing. So, allegedly, she had been doing drugs instead of making sure her granddaughter was safe where she should be. She failed to keep a vigilant watch on the little girl, and because of this, Charlie was able to slip out the unlocked door, which her grandmother didn't notice for quite a while. "I can't believe she survived it," Bullitt County Sheriff Donnie Tindall said. "There's coyotes in them hills. There's copperheads and rattlesnakes and ticks, all the elements. And somehow she came out in pretty good shape." He also stated, "That big dog, Penny, because he's big and that child looks like it would be hard to miss," he said. "But it might be a circumstance where she got tired and laid down and went to sleep for hours on end. behind a stump or behind a tree or who knows what, a big rock. It's possible to overlook, I guess, if the dog laid down with her. Child Protective Services took custody of Charlie after her release from the hospital following an initial health examination. No further word on the case has been reported, but it is also known that, on the day she went missing, Charlie's stepfather, a man named Charles Quick, was cleared even though he had been out in the same woods that day. He was arrested on outstanding warrants out of Florida the day Charlie went missing as well. There has been one update on this case. Charlie Campbell was released into the permanent custody of her father, Cody. Due to her ordeal and possibly some mental health issues, like being nonverbal, a local area high school raised nearly $10,000 in June of this year, 2021, to make Charlie Campbell's biggest wish come true. The now 3-year-old was able to meet every single one of the Disney princesses. She was able to pose in a picture with each of them, and during the lunch she shared with them, the little girl brought tears to her parents' eyes when she selflessly started passing out napkins and offering drinks to the princesses and staff. More information on the grandmother may be released to the public at some point. Next, we have little Evelyn Vady Sides. On Wednesday, March 25, 2020, at around 2:30 p.m., 4-year-old Evelyn Vady Sides went missing while walking her dog in the 5000 block of Lee Road 66 in Auburn, Alabama. Authorities say that Vady's babysitter was elderly and must have lost track of her as she wandered away with her dog, Lucy. Officials had searched the woods nearby where the little girl went missing and had asked for volunteers to help find her. Police said in a statement more details about her safe return would be released soon. Beatty was described in the Amber Alert as a female with red hair, green eyes, and a red mark on her nose. At the time, she was 3 feet tall and weighed 40 pounds. At the time of her disappearance, Evelyn was wearing a short-sleeved floral dress and walking a hound dog. Lee County Sheriff Jay Jones told local media, "What we have reported was a 4-year-old child that was in the care of a friend of the family of the child. She reported that she and the child were out near the residence taking a walk, and the child disappeared from view." Investigators scoured the wooded area near a bridge on foot, with ATVs, on horseback, and soon with a helicopter to find infrared heat. Sheriff Jones said hundreds of volunteers with the Southwest Volunteer Fire Department, Lee County deputies, ALEA troopers, and agencies from surrounding counties were involved in the search for Beatty. One of the volunteers suddenly heard a dog bark. Afterwards, they said, the dog was actually kind of spooked and came at the man a little bit, and then saw the line of about 30 of us, and the dog turned around and went down the hill. The dog was with her, protecting her the whole time, said Lee County Sheriff's Office spokesman Drew Peacock after she was found safe on Friday. Luckily, Beatty was relatively unharmed and would sustain no lasting injuries or damage. It's been widely reported that her dog Lucy is a hero who most likely kept the little girl safe until rescue came near. Next, we have William Callahan. William Callahan, a 14-year-old with nonverbal autism, became lost during a family walk at Mount Disappointment in Victoria on Monday, June 8, 2020. His family was extremely concerned about his being nonverbal and how it may negatively affect or even possibly hinder any search efforts. He was found on Wednesday, June 10th, near the peak of the mountain. Rescuers said William had been located about 10 minutes off a bush track. He did not have his shoes, but was wearing tracksuit bottoms and a hooded sweatshirt. While it's unknown whether or not William had access to food, water, or shelter during his almost 48-hour ordeal in the wilderness, authorities put amazing effort into adapting their search to meet William's specific needs. Police had asked locals to lay out feta cheese, peanut butter, and other condiments in a bid to attract his attention. They were also encouraged to play the Thomas the Tank Engine theme. An autism advocacy organization praised authorities for adapting their search. "We really need to adapt ourselves to the needs of autistic people rather than expecting them to behave as we do, or as neurotypical people do," Amaze Chief Executive Fiona Sharkey told ABC. William's mother, Penny Callahan, thanked volunteer rescuers and police. "I can't imagine what he's been feeling and going through, and I'm just so grateful and so relieved," she told reporters. "He appeared to be remarkably well for the time that he's been out there," said Inspector Christine Lalore of Victoria Police. She told reporters he had been taken to the hospital for monitoring, adding, "He's alert, warm, eating and drinking, and he actually asked for McDonald's." It's been reported that William has since made a full recovery. Finally, we have Britton Kelsey. 15-year-old Britton Kelsey went missing in Utah on Red Mountain Trail outside of St. George at around 3:30 p.m. on Friday, November 27, 2020. Search for him went well into Saturday afternoon and early evening, and Britton is said to have spent the night in below freezing temperatures alone in the woods. He became separated from his family and friends as they hiked the overlooked trail in two groups. Police were told Kelsey fell behind the first group and was thought to have joined the second group. Sheriff's deputies and search and rescue volunteers looked for Britton until after midnight. The IHC Life Flight helicopter and the Utah Department of Public Safety helicopter searched from the air using night vision. Britton was wearing a royal blue hooded sweatshirt and gray athletic shorts when he went missing. It was reported on Saturday around 5:15 p.m. that he had been found by helicopter near where he went missing. He was then confirmed to be alive and responsive with no injuries. Britton was then immediately reunited with his parents, and Lieutenant David Krause with the Washington County Sheriff's Office states that around 2 p.m., volunteers of the Washington County Search and Rescue found shoe impressions that were consistent with Britton. The volunteers were able to track the impressions to a canyon where they found him. The Utah Department of Safety helicopter was able to retrieve Britton and took him back to the trailhead where he was treated by medical personnel. Britton was treated for symptoms of hypothermia, but was otherwise unharmed by the ordeal. Again, he had no explanation how he got lost.
Casey Hathaway and the bear. 3-year-old Casey Hathaway disappeared from his great-grandmother's backyard on January 25, 2019. Casey was playing with two other relatives in his great-grandmother's backyard the day he went missing. When he didn't come inside when the others did, his family started searching for him. After 45 minutes passed, his grandmother called 911. "He was walking in the woods back there and we can't find him," his great-grandmother told the 911 dispatcher. "The other ones came through the house but left him there and he walked off somewhere and we can't find him." Search and rescue teams from across the state immediately came together to brave the treacherous terrain and low temperatures, hoping to find Casey. 3 days later, rescuers were still combing the woods when they heard the missing 3-year-old boy call out for his mother. In the emergency room, Casey started talking about what happened in the woods. He said he had a friend that was a bear. The bear took care of him and kept him warm while he was lost in the woods. Casey goes on to say that the bear also fed him berries. Now, the local sheriff stated that there are bears in the woods of Craven County, North Carolina, but there's no evidence to prove one was with Casey. He goes on to say, all that matters is that something was there to comfort Casey during the 3 days he was missing. Stephen Kubacki, missing for over a year. One February morning in 1978 near Lake Michigan, student Stephen Kubacki would venture out to indulge in several hours of skiing. However, when he still hadn't returned the following day, a huge search was put in motion. Strangely and ominously, footprints were discovered in a location where the student claimed to be heading. And what's more, they stopped right at the frozen water's edge. There was no sign of any markings on the frozen surface of the water, and no signs that the ice had been broken anywhere. Later that day, Stephen's skis and backpack were discovered. However, no other sign of Stephen came to light, and the searches were eventually called off. His family, while not giving up hope, were prepared for the worst. Then, over a year later, in early May 1979, Stephen would appear out of the blue on his parents' doorstep. He had very little memory of where he had been. He had awoken earlier that day in a field in Pittsfield, hundreds of miles from where he disappeared, and around 40 miles from the family home. Even stranger, he was wearing clothes that weren't his and had a strange bag of maps with him that he didn't recognize. Rather than compensate himself financially with the many offers from media people for his story, he instead retreated from the public, refusing to speak of the incident, of which he claimed he had no memory, and not wishing to undergo such things as hypnotic regression, as he wasn't experiencing any psychological problems and wished to keep it that way. Ambrose Smith, gone for 24 hours. Ambrose Smith normally played happily at home in Newaygo County, Michigan, but on October the 8th, 2013, Ambrose was sitting in the lounge with her father when he briefly left the room, and upon his return, she was nowhere to be found. A massive search involving hundreds of volunteers was immediately activated, covering the entire surrounding area. It wasn't until the next day that Ambrose was found a few miles from her home. Strangely, she was discovered in a location that had been extensively searched the previous day. How the little girl had managed to traverse such a huge distance and evade the search teams who sprang into action so soon after her disappearance remains a complete mystery.
Hello friends, and welcome to our latest video. Today we're going to look into some unsolved national park and national recreation area murders. There are many reasons why people flock these days to YouTube videos, news articles, and other forms of media, both mainstream and social, especially to unsolved mysteries and crimes. When something happens that either cannot be explained or that the proper authority, suburban housewife, or any other random person with a normal and somewhat generic title speculate and add our opinions, theories, and ideas into the investigation, and that sometimes makes us feel like we could possibly be helping to solve the enigma. When it comes to unsolved murders in particular, regular people, meaning non-law enforcement or a usual authority who would be investigating such things, feel like we are a part of the solution, but also, in a way, a part of bringing not only justice to our community, but some form of closure to a family. There are also those of us who don't like unsolved mysteries simply due to the extreme anxiety that not knowing seems to cause. Whatever your interest in such things may be, we think you'll find this string of unsolved murders in our national parks interesting, heartbreaking, nonsensical, but also terrifying. Isn't there enough going on in the national parks, national forest, and wilderness areas already? Possibly having a serial killer in the midst of the places where we go to spend quality time off-grid with our family, loved ones, Girl and Boy Scouts troops, etc., is especially terrifying. Most of the time, graffiti, vandalism, and perhaps even some trash dumping are the worst of the crimes you'll see on public lands. It's extremely rare not to have a crime, but to have violent crime in a national forest or park, or even just your run-of-the-mill remote woodland area or forest. It's unnerving and even somewhat creepy to know that while hiking a random trail for the day, there could be another human stalking and hunting you along the same path. Now, according to the FBI, you have a tiny 1 in a million chance of even being assaulted in a national park. Your chance of being randomly assaulted walking down the street is 3,100 times more than that in most urban areas. Now, while the authorities who investigate such unlikely crimes urge us to use common sense and caution, sometimes you or a loved one end up being that one person in a million, regardless of how careful, learned, or smart you are. Let's explore and examine the information and facts of the crimes being committed in Shenandoah National Park first, and see what kind of conclusions we can arrive at while we sit back, praying and hoping the authorities get to the bottom of this soon, so we can go back to fearing what is unknown in the woods again. First up, Julianne Marie Williams and Laura Lolly Winans. They were murdered in Shenandoah State Park in 1996. The investigation into the unsolved murders of Julianne Marie Williams and Laura Lolly Winans in 1996 is still active to this day in 2021. While at one point the authorities did think they had the man who committed these horrible crimes, they had to let him go, and thus the rumor and speculation started as to what could have and or might have possibly happened to these two innocent young women. Let's take a look at the facts of this case. Both women were in their 20s and from the New England area and were planning on spending Memorial Day weekend in the Shenandoah National Park. They arrived on May 19th and were just looking forward to a fun and relaxing time, enjoying the outdoors and everything nature has to offer. They camped in a very secluded spot, facing the eastern part of Stony Man Mountain. 9 days after first arriving at the park, on May 28th, the two women were reported missing when they both failed to show up for work and hadn't called in. 4 days after they were officially reported missing, on June 1st, the women were unfortunately found deceased at their campsite. They were both found in the nude and had their wrists bound with duct tape and coverings over their mouth. Both women had also had their throats cut, but hadn't been sexually assaulted. There was nothing missing from the camp except for Lolly's personal belongings, such as her journal and driver's license. Of course, when this case hit the media, there was massive attention and major focus on it. Hundreds of tips were called in to investigators, but not a single one managed to produce any leads. The case eventually went cold, though was still being investigated when the random and stray lead would come in from time to time. A year later, in 1997, a man named Darrell David Rice was convicted of stalking and assaulting a woman bicycling on Skyline Drive in the Shenandoah National Park and was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison. The more federal officials looked into Darrell and his crimes, the more they were able to make the connections of him possibly being in the park at the same exact time as Lolly and Julianne had been there. In fact, they were able to see and positively identify him using security cameras entering and leaving the park during the women's vacation. A fellow inmate who played in a prison band with Darrell Rice testified against him and told authorities that Darrell had confessed to actually killing women in the park. He was indicted in 2002 for the murders of Julianne and Lolly. However, 2 years later, prosecutors were forced to drop all charges against him due to conflicting information and what they termed as unstable evidence. There were holes in the prosecution's case. An example of why their case fell apart is a couple who were also camping in the park denied the murders and the testimony they gave. The male witness who came forward said he had noticed a creepy man staring at him from across a clearing while he was relaxing in his campsite with his wife. When asked if he could pick the man's photo out of a lineup, he did choose Darrell David Rice, but went on to say he was only about 65 to 70% sure that this was the strange man he had seen. This man's wife also gave testimony which was considered a bit questionable, when she said that not only had she heard screams throughout the campground on the night in question, but that she had also been able to astrally project out of her body and further explore the crime scene. Needless to say, this wasn't exactly considered scientific evidence, and even when it did come to the science of the matter, it seemed also to clear Darrell Rice rather than indict him. DNA found on the duct tape belonging to a male did not match Darrell's DNA. In the summer of 2016, the FBI decided to re-examine this case and try to get it solved once and for all. Darrell Rice was released from prison in 2007 and, after being incarcerated 2 more times after this release on some nondescript parole violations, police in Durango, Colorado had to make a public appeal for calm when there was some talk on social media about Darrell Rice being spotted in the area, and the news seemed to have hit the public very hard, scaring many of the locals who were either already familiar with the case or had just recently become familiar when the social media buzz had hit. The local police departments were getting call after call after call about the possibility that maybe a killer was in their midst. Back in Virginia, however, the case of the murders of Julianne and Lolly are an open investigation, even if they are cold. The anniversary of the crime always comes with a bittersweet, renewed interest. It dredges up the fear of the case being unsolved and the heartbreak of what happened to these poor women and the effect it had on the community, not to mention their families, but also the hope of perhaps the right tip finally coming in and the case being solved once and for all. Anyone with information about the 2 ladies' deaths, please contact the FBI's Richmond office at 804-261-1044 or go to tips.fbi.gov. Next up, we have Scott Lilly, murdered on the Appalachian Trail in 2007. Being described as a Civil War enthusiast by family and friends, it should be no surprise that when 31-year-old Scott Lilly set out on a journey of exploration and self-discovery, that he chose the trail name Stonewall, as in General Stonewall Jackson, being in reference to the Confederate general. Scott was from South Bend, Louisiana, and decided to take this trip of finding a meaning to life in general as well as his own, and set out to hike the Appalachian Trail from Maryland to Georgia. Unfortunately, however, his journey ended tragically in Amherst County, Virginia. In July of 2011, when he was climbing a landmark mountain in Nelson County known as the Priest, Scott made his last contact with family and friends. About a month later, in August of 2007, a group of hikers out for a weekend of fun and relaxation happened to cross his body. It was located in a shallow grave just off a trail near a place called Cow Camp Gap in the Mount Pleasant National Scenic Area of George Washington National Forest. None of his gear was anywhere near his body, including his shoes and his backpack. A medical examiner ruled that Scott had died from asphyxia by suffocation. Because his death had occurred on public lands, it was being investigated by the FBI. They determined that his death was in fact a homicide, and in the days following their initial investigation, they tried in vain to contact several other hikers who had been known to be on the same trails around the same time that Scott was murdered. These people were known by the trail names Mr. Coffee, White Wolf, Papa Smurf, Combat Gizmo, and Space Cadet. All this time later, and no arrests have been made. Despite so much rumor and speculation, there's been no evidence in the case and therefore nothing to lead the FBI to any suspect. Anyone with information about Scott Lilly's death should contact the FBI's Richmond office at 804-261-1044 or go to tips.fbi.gov. Next up, Heidi Childs and David Metzler, murdered in Caldwell Fields, 2009. Heidi Childs and David Metzler had been together for 4 years in the fall semester of their sophomore year in college in 2009. On the evening of August 26, the couple drove out Craig Creek Road to a recreation site in the Jefferson National Forest called Caldwell Fields to talk and play guitar. The next morning, a man out walking his dog came across David's 1992 Toyota Camry and thought nothing of it at first, but then proceeded to take a few steps closer when he thought he saw something lying on the ground outside the vehicle. There, he found Heidi's body on the outside and David still inside the car. Both had been shot with a .30-30 caliber rifle sometime between 8:30 and 10 p.m. the previous night. The Montgomery County Sheriff reported the crimes were brutal and ugly when addressing the news media and the public for the first time soon after the bodies had been discovered. In 2012, after the case went completely cold, despite a coalition of law enforcement working together on it and a $70,000 reward, authorities released new information to the public in hopes of generating some new leads. The first detail was that DNA evidence had been taken from the scene and was tested against some nearby residents, who were kept anonymous due to the ongoing investigation. And the second detail released at this time was that Heidi's purse, which included her cell phone and credit cards, had been stolen or at least taken from the scene. No arrests have been made still to this day in August of 2021. However, this is not a cold case. This is still a very active investigation, said Lieutenant Kenny Light. Montgomery County law enforcement officials request anyone with information about this crime to contact them. They're looking for information on people or vehicles that may have been in the area that night. You can contact Lieutenant Light at 540-382-6915, extension 44422, or write to him at lightdm@montgomerycountyva.gov. Hello, friends. Today, we'll be talking about unbelievable tragedies in national parks. On this channel, we talk a lot about the missing people all over the world, and especially here in our national parks in the United States. What many people don't realize is that there are so many other tragedies that happen on an almost daily basis that hardly anyone ever hears about. Now, these aren't always fatalities. Sometimes it's minor accidents and injuries. What we are presenting to you in this video, though, are those tragedies that end in a person or persons being deceased. What could have been done to prevent these disasters? Well, in each case, there's something different, and maybe, in some, even there was nothing that could have helped to prevent such atrocious acts of nature being brought about. Are these things being brought on by unseen forces? Are there other things at play here than just terrible accidents of nature? Let's begin. In Arches National Park in 2020 in the state of Utah, United States, a woman named Esther Nakajigo, known as Essie, and her new husband, Ludovic Michaud, known as Ludo, had left their campsite and gone to get some ice cream. What a simple act, having a hankering for something sweet while out and about exploring the wilderness. The fact these two were newlyweds just makes the story all the more tragic and bittersweet. It was a Saturday, and the weather forecast called for a high of 95 and a low of 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Bright, sunny skies, just driving along and eating their ice cream and enjoying each other's company, like only a newly married couple can. All of a sudden, though, a strong wind blew in and an unsecured gate sliced through the car like a knife through hot butter. according to an administrative claim that was filed in October of the same year. The gate missed Ludo by only an inch or less, but unfortunately, dear sweet Essie was not as lucky. An internationally recognized women's rights activist, originally from Uganda, the gate decapitated her in just an instant. In a split second, she lost her life. And her husband, originally from Paris but now living in Denver, Colorado, is now a widower. What makes this tragedy even more unbelievable is the fact that but for the price of a dollar store padlock, Essie's life could have been saved. At the age of just 17, she was rising to fame after being named the ambassador to women and girls in her home country. She was using the money she earned from this position to put herself through college and fund a nonprofit community health facility for women in the poor third world country. In the blink of an eye, her young and meaningful life was taken away, and her family is absolutely devastated, even going as far as to file a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the Parks and Recreation Services. It makes us wonder if going missing isn't the only way the unknown forces we speak of so often that are lurking in our woods, forests, and national parks can take such a meaningful and precious young life. It seems like there's something out there that just doesn't want us, or certain people anyway, in the woods. Also in June, but a few years earlier, 2016, a man named Colin Nathaniel Scott from Portland, Oregon, slipped and fell into a hot spring in Yellowstone National Park. Now, Yellowstone is the country's first ever national park. It spans almost 3,500 miles and is mainly located in the state of Wyoming, but even runs into parts of Montana and Idaho. The park is beautiful, with geysers shooting water over 100 feet in the air, mud spots, and waterfalls that will take your breath away. These are surely some of the things that drew Colin to Yellowstone in the first place. He had no idea these very things, these beautiful and breathtaking creations of nature, would end his life that hot day in June 2016. Colin's sister was recording him with her cell phone when he attempted to do something which is actually not legal in the park. He strayed off the designated boardwalk in the North Geyser Basin that bright and sunny Tuesday morning. Now, waters there can reach as high as 200 degrees Fahrenheit, 93 Celsius. Colin was literally boiled alive. He slipped and fell in accidentally while attempting to hot pot or soak in one of the park's thermal pools. According to the Deputy Chief Ranger, the whole area is geothermically active. There's a closure in place to protect people from doing that for their own safety. It's a very unforgiving environment. That being soaking in the hot spots as Colin was allegedly attempting to do. That same ranger, Mr. Laurent Veras, alleges that Colin and his sister were purposefully ignoring the many posted warning signs despite the obvious potential for real danger. His sister recorded Colin as he reached down to test the water with his finger, and he slipped and fell in, being boiled alive as she watched on in horror, completely helpless to do anything but scream for help. Thankfully, his death was almost instantaneous once he fell in. He didn't suffer. But there was never any hope of rescue. An unforgiving environment indeed. Rescue teams located his body later on that day. However, due to approaching inclement weather, which we see often in missing persons cases, mainly a lightning storm, they were unable to retrieve his body without risking very significant danger to their own safety and even to their very lives. So, unfortunately, the recovery effort was held off until the next day. But by the following day, however, search and rescue were unable to find any significant remains of the unfortunate young man who just wanted to have an adventure in one of the most beautiful and scenic places in all of the United States. Mr. Veras said, "Unfortunately, there was a very significant amount of dissolving. He truly was boiled alive." Next, we have 63-year-old Robert Boardman, who was hiking with his wife and a friend in Olympic National Park in Washington State. He had to be rushed by the Coast Guard in a helicopter to a hospital in Port Angeles, where he was pronounced dead on arrival after being gored in the leg by a wild mountain goat. Mountain goats are not native, but were introduced into this area in the 1920s and can actually become quite tolerant of the close approach of humans, The problem is, once this happens, they become habituated and lose their natural fear of us, and then they're apt to try and start asserting dominance over us, which could lead to an attack just like this. Although normally not aggressive, it is recommended that you stay at least 50 feet away from them at all times and never ever urinate on a trail where there's potential for mountain goats. Also, people who are sweating, as I'm sure one would do during a hike on a hot spring or sunny day, will also accidentally lure the goat to them, as these particular goats crave salt, which are found in our urine and sweat. This particular goat, however, is said to have been known for its aggressive behavior, but was only killed after it had already attacked, gored, and killed Robert Boardman. According to a park spokesman named Barb Maines, rangers had previously tried hazing the goat, which means they tried to induce it to be frightened by human beings again by shooting it with beanbags and throwing rocks at it. She claimed that though they knew the goat had been aggressive before this incident, she also stated that there were no incidents which warranted putting it down until Robert's unfortunate incident. Witnesses said that Robert, his wife, and their mutual friend were having lunch on Klahani Ridge when the goat started to approach them. It had gone unnoticed up to this point. Robert tried simply shooing away the animal, but it attacked him instead of fleeing. After goring him in the leg, which ruptured an artery, the goat simply stood over him so no one else was able to approach him until a ranger hit it with a few rocks and it turned to finally flee. Olympic mountain goats are only found in North America, and there are approximately 300 of them in this particular national park. The usual height and weight for one of these beautiful yet possibly deadly creatures is standing around 3 feet tall and weighing up to 300 pounds. Next, on Monday, May 3rd, 2021, Mason Stansfield, a 28-year-old from Ouray, Colorado, lost his life after falling into a crevice of a glacier in Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska. Mountaineering rangers received a report from a satellite communication device that a skier had fallen into a crevice. Mason, who is an experienced skier, mountaineer, and also a mountain guide, was skiing with his partner, who reported she could not see or communicate with him once he had fallen in, but alerted the authorities as quickly as she possibly could to try and get rescue out there before he passed away. Rescue was able to reach the scene and respond within just a half hour of the call for help going out, but unfortunately Mason died upon impact after falling and being found 100 feet below the glacier's surface. Mason's partner wasn't injured, thankfully, but she was taken to a nearby hospital just as a precaution. His remains were located that same day. A spokesman for the park stated that the accident had happened on a tributary glacier that flows into the main Eldridge Glacier. Mason had even done some mountain guide work on this same mountain in Denali before. He was a certified rock guide through the American Mountain Guide Association and had spent the last 6 years of his life working as a mountain guide out of Colorado's San Juan Range, as well as in other parts of Alaska. This just goes to show you that accidents can happen to anyone, regardless of their skill level, and you have to be not only experienced, but extremely careful and cautious whenever you're out in a place where you could end up being up against Mother Nature. In November of 2000, in Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, rangers made a horrific discovery when they came across the bodies of an unidentified man and woman who were deceased and in an advanced state of decomposition. The pair were found near a spot where lava from the Kilauea volcanic eruption flows out into the sea. When this happens, plumes of steaming white seafoam erupt into the air in a glorious show of nature. The area, which is aptly named Eruption Site, is scattered with a glassy volcanic rock called tephra. Tephra are formed and then ejected into the air, quite violently, when the more than 3,600 degree Fahrenheit, 2,000 Celsius degree, lava is sated by the seawater. The bodies were located approximately 330 feet inland from the eruption site and showed no visible signs of trauma. It was first assumed that they had been struck and killed by the flying tephra, but later on, during autopsy, this was determined not to be the case. The final autopsy report was released 2 days later and showed the cause of death was actually pulmonary edema, or swelling of the lungs. This was apparently due to them inhaling the hydrochloric acid fumes that come off the lava. The autopsy also showed that the advanced decomposition was due to acid rain. As the skin was either exposed to air or only covered by a single layer of clothing, it began to break down, but this was not due to the natural occurrence of post-mortem decay. All manner of toxic gases are released by the lava itself. These gases can include carbon dioxide, hydrofluoric acid, hydrogen sulfide, and sulfur dioxide, and when the lava which releases these interacts with the seawater, which we know is what puts it out as it flows into the waves, a bunch of other gases are produced. The highly corrosive hydrochloric acid being one of them. In the 10 years between 1992 and 2002, there were 45 serious injuries and 45 fatalities reported within Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. And this doesn't even include the minor injuries also reported in each of those years, from seemingly simple and somewhat common culprits, and also from some extremely strange and bizarre means as well. In 2002, stricter safety guidelines were implemented, and efforts to better educate tourists about safety when visiting the islands and their volcanoes were put into effect. Unfortunately, this was too little too late for this deceased pair, who still have no name to date. Next, the body of Patrick Madura, a 43-year-old man from Elgin, Illinois, was found deceased and being eaten by a black bear in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Patrick had been camping alone, but it is yet undetermined whether or not the bear had mauled and killed him, or he had died of some other cause and the bear just happened to stumble across his remains. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park is visited by approximately 11 million people per year, and the park implements aversive conditioning techniques for the bears by working hard to ensure that they don't become food conditioned or habituated to high use areas. This tragedy took place in September of 2020, and as of yet there have been no autopsy results publicly released, concluding whether or not the bear was the cause of Mr. Madura's tragic death. The bear in this case was put down by park rangers. An Israeli teenager tragically died just 2 months past his 18th birthday in Yosemite National Park in California on September 4, 2018. Math student Tomer Frankfurter from Jerusalem was on another adventure as the outgoing teen headed to America before starting his compulsory service in the Israeli army. Tomer joined a group of other tourists who were headed to the Mist Trail. This is a rigorous 5.4-mile hiking route which takes travelers to the cliffs directly above the Nevada Falls, which is 594 feet high. After finishing the hike to the top and stopping to take in the breathtaking scenery and views from there, the group had lunch and decided to head back. This is when Tomer took off his backpack and handed it to another hiker, saying he wanted to pose for a memorable photograph before they left. He then proceeded to climb over the cliff's edge in order to take the ultimate selfie. Other hikers in the group were terrified and began shouting for Tomer not to do it and to come back away from the edge. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. Within just seconds, he was dangling hundreds of feet above the jagged and deadly rocks below. Before the others in the group could even realize something was wrong, Tomer started shouting for help. Everyone ran to his aid and tried to pull him up and back over the edge. They pulled him by his arms and wrists with all their might. However, he was unfortunately sweating profusely and slipped right out of their grasp. The group of tourists watched in horror as the young, intelligent man with his whole entire life ahead of him fell hundreds of feet to his death. Tomer had graduated early from high school and at the time of his death had already completed 2 years of college at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. He was in the United States only to visit for a few weeks and was staying with a friend who lived in Fresno, California. He had gone to the park that day with the friend he was staying with, but had somehow become separated when Tomer met up with another group of students from Israel, Germany, and a few other countries on the shuttle bus in the park. The large group of students then all decided to hike the Mist Trail together. Tomer had explained to these other kids that he was waiting for the perfect opportunity to duplicate a photo taken by tourists in Brazil, one they commonly take at a place there called Telegraph Rock near Rio de Janeiro. Visitors there hang from an outcropping, making it appear as though they are thousands of feet above the ground. In reality, though, these photos are taken only approximately 3 feet above a trail. It's a trick of the camera, and it's unknown whether or not Tomer was aware of this when he risked his life to duplicate the photo and take the ultimate selfie.
Unfortunately, there was nothing that anyone could do. The young man had died on impact. In the 6 years between 2011 and 2017, approximately 259 people all around the world have died while attempting to take selfies. Their average age was 23, and 3/4 of them were male, according to a study published in the Journal of Family Medicine and Primary Care. The most common cause of death for these people was drowning, with most being swept into the ocean by large waves. The second was transportation accidents like being hit by a bus or train, and the third largest cause of selfie deaths was falling from extremely high heights. It was suggested by a Vietnam vet and platoon sergeant who is also an expert in hiking and a tour guide among wilderness trails in areas as diverse as Rwanda and the Grand Canyon, named Michael Giglieri, that Yosemite and other national parks update their cautions of danger with today's youth and technology in mind, perhaps even mentioning taking care and maybe even thinking twice before taking selfie photographs. The Yosemite Park Service declined to comment on Tomer's death or any part of the incident except to say they will not be taking Giglieri's advice anytime in the near future and will not be updating their safety signs and warnings. Finally, in April of 2019, a 69-year-old woman plunged 200 feet to her death in Grand Canyon National Park. Rangers responded to a call for help on the Grand Canyon rim. However, the rescuers just couldn't get to the woman in time. Her body was found below a rocky point near Pipe Creek Vista on the south rim. A group of approximately 15 rescuers used a park helicopter to recover her remains. Cynthia Ackley lived in the Phoenix suburb of Peoria in Arizona, United States. Cynthia's was just one of the many deaths that take place due to accidental falls in not just Grand Canyon National Park, but in parks all over the country. In Cynthia's case, a rare weather event caused by warm and cold masses combining caused a total cloud inversion, which filled the entire Grand Canyon with clouds in a short amount of time, and this is what is believed to be the reason she fell so quickly and without any warning. Hello, friends. In this video, we'll be discussing the recent shocking deaths caused by bears in the United States and Canada. Now, there have been many fatal bear attacks in North America involving hikers, hunters, and campers caused by brown bear, the American black bear, and the polar bear. Brown bear, more commonly called grizzly bear incidents, have occurred in their native range spanning Alaska, northern and western Canada, and portions of the Rocky Mountains in the United States. The locations of black bear wilderness fatal attacks reflect their wider range. Bears held captive by animal trainers in zoos, carnivals, or kept as pets even, have been responsible for several attacks. There have also been unusual cases in which a person entered a bear's cage and was then mauled. Now, these bear attacks are for predatory, territorial, or protective reasons. Scientists studying grizzlies in and around the Grand Teton National Park in the U.S. have calculated that these animals can smell a carcass from at least 4 miles away. Grizzlies outside Alaska have been federally protected as a threatened species since 1975, after being almost completely exterminated by trappers and hunters early in the last century. So don't underestimate these beautiful but deadly animals. Between January 2020 up to May 2021, there have been 7 bear fatalities in North America's wilderness. Never run from a bear and stay together if you're hiking in a group. Carry bear spray and know how to use it. Here's some fatalities involving bears. Let's begin. Dr. David Lertzman, May 4th, 2021, Ypres, Alberta, Canada. Dr. Lertzman, 59, a senior instructor at the University of Calgary, was killed on Tuesday, May 4th, 2021, in a bear attack while out trail running on the Moss Trail near Ypres Creek, close to his home in Ypres, Alberta, northwest of Calgary. David worked in the field of sustainability, leadership development, and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and was a long-term martial arts practitioner, Qigong, and meditation instructor. Cochrane RCMP was notified of a missing person just before midnight when David's wife called to say he had gone for a run about 6 p.m. and had not returned. The search was then launched involving a helicopter and a police dog. Just after 2 a.m. the next morning, he was found dead just off Moss Trail.
David had led a wilderness retreat since 2004, described as a week-long leadership immersive experience in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains that has been transformational for many Haskell School of Business students. Kyle Junot, a fish and wildlife inspector, said this can be a dangerous time of year in terms of human and wildlife conflict. It's springtime, and we all know in this area bears are plentiful. Grizzly bears and black bears. The spring is especially dangerous. They're hungry, they're out of the den, they're wandering to where they had food last fall. Capturing the bear, relocating, euthanizing, all the options will be weighed out, but it's too early to tell what we're dealing with. Is it a male bear? Is it a female bear with cubs? All of those things we refer back to our matrix and consult with our biologist and make the appropriate decisions then. David's wife, Sarah, said the bear attacked him from behind, sending him over a steep embankment. He was attacked by a bear from behind and pushed off a very high embankment and was found near the river. The wounds were consistent with an instantaneous death, so he suffered very little. This was important for me to know. Sarah went on to say she had searched for David by herself for 2 hours the night he disappeared and walked right past the point of attack and saw no sign of it. I was looking for a man in trouble, she says, and not for a scene of something that had happened. By 3 a.m, we knew he was no longer with us and that it had been a bear attack. Next, Lainey Malavolta, April 30th, 2021, Durango, Colorado. Lainey Malavolta, 39, died in an apparent black bear attack, just the 4th fatal mauling in the state since they started keeping records in 1960. On Friday, April 30th, 2021, Lainey was found near Durango, about 350 miles southwest of Denver. She was a lifelong adventurer and lover of the outdoors, according to her boyfriend. Lainey spent her life in the outdoors and was an experienced and knowledgeable operator in the backcountry. Her greatest joy was to be in the woods with our friends, our family, and our dogs. Her boyfriend told police he arrived home around 8:30 p.m. and found the couple's 2 dogs outside and his girlfriend missing. He searched the trail on private land where she frequently walked the dogs and notified authorities after discovering her body. The authorities found bear fur, scat, and signs of consumption on the body. Using tracking dogs, wildlife officers located a 10-year-old sow and her 2 yearlings nearby and killed the 3 bears out of an abundance of caution. The bear carcasses were transported to the State Wildlife Laboratory for necropsies, and DNA samples were sent to a forensic laboratory in Wyoming. Colorado is home to an estimated 19,000 black bear, with only 3 other fatal bear attacks on humans since 1960. The cause of death, according to the La Plata County coroner, was perforating injury to the neck. Jason Clay, a spokesman for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, said there was consumption on the body, and there was a lot of bear sign in the area. The necropsy showed that the sow, which is the mother bear, had human remains in the digestive tract, and one of the 2 yearlings also had human remains. A third one, another of the yearlings, did not have human remains in their digestive tract. Next, Charles Mock, April 15, 2021, Madison River, West Yellowstone, Montana. Charles Carl Mock, 40, Montana backcountry guide at Backcountry Adventures, which provides snowmobile rentals and tours in Yellowstone National Park and surrounding areas, died of scalp and facial wounds after managing to call 911 for help after being attacked by a grizzly bear outside Yellowstone National Park. Carl lived in the park gateway community of West Yellowstone and died on Saturday, April 17th, 2 days after he was attacked while fishing alone in a forested area along the Madison River, several miles north of West Yellowstone. The male bear, which weighed at least 420 pounds, was probably defending a nearby moose carcass. It was later shot and killed when it charged wildlife workers investigating the attack. Several people fired at the animal, and it died about 20 yards from the group. Officials said they were confident the bear that was killed was the one that attacked Carl. The moose carcass was found about 50 yards from the site of the attack, according to Morgan Jacobson, a Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park spokesman. Carl was found after searchers looked for him for about 50 minutes. He was transported by toboggan and snowmobile to an ambulance before being taken to a hospital in the city of Idaho Falls, where he passed away. Residue from bear spray was found on his clothing, but officials could not determine to what extent he was able to use it against the attacking bear. The Yellowstone region of Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming is home to more than 700 bears. Fatal attacks on humans are relatively rare, but have increased as the grizzly population grows and more people move into rural areas near bear habitat. Since 2010, grizzlies in the Yellowstone region have killed 8 people, including Carl. 3 of those people who died were inside the park. The last death before Carl's was in 2018, when a hunting guide and his client were attacked in Wyoming and the guide was killed. Next, Austin Pfeiffer, September 20th, 2020. Shasta River Drainage, Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve, Alaska. Austin Pfeiffer, 22, from Belleville, Ohio, was attacked by a bear while packing moose meat from a kill site to a camp in an extremely remote corner of central Alaska, only about 25 miles west of the Canadian border. Austin and a hunting friend killed a moose late on Saturday, September 19th, 2020, dressed it out, and returned to camp. The plan was to haul the meat out on their backs to a favorable location for a small plane from a local air taxi to land and pick them up. Park Service spokesman Peter Christian said the moose kill was about a half-mile from where Austin and his friend were camped in the preserve portion of the seldom visited 13.2 million acre Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve, the largest nature reserve in the country. When the park was created by the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act of 1980, 4.9 million acres were designated as preserve to allow hunting to continue in areas where it was traditionally established. Park Service data records fewer than 75,000 people visited the park in 2019, and nearly all of that visitation took place along the Nabesna Road, which goes 42 miles into the north edge of the park, and the McCarthy Road, which penetrates about 60 miles into the south side of the park. It is not unusual for kill sites to attract bears in Alaska, and experienced Alaskan hunters are well aware of the danger this presents. Janice Maslin, a concessions manager specialist for Wrangell St. Elias who conferred with rangers who visited the scene, said that they saw indications the bear tried to cache part of the moose, but they could not tell when that happened. Grizzly bears typically try to cover their food with brush, dirt, and other material to protect it from scavengers. Whether or not this bear had found the carcass overnight and started trying to cache it, the bear was not on the carcass when the 2 hunters arrived at it the morning after they shot the animal. They started the process of butchering the moose and preparing it to haul back to camp. Austin's partner left the site with the first load of meat, and what happened next is unknown. As Austin's companion was returning from their campsite to the site of the moose kill to get another load of meat, he encountered the bear and was charged. He got within 50 yards or so of the kill site and was charged by a bear. He shot in the direction of the bear several times. The bear got within 20 feet, appeared to flinch, and then it veered and ran off. He continued on to the kill site and found Austin's body. The bear was not seen again. Rangers reported no indications it had been hit by the gunfire. After finding Austin dead, his partner returned to camp to call the air taxi that had flown the men into the area. The air taxi then notified the Park Service and Alaska Wildlife Troopers of the attack, and they later flew to the scene. Maslin said Austin was found at the harvest site. He did not have a pack on at the time his body was discovered by his hunting partner or when the NPS recovered his body. The pair were in the process of loading game bags and transporting them back to camp. Austin had his rifle with him, but it was apparently not within reach when the bear attacked. How close the bear got before Austin spotted it will never be known. The vegetation in the area of attack was described by the Park Service as dense. It is possible the bear was on Austin almost as soon as he spotted it. Bear attacks on hunters packing or cutting meat are extremely rare, though. These hunters didn't do anything wrong, in my opinion, said Christian, a veteran Alaskan hunter himself and one-time ranger in the Wrangell St. Elias National Park. There's a lot of different ways Alaska tries to kill you. After studying 135 years of human versus bear encounters in Alaska from 1880 to 2015, researchers Tom Smith, a Brigham Young University professor, and noted Canadian bear expert Stephen Herrero found only 62 deaths. They also noted that most of the people attacked by bears over these 135 years survived. Park rangers found no evidence that the bear remained in the area, and all meat from the moose was salvaged as required by state of Alaska hunting regulations. Austin was the first person to have been reported killed by a bear in the park since 1980, and several people have gone missing in the park never to be found. Next, Stephanie Blaze, August 20th, 2020, McKee Lake, Saskatchewan, Canada. Stephanie Blaze, 44, was talking with her father, Hubert Escarell, on the phone on August 20th, 2020, to discuss a broken water pump outside the family's cabin in Saskatchewan. At the time, Stephanie was visiting McKee Lake with her husband, Curtis, and their 9-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter. Hubert said her son that was beside her, she ordered him to go to the house and get the antenna for the satellite phone so she could get a better connection, a better signal. Escarole then heard what sounded like a gurgling noise coming from his daughter's end of the line. He called her name but received no answer. I called back and let it ring 4 minutes later, and I got no response, he says. And 7 minutes later, Curtis called me and said that the bear had attacked Stephanie. He pepper sprayed the bear, shot the bear twice, attended to Stephanie and gave her CPR, but by that time she had no pulse. The unprovoked and somewhat surprising predatory attack involved an older male black bear. Stephanie's death was the first resulting from a bear attack in Saskatchewan since 1983. Daniel Schilling, July 29, 2020, Turnagain, Alaska. On July 29, 2020, Daniel Schilling was clearing a trail about a mile behind his cabin in Turnagain, Alaska, when a brown bear attacked him and killed him. The trail where he was at work was only about 25 air miles southeast of Anchorage and only a couple miles off a paved road that connects the community of Hope to the Seward Valley. Daniel was alone at the time, and the case is a confusing one in that DNA evidence later linked both a grizzly bear and a black bear to Daniel's body. Alaska Department of Fish and Game officials believe the grizzly bear killed him and the black bear then fed on his carcass, but it remains possible the grizzly preyed on him as well. Evidence found at the scene of that attack indicated Daniel tried to defend himself with bear spray. An empty canister was found about 15 feet away from his body, and state wildlife biologists who arrived on the scene to investigate his death said they could still smell the pepper spray in the air. Cindy Wardlow, Alaska Department of Fish and Game Regional Supervisor, said a bear spray canister was found at the attack site during the investigation. It was empty when it was located. A friend of Daniel's had said that he was carrying a handgun as well, but that report has not been officially confirmed. If the gun was in his backpack, it would have been of no use. If it was holstered, it would appear he never got a chance to use it before the bear killed him. Daniel, like Austin, was in dense vegetation when attacked, and in such situations there's not much time between when a bear is seen and when it is on you. Daniel was in a far less remote area than Pfeiffer, but the area has many bear, with a healthy population of both grizzly and black bears. Finally, Peter Franzak, July 20th, 2020, Red Lake, Ontario, Canada. 67-year-old Peter Franzak of Red Lake had left his home on the morning of July 20th, 2020 to pick blueberries on Tusick Road off Highway 105 in Ontario, Canada. The area was between the township of Ear Falls and the municipality of Red Lake. OPP began a search for the man when he didn't return home as scheduled and found his remains. The OPP also located a black bear in the vicinity of the deceased, and it was killed by the officers. Post-mortem examination of Peter, conducted in Toronto on July 24th, determined that the cause of death was indeed a bear attack. Well, there you have it. Just one of the many dangers that can await you in the great outdoors. If you're in an area that's heavily populated with bear, be safe, stay alert. Carry bear spray. As we said before, don't run. If you're part of a group, stay together. Sometimes making noise or assailing the bear with rocks will cause it to run away. Whatever you do, stay safe in the national parks. Enjoy your time in the great outdoors, but live to tell the tale. Hello, friends. Now, there are many accounts of so many people who get lost in the wilderness on a seemingly daily basis. While many of us think we're prepared before we're heading out on that family camping trip or scenic day trips where we just go and clear our minds alone with nature, or maybe just going for a little walk along a trail with someone we love. It seems once we get lost, however, We almost forget everything we've Googled or learned from watching videos like those on this channel. It's not long before the panic sets in, and in some cases, we realize that everything we've learned and prepared for was of little to no use, and we are stuck relying on our wits and natural sense of intuition if we want to make it out alive. Today, we bring you hikers who were missing, some who were even presumed to be dead, but all of which made it out of their ordeals alive. Josh McClatchy. 37-year-old Josh McClatchy went on a hike by himself in June of 2019. Josh wanted to go on a day hike all alone and explore the scenic views and well-worn trails of the Caney Creek Wilderness area in Polk County, Arkansas. The trail he went missing on, the Buckeye Trail, was very mountainous and harder to navigate than most of the other trails in the area. Josh was just looking for some relaxation and adventure, but ended up getting lost and unable to find his way out of the deep depths of wilderness and forest. Though he did have the presence of mind to try and text his mother to say he desperately needed help and was lost, it was all to no avail because of the usual spotty cell phone service one encounters in the woods. Those few texts Josh was able to send didn't include his location. All his mother knew was that her son was stranded in the woods, and now the clock would be ticking for her to get help if she wanted her son to be found alive. Those texts were also the last anyone would hear of Josh from the time he sent them until the time he was finally rescued a week later. Polk County Sheriff's Office explained that lost hikers are actually very common in the area where Josh had lost his way, but he also said they are usually found fairly quickly. As mentioned, however, this wasn't the case with Josh McClatchy. Josh brought with him some protein bars and water, and also a filtered straw to potentially be able to drink any unclean water he should come across if the need had arisen, which, of course, like anyone else who traverses the wilderness looking only to spend a day, he did not believe it ever would. Boy, was he wrong. Josh was a bit more well-prepared than most people who, just at the drop of a dime due to boredom or a sense of adventure, because he had been meticulously planning this particular hike for at least a month before he set out on it. However, this was his first time hiking alone, and while he thought he knew what to expect, when he found himself lost, he realized there's nothing that can truly prepare you for it. Many people wondered why, if Josh was able to text his mother that he needed help, he couldn't be tracked by a cell phone ping. Easy enough and a reasonable thought, but cell phone towers out in that area are at least 40 miles apart and aren't very accurate. Therefore, it's very hard to triangulate and pinpoint location. There were many things that initially threatened to stand in the way of Josh's rescue as well. Inclement weather events and what was only described as timing issues made the search and rescue effort become delayed for a time. Finally, this timing mentioned by law enforcement was considered just right for making the attempt at getting Josh out of the wilderness alive and home to his family. A National Guard helicopter, which was equipped with infrared technology, was sent up to locate him, and it did. It took only 30 minutes for the helicopter crew to spot Josh, but it took almost an hour by foot for the search and rescue workers to actually physically reach him. He was about 3 miles off the Caney Creek Wilderness Trail. Josh was brought to the hospital, where he was surrounded immediately by family and loved ones, all of whom had been posting updates on social media. Aside from being a bit shaken and majorly dehydrated, Josh was described as being in good spirits. We're happy to report he has since made a full recovery. Edward Lee Alderman. Before being rescued and found alive in the wilderness, Edward Lee Alderman was last seen at around 4 p.m. on Thursday, May 20th, 2021, leaving the summit of Mount Whitney. Mount Whitney is the highest mountain in the contiguous United States and the Sierra Nevadas. There were repeated appeals and desperate attempts to not only warn but to give advice to hikers on these trails and those who were climbing the summit, but still there was a spike of missing hikers over the past year. Many of them, unfortunately, ended in a fatality. Edward Lee Alderman of Texas, however, would be an exception. A high-elevation search and rescue operation went underway for Edward when he was first reported missing on May 21st, 2021, just 1 day after he was last seen descending the summit. There was a late-season winter storm which had to pass through the area as well before the search could even get off the ground. It was ground searchers who found him, however, in the vicinity of Timberline Lake, several miles west of the summit of Mount Whitney. He'd gone off course and gotten lost, like so many others before him. A missing hiker just a month before, in April of 2021, went missing in the same area as Edward and was found deceased. When Edward Lee Alderman was found, he was reported to be alert, even despite his exposure to fatally freezing temperatures, exhaustion, and some minor injuries. We are thrilled and relieved to report that Mr. Alderman is alive, safe, and on his way to definitive medical care, says Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park's Incident Commander Dave Fox. Dave continues, with large numbers of people heading into the wilderness this summer, we urgently remind everyone to prepare carefully for their trips and understand that there are real risks out there. We know that Mr. Alderman and his loved ones have been through a lot in the last few days, and we're so glad he's going home. Daniel Ring. 33-year-old Daniel Ring was dropped off at the Elfin Lakes trailhead on July 7, 2021. He was intending to camp at Rampart Ponds, but he never returned home. He had brought enough supplies to last him for a few days, but nothing beyond that. Nobody ever truly expects to get lost in the wilderness and potentially die if not found in time. Daniel Ring survived 2 weeks, however, with nothing but those meager supplies which are only meant to last a couple of days. Though the body can last for quite some time without food, water is absolutely crucial for survival. He was found along the Pitt River, so he had a source of water. While it's not recommended that people hiking on a day trip fill their bottles up with creek water because there are illnesses and bacteria out there. But if you're in a situation like Daniel, where you are lost and almost definitely going to become dehydrated and die if you don't find a water source you can drink from, finding fresh water is the first thing you should do. This is exactly what Daniel did, and most likely what saved his life. Squamish search and rescue members were assisted by other teams from across the province. Daniel was found quite a ways from where he was last seen. He was so far off that he actually fell outside of the jurisdiction of Squamish search and rescue. The discussion that we have are around probabilities, and there's actually some good science behind where people go when they're lost and the probability of finding people in certain areas. That's the science part that our team doesn't have the expertise in, and so we called in that expertise on the first day of the search. Squamish search and rescue manager Landon James explained. He adds, is the Pitt River a logical place to end up? Not when you look at the map. But of course, now that we know where he was located, you can possibly see a trail of how he might have gotten there, he told News 1130. James states it's always important to have a plan before you head out into the wilderness. Always let someone know where you're going and when you expect to be back. Ron Bolin. University of Oklahoma professor Ron Bolin went missing in Nevada in July of 2021. He was last heard from on Tuesday the 13th of July when he communicated to his daughter that he had reached Boundary Peak in Inyo National Forest at around 3 in the afternoon. My dad is very good about communicating, so he communicates before he climbs, when he reaches the summit, and when he lands, said Ron's daughter, Meredith. Ron is an avid climber and well-traveled man, the last person anyone would expect to go missing or even get lost on a trail or a climb. After finishing up his climb at Boundary Peak, Ron was planning to meet up with a group of 12 other people to do another climb, this time as a group. The family contacted the authorities and reported him as missing the next afternoon. Boundary Peak is very tall, standing at 13,000 feet and being 200 square miles around. The Esmeralda County Sheriff's Department led a team to search, along with the U.S. National Forestry Service. You can only go 3 days without water, so it's a pretty important day and a pretty important time. He had a lot of water with him, but it's a hard climb. The assumption is that he might have slipped and fell down and gotten off the trail, and maybe tried to use his phone to get back to the trail. That's the hope, Ron's daughter told the media. Miraculously, Ron Bolin was found after 4 days in the wilderness, trying to find his way out by himself. Lost and afraid perhaps, but well stocked with water and other essentials. Ron was well planned, and it most likely is what saved his life. Other than being dehydrated, Ron was all right and was even able to speak with his daughter over the phone after being brought down the mountain by search and rescue. Renee Campaign. With everything we know about not only being safe, but being prepared while going out on any kind of adventure in the woods, all of the things we know not to do to avoid misadventure, it was quite a surprise the way 46-year-old Renee Compine was found after being lost in the Mount Waterman area of the San Gabriel Mountains. One of Renee's friends called and reported missing and said that Renee had sent a photo to a friend and a text which advised that he was lost and his cell phone was dying. Compine's car was then found near the Buckhorn Campground, roughly 25 miles northeast of downtown Los Angeles. It was not known which trail he took from there. The photo showed the hiker from the knees down, apparently on a precipice with a canyon below and slopes in the distance. However, Renee didn't know exactly where he was or where he was even going. The legs in the picture were very dirty. It was thought that possibly they had gotten that way from a nearby wildfire burn area. Weather over the mountain range was very cloudy that Tuesday, as a deep marine layer pushed far in from the ocean. When the sheriff's office announced that Renee had not only been found, but how he was found, there was a lot of disbelief. Here's what the man who found him, whose name is Benjamin Kuo, had to say. "I've got a very weird hobby, which is, I love taking a look at photos and figuring out where they're taken." Benjamin took on the LASD's challenge and responded on social media with his coordinates of where Compine could possibly be. Sergeant John Gilbert of the LASD's Crescenta Valley Station remarked that the photo was a very good clue, which was definitely worth investigating. They sent Air Rescue 5 back to recheck the area in which Benjamin Kuo had pinpointed and see if there was anything or anyone there, mainly Renee Compine. After being rescued, Renee and Benjamin finally met face to face. Renee, who was very emotional, told Benjamin, "I crazy appreciate what you did. I really don't know if I could make it there another day. It was just so cold." Benjamin responded with, "From the image in the background below your shoes, I was able to figure out where you were, pretty close." Renee said he suspected that the reason he got lost was there was a recent wildfire in the Mount Waterman area, and it burned down some signs, forcing him to take a wrong turn. Kimberly Haynes. After being missing for 4 days, search and rescue crews were finally able to find a missing woman, Kimberly Haynes, by calling her cell phone. It just happened to have some service despite being in the deep woods of Mount Tenerife. Kimberly decided to take her dog on a 15-mile loop run at about 9 in the morning, an entire 4 days before this amazing rescue by cell phone. Search and rescue weren't just able to know that she was okay because of her ability to answer the call, but they were also able to pinpoint her exact location and send in a rescue team for her. Because she left so early in the morning and was an experienced hiker, when she did return by 6 p.m. that night, her family became immediately concerned. This was right about the time she would usually be returning home. When they went to the trailhead to find her, they saw no sign of her except for her car. Search and rescue crews were called out right away and searched all through the night, for multiple nights, without finding any sign of Kimberly or her dog. Kimberly and her dog were both taken to nearby hospitals, a veterinarian hospital for the dog, of course, and both were okay and both made a full recovery from their minor injuries, mainly dehydration and good old-fashioned fear. Kimberly's mother-in-law, Karen Haynes, told the public of her daughter-in-law's harrowing 4-day ordeal. "It's amazing. You go from hope to despair. You can't describe it." Hello, friends. Welcome to the latest installment of our True Tales of Survival series. In this episode, we'll delve into the story of a hiker and some of the strange experiences he encountered while spending an incredible 9 days lost in the woods of the Cascades near North Bend, Washington. June 18th started out just as any other day for Andrew Devers. It was a beautiful day, and Andrew had woken up that morning with hiking on his mind. So he hopped into his car and took off on what he believed would be a relaxing 3-mile hike up the Pratt River Trail. Now, Andrew had solo hiked this short trail successfully more than a dozen times previously, so he thought nothing of taking off on a whim. He simply left his apartment without a phone, thinking his hike would be free from distracting technology. Without telling anyone where he was going or when he planned to return, he drove the short distance to North Bend's Middle Fork trailhead. In retrospect, he now understands how foolhardy this folly was, and how it almost cost him his very life. So he arrived and hit the trail with a water bottle, a thermos of coffee, 2 cans of Mountain Dew, and a couple of personal items. Andrew hadn't bothered to pack any food for the hike, instead looking forward to the can of SpaghettiOs that was waiting in his vehicle for after the hike was over. Speaking with a local news station, Andrew recalls, "I had a notebook with me, and I was expecting to get to the top, read my book for a little bit, write a couple of poems, and then come back," he said. So Andrew hiked merrily along the trail, enjoying his time communing with nature. But then, in what he says seemed like only a short time, Andrew was suddenly and inexplicably very lost. Andrew says, "I was following what I thought was the trail, and then I just remember being off in my own head for about 40 minutes, and then I look back, and there's no trail." Andrew goes on to say that he believes he spent the first 6 hours or so alternating between trying to locate a familiar landmark and screaming for help, but to no avail. After those first few hours, still very lost and no closer to finding his way back onto the trail, it began to grow dark. Andrew picked out a comfortable-looking spot beneath a tree so he could rest up and try to find his way out come daylight. However, the next day was just as disorienting. Andrew became very frustrated that he wasn't having any luck finding his way out of the woods. That day was essentially a repeat of the one before. By the time the third day rolled around, Andrew said his mind had begun to play tricks on him. By June 22nd, it had already been 4 days since Andrew began his 3-mile hike and seemingly disappeared. The King County Sheriff's Office, or KCSO, had been made aware of Andrew's disappearance by this point, and along with trained search and rescue volunteers, they began searching the area. The Middle Fork trailhead was closed to prevent any interference with the SAR efforts, and a tweet was released requesting any information from the public. As the days continued to pass, Andrew was still unable to find his way out, or even find anything that looked halfway familiar. Andrew states at times he remembers hearing a person's voice calling out to him from across the river. He couldn't see the person, but when he tried to cross to find the voice, he ended up falling in and was carried downstream. Eventually, he was able to grab hold of a low-hanging tree limb and pull himself out of the water. It was in this area, on the other side of the river, that he discovered the first food he had seen in days. Andrew says, "I swear I heard my girlfriend's voice, and I looked to the right, and there's this, perfect red berry. And then I follow these berries, and it leads me to this personal oasis that I was able to recover in. Because at this point, my legs and everything were all messed up, but I didn't have food until then." Andrew continued explaining the miracle berries. He says, "They tasted phenomenal. They tasted like life, like I could feel the life going back into my body," he says. The berries helped settle the hunger gnawing at his belly, but after what seemed like days of prowling the woods for more berries and drinking water from the river to satisfy his thirst, Andrew could feel hope once again slipping away. "I was like screaming, and no one was listening to me. No one was replying," he says. Several times, Andrew spotted helicopters flying just above the treetops, but was unable to catch their attention. "I feel like a ghost, like I can hear everything, but no one can hear me. And there's choppers, but they can't see me," Andrew wrote in his notebook. The days continued to pass, and he continued his written account of being lost in the woods. At the beginning of his ordeal, Andrew even wrote ideas for YouTube videos and other creative things that popped into his head. When he first spotted the helicopter, he even penned a poem for the pilot he could see inside, begging him for help. As the days of solitude wore on and hope seemed to fade even more, he even wrote out his wedding vows, so that if he didn't make it out, his girlfriend of 7 years would hopefully find solace in knowing that he had, indeed, intended to marry her. Day 7 and 8, I was like, "Okay, I'm actually dying. Be fair to the people you're leaving behind," Andrew said. "I was accepting I was dying," he continues. "I think the saddest part is no one was going to be there. It was on the 9th day that Andrew made a last grasp at survival. He spotted a small stream and planned to follow it as far as he could, hopefully spotting a trail or another hiker. Otherwise, he knew he'd just have to lie down beside it and accept his fate when he couldn't go on any farther. Surprisingly, the stream idea worked. Andrew said, "I ended up randomly just like crawling over a tree and finding like an acorned path." Although he wasn't aware of it at the time, the acorned path, as he described it, was actually the very same trail he'd gotten lost from 9 days prior. Overjoyed and emotional at finding a trail at long last, Andrew said he collapsed alongside of it, too tired to move any further. "I just slept. And I woke up and these two jacked hiker bros were like, 'What's going on, man?' And it was like everything I wanted. It was like waking up to my own Baywatch scene," Andrew says. Oddly enough, when Andrew was found by the two hikers, he was only about 2 miles from the trailhead where he had started his journey. They recognized Andrew was in serious trouble, and one of them raced back to his car and sped away until he was within cell phone reception range, where he placed a call for help. It was hard to believe someone was actually there until the rescue workers were calling my name, and then I was like, "Is that my name? That's my name! It's me! It's Andrew!" Andrew says that now a lot of it's all a blur, and he can't remember what the SAR volunteers even said to him. But he does remember feeling a sense of relief wash over him, knowing that, as he strangely worded it, a human finally had control over the situation. Crews took Andrew out of the woods to the trailhead, and from there he was then rushed to an area hospital where he was evaluated and later released. 2 days after his amazing rescue, Andrew gave an interview to a local news crew. Although he stated that he's feeling well, he was still dealing with severe dehydration, some muscle atrophy, and says he often has periods of feeling weak and disoriented. "Physically, apparently I'm fine," Andrew told the reporter. "It's just the emotional thing that's the bigger thing now. I remember the man with the piercing green eyes, and the woman with the accent, and the man who was behind me that was carrying me with a drill sergeant voice, and then the other dude with the perfect red-headed beard, and then the woman who's 99% a nurse but not fully registered yet. I'm just never going to forget you guys. And I have a brain that naturally forgets, so I hope that means a lot. I'm just glad I'm here," he said. Andrew went on to tell the reporter that he still sometimes feels like this is all a dream. "It just feels like I'm not fully awake," Andrew said, standing outside of his apartment in Tukwila. "I don't believe myself. Even now, there's a person with a camera, and you, and 5 days ago, I'm accepting that I'm dead," he said, shaking his head from side to side. Just 2 days ago, he was indeed lost in the Cascade Mountains and facing death, but now here he is again with a second chance at life. "I stopped thinking about weeks and months and years, and it only came down to hours," Andrew says. "It was like 9 days of me versus me. There were so many moments when I was like, this is it, you're out, you know? And then it's like your hopes are shattered." When fully recovered, Andrew states he has a desire to become a search and rescue volunteer so he can pay it forward and come full circle from his ordeal. Well, there you have it. What do you make of Andrew's frightening, almost deadly ordeal? There are some odd similarities to other missing person cases where those once lost live to tell the tale, especially seeing and hearing other people who couldn't seem to see or hear the person who was lost. And also, what to make of Andrew's oddly worded statement after being found by the hikers and the rescue team was en route, when he said he felt relief knowing that, quote, a human finally had control over the situation, end quote. Was he implying that prior to this, something non-human was in control of the situation? Or was it just an odd choice of words? Also, how is it even possible to become so very lost, for 9 days no less, and still be within 2 miles of the trailhead where the adventure began, in an area that would have presumably fell within the search by search and rescue teams, along the same trail that just suddenly seemed to disappear while Andrew was walking on it. The mind boggles. Hello, friends. Today, our story is about the Good Samaritan hiker in the Santa Fe National Forest. On Friday, August 21st, 2020, John Utze, 47, was hiking on the Windsor Trail in the Santa Fe National Forest in New Mexico with his 2 children, Jasper, age 10, and Jocelyn, age 12. Then he heard an unexpected voice from within the forest, off the trail, calling for help. What followed was a failed official search, and then a brave return to find the source of the voice from the forest, which ultimately led to the rescue against the odds. A true story of a Good Samaritan in the Santa Fe National Forest. The Windsor Trail is 9 miles long with moderate difficulty and receives heavy use. Its highest and lowest points are 11,000 feet and 8,500 feet in elevation. It's located within the Santa Fe National Forest, which is in northern New Mexico. It was established in 1915 and covers 1,558,452 acres. Elevations range from 5,300 feet to 13,103 feet at the summit of Trucas Peak, located within the Pecos Wilderness. Now, in regards to the Utze family trip, while they were hiking, John's daughter had sprinted ahead and out of sight, so the ex-Marine used his, quote, big command voice, unquote, to shout out for her. She yelled back. She was on the right trail, but a couple seconds later, I heard somebody else answer from way, way, way off the trail, he said, and I yelled back, are you okay? Utze followed the voice through the rocky and heavily forested terrain for nearly a half hour before he finally found a middle-aged, thin, and disheveled-looking man lying on the ground in a makeshift camp. Utze found out the man had been stranded there for nearly 3 weeks as he had gotten lost while hiking on August 3rd. He had kept himself alive by filling his water bottle in a nearby stream. John said his face was so gaunt, like his cheeks were hollow. His lips were all chapped and kind of bloody and kind of sunburned. He looked like he had severe exposure and hadn't eaten in a long time. I asked him, what's wrong? And he said, my legs don't work. And I said, what happened? And he said, I think I fell. The area where the man was found was off the main Windsor Trail and down a steep slope. This meant John and his family couldn't possibly carry the man out on their own, so he checked the coordinates on his Garmin GPS, gave the man some food and water, and then hiked back into cell phone range so he could call 911. At this point, the official search began. After John informed the authorities about the discovery of the mystery man near the Windsor Trail, firefighters from the Santa Fe Fire Department scoured the area for 8 hours but found nothing and called off the search at around 10 p.m. on Saturday night. Search crews worked their way up and down the creek, Utze described, and called out to the man but did not get a response. Other hikers the team encountered on the trail said they knew nothing about the man's whereabouts. John was shocked as he had given exact GPS coordinates. Where had the mystery man vanished to? He couldn't imagine a scenario in which the man climbed to safety on his own before the first responders arrived. I thought it was strange, she said. Like, I figured if they were standing there and he wasn't, then something must have happened. It was so surreal. So John Utze decided to try to find the man again. The next morning, on Sunday, August 23rd at 9 a.m., John went back to find the man. I got up and ate a bunch of ibuprofen and grabbed my pack and went back up there. I half didn't expect to find him. I got back there and, walked right up, and he was exactly in the same spot. Now, why the rescue team had failed to find the man is unclear. Utze says the hiker didn't remember hearing the firefighters calling out for him, but he may have lost consciousness. John gave the injured man some food and water, climbed back up to the Windsor Trail and called search and rescue, and then waited on the trail for them to arrive. The fire department said they built a fire to bring up the man's body temp, which was dangerously low, fed him, and gave him some more water. The man had already suffered from chronic back pain and again injured his back while hiking and could not stand or walk. His gear had been stolen, at which point he got lost and disoriented. Captain Nathan Garcia of the Santa Fe Fire Department said the hiker relied on his filtered water bottle for sustenance during the 2-week ordeal. He would wiggle his way to the stream, he would drink water from the stream, and then wiggle his way away from the stream at nightfall because of the colder temperatures that the stream brought. Jocelyn Utsey, 12, said she believed her father's booming voice might have been the first one the missing man had heard in days, despite the fact that the trail was covered with hikers. We're naturally loud people, she says. Her brother Jasper said when he gave the man a power drink and some food, the hiker said, "Thank you, young man." He was very polite. Garcia went on to say the missing hiker was dressed in layers, which probably helped save his life. If Mr. Utsey had not found him, we might never have known he was there. John Utsey recalled an ROTC crew hike into the wilds of Colorado around 30 years ago when he himself had fallen ill with altitude sickness and pneumonia. The adult chaperone on that trip, a retired military officer named George Franklin, ran across a valley and over a ridge to catch up to a pair of men packing horses out to convince them to take the boy out on horseback. I truly believe that I would not have made it out of there without Major George Franklin. I guess I feel I owe something back. It started out as just a regular day in August of 2019 when 18-year-old Austin Bohannon and his stepfather, Hubert, decided to go out for a hike in the Great Smoky Mountains. This wasn't anything unusual for the pair, and they actually did this quite often to spend some quality time together and to bond with each other. They started off on one of the same trails they always traversed and weren't too concerned about weather as it didn't rain much around this time of year. It was set to be a great day. Of course, they didn't completely let their guards down, and knew that they had to constantly remain vigilant, as things could change out there in the wilderness in the blink of an eye. Who would ever have to know what they were doing there? It would look to anyone they passed on the way like they were just exactly what they were, a father and son hiking and spending some quality time together on a beautiful August day. Nothing to look at here. Hubert and Austin knew that many people, especially nowadays with such an emphasis on greens and all-natural diets, would be willing to pay up to $600 or even more for just one of these still unnamed plants. What could possibly go wrong? As they made their way along the creek, they ran into their first bit of trouble, though, as Hubert lost his footing and slipped, which caused his glasses to fall off his face and right into the water below. This was not good, as he was legally blind and desperately needed them in order to see anything a foot in front of his face. He let out a loud swear. Austin was well aware that they wouldn't be able to go any further, and if they tried, would be putting themselves in an even more dangerous and precarious situation, on top of the fact they were out there doing something they both knew was illegal. So, without a second thought, he decided to jump right into the water and start trying to locate his stepfather's glasses. Hubert carefully went into the water himself to help the young man search for them, but because both the men were looking down and not much at each other, neither realized that the whole while they were thinking they were just going to be waiting there in this creek until they located the eyewear Hubert so desperately needed. They didn't notice that as each second ticked by, they were becoming farther and farther apart from each other, becoming separated, essentially. They were both very focused on their mission, which was finding the glasses so they could get moving this plan of theirs to pilfer the illegal plant. Hubert's report stated that he hadn't even registered that he couldn't see or hear Austin. He was simply concentrating on looking into the water. When he had finally grasped that the 18-year-old was no longer within his presence, he didn't panic, not immediately. He just figured out that they must have wandered a little ways apart and it was no big deal. After calling out to Austin several times, though, and receiving no reply, he tried to find his way back to where the two originally entered the water. However, this was impossible to do because Hubert couldn't see right in front of him, let alone how many miles up or downstream they may have traveled. The strange thing here, though, despite not being able to locate his stepson, Hubert didn't report Austin missing until more than 48 hours later. When Park Chief Ranger Stephen Cluster got the call about Austin's disappearance, he wondered why Hubert waited 2 days before reporting the boy missing. While, admittedly, the Smoky Mountains are pretty remote, both Austin and his stepfather were experienced hikers. Austin was used to the wilderness. This time, though, it seemed he had slipped right off the map. Even when dogs were sent out and helicopters roared overhead, they couldn't catch a glimpse of him. It was almost like the mountain had swallowed him whole. Park Chief Ranger Steve Kloster had a bad feeling in his bones and thought there were several details in Hubert's story from the very beginning which seemed kind of suspicious or just not quite ringing true to him. He'd been involved in searches before, and he could sort of tell when someone wasn't telling the entire truth. Still, the park ranger continued to look over his map and pondered where the boy could be. Was Hubert actually to blame for his own stepson's disappearance? If not, then why had he not provided vital information until later? Ranger Kloster figured that something strange had gone on in the national park that Hubert wasn't discussing. However, he still put together a search party and went on the hunt for the boy. He figured if he could just find Austin, then he would most certainly be able to provide some answers. Chief Ranger was in charge of a team of more than 100 people who went looking for Austin. He also arranged for K-9 units to support them from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, and helicopters were dispatched, from the higher areas and ground for any sign of the young man. However, Austin seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Kloster became more concerned and was convinced that Hubert Dyer Jr. was hiding something about what had happened that fateful day. The search party continued to look despite the weather hitting a high of 90 degrees in temperature. 10 days later, though, and still no sign of Austin. Search teams and even the K-9 units had continued to search in, near, and all around the area where Hubert had reported he and Austin had become separated. But there was just no trace of the boy. Chief Ranger Kloster was concerned that something terrible had happened to Austin, but he hoped that he was wrong. He decided to go over the 6,700-acre area himself, but knew that time was slipping out of their grasp. At least it wasn't freezing, but still the young man must need sustenance, thought. Why weren't the searchers finding anything left behind? Why was there absolutely no evidence of the boy? When he asked Hubert to pinpoint the area, he said he wasn't exactly sure where it was, which Kloster also found very suspicious. Chief Park Ranger Kloster got in contact with Hubert once more and asked him to come and speak with him again. He knew time was of the essence, so he wanted to find out anything he could before he called off the search. Austin had now been gone for 10 whole days. Before long, they would be looking for a body. He hoped that by explaining this to Hubert, he would start cooperating and give the Chief Ranger the missing details, which he was sure were still being kept secret, though he was unsure of the reason. He was hoping to persuade him to come clean. This time, however, Hubert disclosed one piece of information that changed everything. He finally admitted to Ranger Kloster why he and Austin were really hiking in that area that day in the first place. It seems his fear of getting into trouble, or even being arrested, was affecting his ability to give the search teams and rangers all the facts they needed to conduct a proper search. Turns out, though, the plant was the key piece of evidence they needed, and in no time Austin was recovered safely. Hubert had simply not wanted to admit they were conducting illegal business that day, falsely assuming it would affect how well the search parties and authorities involved did their jobs. Plain and simple, he was scared of getting into trouble. Yes, but he also feared nobody would want to look for a kid who was there to steal plants for monetary gain, regardless of whether or not it was illegal to do so. Ranger Kloster found the area that the plants grow in and asked some of the other park workers where he could find it elsewhere all around the park. Once he received that information, that's where he focused his search, in the areas with highest concentration of this much-coveted ginseng plant. The chief park ranger was also encouraging. Now that he knew nothing untoward had happened out in the wilderness exactly, he said that Austin's age was on his side and the fact that there were fresh water to be found throughout the national park. However, it was a concern that he had been gone too long. It had now been 11 days since Austin had reportedly last been seen by Hubert, while they were searching for the glasses and wading in the creek. Chief Ranger Steve Kloster had carried out searches before in his 20-year career in the Tennessee National Park, but not ones that had ever gone on for this long. He knew that he couldn't devote the manpower to the search for much longer, but he decided that they could make just one more attempt at finding Austin. Then, they might have to accept that he was completely lost in the wilderness. Austin had no idea the search and rescue efforts being attempted all over those woods and trails just to locate him. Instead, he was trying to remember the survival theories that he had been taught throughout the years. He knew that he had to keep a clear head and not give up. When he first realized that he was indeed missing, He found some higher ground, knowing this would give him the best chance of being seen should anyone be out there looking for him. He was also trying to get some cell phone signal to be able to make contact with someone, anyone at all, who could alert authorities to his location, but to no avail. Austin knew he needed fresh water and fast. He knew that he could go without food, but not without water. He would have to go and find the source of the creek. He carefully navigated the ridge, following the creek along the bottom of the mountain. It was difficult to know where he even was now, let alone which direction he should head in. He was a bit disoriented after a few days of walking, and he knew that if he kept moving, he would stay alive, and that was all that was going through his head as he ventured deeper into the coverage of the mountains. As each day passed, Austin became weaker and weaker. He was starting to give up hope of ever being found or even making it out alive somehow on his own. Terrified to fall asleep at night, not knowing what kind of wildlife lived in this area of the park, and he was afraid as well. Austin was pretty far from where all the searching was going on and didn't even realize it. He didn't hear the helicopters overhead, and he wasn't near the river, where boats were trawling the river looking for his body, which they obviously weren't going to find. Canine dog units were running around the trees, seeing if they could locate him. Nobody seemed to be able to figure out where he was. He saw a boat and some kayaks in the river. He mustered up as much energy as possible and called down to them. When the owner of the boat looked up, he knew immediately that they had been successful in finding Austin, and they could bring him home safely. And that's just what they did. Austin was quickly reunited with his mother and stepfather and brought to the hospital for evaluation. He was a bit dehydrated and extremely tired and hungry, but would go on to make a full recovery. Austin is grateful to be alive and hasn't considered going in search of any illegal ginseng plants since. No charges were filed against Austin or Hubert, and they learned a pretty valuable lesson throughout all this. Well, there you have it, folks. Definitely, even though it is worth its weight in gold almost, don't hunt ginseng illegally in the national parks. You can go to prison.
Hello, friends. In this video, we're going to bring you something just a little different. Now, a lot of our videos deal with children who are missing. Sometimes it's in the woods or a national park. Other times, it can be set in our urban jungles of asphalt and concrete. But this time, we're going to bring you an incredible tale of true survival. And the hero of our story, a child. Over the recent Memorial Day weekend, 2021, a 7-year-old boy saved his father and younger sister by swimming a mile to get help after a boating accident that could have easily become a multiple tragedy. Chase Proust, 7 years old, and his 4-year-old sister, Abigail, were swimming alongside their father's boat, which was anchored on the St. Johns River in Jacksonville, Florida, near Mandarin Point on Friday night, the family told local news crews. While the two children were having a great time in the water, little Abigail lost her grip on the boat when it suddenly became caught in a strong current. Chase says, "The current was so strong that my sister, she usually hangs out the back of the boat, and she let go. So I let go of the boat and grabbed her, and then I was stuck. I felt really scared." The children's father, Stephen Proust, dove into the water to try and save them both. As Abigail was wearing a flotation device, the swiftly moving current began to carry her away. Stephen told Chase to try and swim to shore as he tried to retrieve his daughter. Stephen told the reporters, "I told them both I loved them because I wasn't sure what's going to happen. I tried to stick with her as long as I could. I wore myself out and she drifted away from me." Chase realized the danger that both his little sister and father were in, so he quickly began the long, hard swim back to shore, over a mile away. He was able to make this heroic swim by using a combination of dog paddling and then floating on his back until he was rested enough to continue. This amazing journey lasted for over an hour. When he did finally make it to shore, Chase wasted no time and ran to the first house he saw and banged loudly on the door. Thankfully, the residents were home and immediately contacted the Florida Fish and Wildlife Department, who in turn contacted Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department and the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. It took search and rescue crews approximately an hour to locate the still floating Stephen and Abigail and safely pluck them from the river.
Although some wondered why neither Steve nor Chase were wearing personal flotation devices, local Jacksonville news reports that it wasn't required. By law, children ages 6 and under must wear a life jacket for boats of 26 feet long or shorter. This law may well have helped save Abigail's life. Stephen stated that he and his children are very blessed and are happy that they all made it out of what could have been a terrible tragedy. "We're here. By the grace of God, we're here," he said. "Little man made it to shore and got help, and that's what saved our lives." When asked by a Jacksonville reporter how he came to be such an excellent swimmer, young Chase simply smiled and answered, "I have no idea." Well, there you have it. What a remarkable story of true bravery from a little boy in the face of danger and adversity. I think we can all take a lesson from this incident. Please, be safe out there in the woods and on the water this season. Let us know what you think of this story. Hello, friends. The following is an excerpt from my latest book, National Park Mysteries and Disappearances, Volume 1, The Great Smoky Mountains National Park, from the chapter titled Of Wild Men and Feral Cannibals. Now, for decades, tales of mysterious people inhabiting the deep woods of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park have persisted. These range all the way from reports of hairy wild men to entire families or groups of inbred feral cannibals. For some theorists, shall we say, these wild feral people are said to account for the unexplained disappearances in the national park. In particular, they've been blamed for the disappearance of young Dennis Martin, the 6-year-old boy who vanished near Cades Cove area in June of 1969. A cryptic YouTube channel named South Force 10 elaborates on this theory and even claims to have inside knowledge, stating that some of his relatives in the area were hired by the government to hunt these people at one time. Even retired park ranger and legendary tracker Dwight McCarter, who was the lead in the Dennis Martin disappearance and many others during his long career, admit that there are wild men who live deep within the recesses of the national park. Some claim that these wild men are in fact the cryptid creature also known as Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Now, there have been Bigfoot sightings throughout the whole of Appalachia, so if the creature does indeed exist, the Great Smoky Mountains National Park would be the perfect area for it or them to inhabit. The Cherokee have legends and stories of these, what they called hairy giants, who were already inhabitants of the land before the Cherokee came into the area thousands of years ago. Other people claim that these wild men, some say that they're wild women and children too, are not Bigfoot at all, but rather inbred and untamed humans that have lived their entire lives deep in the woods. They dress in animal skins, hunt and forage for their food, build their own shelters, and so on. Naturally, they don't take kindly to strangers and have been known to kill any interlopers who dare to enter their secret domain, whether by accident or design. And they have been known to eat them as well. Yes, that's correct. The rumors and legends and tales from the dark hills and hollers of the Great Smoky Mountains, as well as other parts of Appalachia, these people are not only isolated, inbred, and demented, they lean towards cannibalism as well. Although the average person might tell you that this is preposterous and there's no way humans, even wild, hairy, inbred ones that have the occasional craving for human flesh, could hide out in the mountains undetected, I counter with this. Have you ever been to the Smokies? Now, I'm not talking about Gatlinburg or any of the touristy areas. I'm not even talking about the myriad of trails that run through the park, which are hiked by millions of hikers every year. I'm talking about deep in the woods, really deep. There are places off trail that it's possible no human has ever set foot, not even the settlers or Cherokee or possibly even Bigfoot, if he exists. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park covers over 500,000 acres. Let that number settle in. 500,000. 522,427 acres, to be exact, as per the National Park Service website. Unless you've been in those deep, deep woods, where there are no trails, no markers, no anything other than you and the forest, it's almost impossible to comprehend just how vast this wilderness is indeed. Now, the ruggedness of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, which sits on the border of eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina, in fact, it's almost evenly divided between the two states. It has to be not only seen but experienced to be believed. It's in these giant old-growth forests, so far away from civilization, that you begin to realize just how small and infinitesimal a person is compared to the wilderness. There's no wonder people die out there, especially those that are ill-equipped and ill-prepared. Now, I said all that to say this. There are plenty of places, truly an almost innumerable amount of places, that a person or even a group of persons could hide out for an indefinite amount of time. If you had the basic rough necessities, food, water, shelter, which are all in abundance here if you know what you're doing, there would be no reason to ever leave these woods. Case in point, Eric Robert Rudolph, also known as the Olympic Park Bomber, successfully hid out in the Nantahala National Forest, which is a 533,000-acre expansive wilderness in western North Carolina and along the Appalachian Trail heading toward the Smokies. Rudolph managed to elude the FBI for 5 years. 5 years. And was only caught in 2003 because he left the forest and was rummaging through a trash dumpster in Murphy, North Carolina, outside a grocery store, where he was spotted by a rookie police officer who recognized him from the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list. Now, if this man with only what appears to be minimal survival skills managed 5 years, imagine the skill set of someone who has never left these woods in their entire lives. As a possibility, it must be considered. Recently, in January and early February of 2021, the internet virtually exploded with a sudden flurry of YouTube videos with theories concerning ongoing tales of feral people in our national parks, forests, and wilderness areas. Also, on the social media platform TikTok, a user named Ariel released a chilling video about a strange incident she had personally experienced at or near the Big Bend National Park in West Texas. In the chilling video, which quickly went viral, Ariel claimed that while camping with her family, they proceeded to spend one night in the Basin Lodge. It was during this night when her story takes a strange twist. Late into the night, Ariel says she began to hear screams from off in the distance. Now, amidst these bone-chilling screams, she also states she heard a woman screaming, "We're going to die." And also the words, "I love you, just know that." Ariel also says she heard what sounded like a child screaming "Mommy," as well as adults yelling for help, and someone pleading, "Call a ranger." Now, Ariel notified the park rangers and the police, but to no avail. Supposedly, they found nothing out of the ordinary. The next morning, Ariel states that she made further inquiries about the astonishing incident. However, park rangers as well as park employees claimed to have absolutely no knowledge of what she was talking about. Ariel's video opened the floodgates, and other users of social media began sharing their own personal experiences regarding strange happenings in national parks. While there are, naturally, no official reports or documentation at all to back up these wild claims, the stories persist. While the previous encounter doesn't necessarily point toward feral people as the culprits, it does fuel rumors that many hideous and unspeakable things that happen in these national parks are covered up, either by the Park Service, the government, or both. Some theories even claim that these wild, feral people were the reason that the national parks were created in the first place. A place where these people could be contained and kept away from regular society to prevent attacks on innocent citizens while letting them live out their wild, feral lives. Still, other theories claim that these feral people are not actually people at all, but rather, as we mentioned earlier, some type of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, or perhaps if you can imagine it, even a Bigfoot-human hybrid. Now, there are some First Nations stories, which they're reticent to talk about, of course, that some of their women did mate with these hairy beasts from the forest. Now, this harkens back to the stories of places like Ape Canyon in Washington state, where in the 1920s, miners claimed to have been trapped in their cabin and attacked by a group of what they described as hairy ape men. In the 1800s, near the Glastonbury Mountain area of Vermont in what's known as the Bennington Triangle, a stagecoach had stopped due to the road being washed out. While attempting to dig the coach out, the driver noticed large bare footprints in the mud, much too large to be a human. Suddenly and without warning, a creature leapt from the surrounding woods and flipped the stagecoach on its side. Now that took some power. The frightened passengers claimed that the beast peered into the windows, then screamed and ran off into the woods. The creature was later described as large, black, hairy, standing over 6 feet tall, and walked and ran on 2 legs. So what are these weird inhabitants of our national parks? Are they Bigfoot, feral cannibal humans, or some strange combination thereof? Whatever you believe or don't believe, that's up to you. But stay alert and stay safe next time you're out there in the woods. Take precautions, take protection, take a friend, but live to tell the tale. Yosemite National Park is located in California, nestled in the heart of the Sierra Nevada mountains. It was established under federal protection in 1864 and became a part of the United States National Park Service on October 1st, 1890. Today, the park spans more than 740,000 acres of land and is most well known for its majestic waterfalls, striking sunsets, and diverse outdoor pursuits that altogether draw more than 4 million visitors annually. Yosemite's natural ecosystem supports more than 400 species of wildlife, including black bear, coyote, and the elusive mountain lion, and its forests are populated by some of the oldest and largest species of trees. The ancient giant sequoias are the most recognizable big trees of Yosemite, but we can't overlook the sugar pine, especially when it casually drops 24-inch pine cones to the forest floor from heights of over 200 feet. These huge pine cones, dense vegetation, imposing granite mountains, and cascading waterfalls make for a truly remarkable wonderland of natural beauty. Along with the beautiful surroundings and fun outdoor adventures, Yosemite is burdened with an unfortunate dark side. Mysterious, inexplicable things happen here, and there are a disturbing number of unsolved disappearances from the area, some of which have gone unsolved for decades. Could there be some truth to Yosemite's legends and lore? With so many annual visitors and its harsh terrain, a few missing people wouldn't seem uncommon. But the number of disappearances at Yosemite and within the national park system overall is beyond unsettling. In this video, we'll cover strange events, local legends, and 5 unsolved missing person mysteries from Yosemite National Park, plus a bonus case at the very end. The following events, legends, and disappearances can be frightening, so viewer and listener discretion is advised. Strange events at Yosemite. Deadly lightning. Former Yosemite Park Ranger John W. Bingaman wrote about several strange events he recalls happening at the park in his 1961 publication titled Guardians of the Yosemite. He begins by saying, "The Ranger files of strange accidents through the years reads like a storybook fiction." The first strange event he covered was about a freak lightning storm. He wrote, "One day, a severe lightning storm came up suddenly over Glacier Point when 30 horseback riders were on their way up to the point. Lightning struck near the party, and a bolt of fire ran down the trail, killing 9 saddle horses. The riders, fortunately, were not injured, only shocked by the charge of lightning so close to them and having their horses killed. No one in the party will ever forget that experience." It's worth noting that the chances of lightning striking so many living beings at once are exceptionally rare, yet this isn't the only time a freak lightning storm has showed up at Yosemite and turned out deadly. In 1985, around 6:30 p.m., 5 climbers had made their way up to Half Dome, overlooking Yosemite Valley, and were sitting on top of a cavern. Then, out of nowhere, lightning struck the group, killing 2 of them and injuring the other 3, 2 of them critically. The lightning bolt sent one of the climbers tumbling down 4,000 feet. 16-year-old Brian Gordon was one of the 2 who passed from fatal injuries, though the identity of the second person who died was withheld until relatives were notified of the incident. 28-year-old Tom Rice and 24-year-old Bruce Weiner were hospitalized at UC Davis Medical Center and were in critical condition from the lightning storm. 22-year-old Adrian J. Esteban was treated at the medical center and released the same day. This event led the National Park Service to issue safety guidelines on how to identify and avoid lightning and thunderstorms at Yosemite. Strange animal encounters. Another set of strange events recounted in Guardians of the Yosemite by John are a couple reports of odd coyote behavior. Here is another unusual happening, he wrote. Jeffrey Stanton of Walnut Creek, California, was camping in the Wawona campground. Sometime during the early morning hours, a coyote bit him on the head while he was asleep. He awakened in time to see the coyote trot away into the bushes. First aid was given and, in addition, the necessary treatment for rabies at Lewis Memorial Hospital. An extensive hunt by the rangers was made for a week, but the coyote was never located, and fortunately, Mr. Stanton suffered no ill effects from the experience. A similar case happened a month later when Carl M. Munson of Yosemite was camping in the Wawona campground. A coyote or wild dog scratched him on the head while he was sleeping on the ground. Here, again, no bad reactions occurred from the experience, but the rangers hunted for days with no results again. It was assumed that the animal was hunting for its food and passed by Carl when he turned or moved in his sleeping bag. The animal may have thought it was something to pounce on, as they often do when searching for small game or birds. John ended the section on strange events, he recalled, by saying, "These specific accidents are just a few of the many that are reported and treated by rangers as part of a full day's work." UFO sighting. On September, it was regarded as some of the best available for that time. Considering that lightweight camcorders weren't really around and popular until the 1990s, and phone camera recording wasn't around in the U.S. until the early 2000s, it's no surprise. And yet, it seems as though little to no real investigation is being done, or perhaps there's no investigation being publicized, to solve these UFO sightings by identifying what they are, where they originated, and why they appear in the skies over Yosemite. Yosemite legends. How are centuries-old tales and legends still around in today's time? It's tempting to think humans should have grown beyond the fear of things that go bump in the night. But despite our current scientific knowledge and advanced technology, some of the most unsettling mysteries we face still go unsolved. Perhaps there's more to the olden tales than meets the eye. Here are just a few of the many legends originating from the Yosemite area. The Fish Women, a Miwok folk tale. It is said that thousands of years ago, when the Awanachis were still a young nation, the Merced River was the home of the fish women, or mermaids. The mermaids were beautiful creatures, having the tails of fish, complete with scales and fins, and the upper bodies of gorgeous women. They were unable to leave the water, but would often sit upon the rocks in the shallows, watching, combing their long black hair with knowing hands, chanting their most alluring of songs to the warriors of Awani. Charming as the mermaids were, the warriors were not easily fooled, and they knew the mermaids were beautiful but sinister. One day, there were 2 braves out fishing in the deep river pools using a net fashioned with milkweed thread. The net became entangled in the rocks at the bottom of the river, so one of the braves dove down to free the netting. This turned out to be an opportunity the fish women couldn't resist. Once the brave was under the water's surface, the fish women darted out from under the rocks. They tied the threads of the net to his toes and held him underwater until he drowned. Then they untied the brave and carried him away to their hidden land beneath the river, and neither the brave nor the mermaids were ever seen again. The Pohono Legend. The Miwok Pohono legend holds that Yosemite's Bridal Veil Falls is haunted by an ancient, evil spirit that manifests in the form of an alluring and captivating wind. The story is told of an older woman and a maiden of Awani who were picking berries along the stream above Bridalveil Fall, when something evil happened. As the two were vying for the ripest berries, the maiden looked away from her work, down the stream and out toward the brink of the waterfall, where she saw a multicolored mist swirling high into the air. The maiden was charmed by the beauty of the colors and enchanted by the presence of the mist and the energy it carried. She became further hypnotized until she finally abandoned her hunt for berries altogether and moved down the stream, closer to the swirling colors, and closer to the edge of the falls. Nothing could turn her attention away from the mist, not the older woman calling to her in the background, not even her own self-preservation as she was lured closer to the drop-off. She was focused only on the intoxicating, colorful cloud of mist and wind. As the maiden took her last few steps toward the brink of the falls, the whirling winds let out a shriek of unholy glee and engulfed her completely. The evil spirit used the winds to carry the maiden's body up and throw her over the ledge of the falls. Pohono watched as the maiden plunged to her rocky death below. The older woman was terrified by what she had just watched unfold. She quickly made her way down the cliff, navigating the rough terrain as best she could. She ran back to the tribe's camp, crying out that the Pohono, the spirit of the evil wind, had drawn the maiden in. After hearing the old woman's story, the old chief of Ahwahnee warned all other members of his tribe to never venture into the midst of Pohono. He warned them it was the abode of an evil spirit that would draw them in and throw them over the falls to their deaths, where their spirits would be carried down into Pohono's land of darkness and misery, to be held captive until Pohono secured another victim. To this day, it is told that another Ahwahnee has never ventured into the grasp of Pohono since the maiden's death, though the spirit continues to haunt Bridalveil Fall. The Haunting of Ahwahnee Hotel. The Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite National Park was opened in 1927. The hotel is one of the United States' most distinctive registered national landmarks. The Ahwahnee offers every comfort needed right in the hub of the Sierra Mountain terrain. There are also some potentially uncomfortable amenities. There are believed to be 2 World War II-era ghosts that haunt the mezzanine level of the hotel, which could be due to the fact that the Ahwahnee was used as a naval convalescent hospital during the war. Numerous other spirits are said to inhabit the hotel, including Mary Curry Tressiter, who took part in the hotel's design and opening, and none other than President John F. Kennedy. After Mary Curry Tressiter aided in the design, she actually lived in a private apartment at the Ahwahnee Hotel until her death in 1970, and is believed to be her spirit that began spooking guests on the 6th floor shortly thereafter. Since then, sightings of her ghost are frequently reported by the hotel guests and personnel. Her spirit is said to be more of a prankster than a threatening entity, as she is known for performing nurturing actions like tucking in guests as they sleep or folding their clothes that were previously strewn about. Guests have also reported having their items moved around their rooms and being called out to by Mary's ghost. U.S. President John F. Kennedy stayed on the 3rd floor of the Ahwahnee Hotel during a visit to Yosemite in 1962. During his stay, a rocking chair was placed in his room at the president's own request, as he had complained of back pain. Kennedy reportedly spent plenty of time in the chair, rocking away the time and pain, perhaps contemplating. After his visit concluded, the rocking chair was removed from the hotel room. Since his death in 1963, there are often reports of a spectral rocking chair mysteriously appearing in the room where the president slept. The chair has even been seen moving itself about the halls and other rooms of the 3rd floor. Various other occurrences are reported in the hotel, including the sightings of apparitions and the hearing of disembodied footsteps. It's as if the Ahwahnee Hotel, or perhaps the majestic land of Yosemite, and yet maybe a sinister resident, holds on to some visitors for good. Now, here are 5 unexplained disappearances from Yosemite National Park. Number 5, Tom Opperman. 21-year-old Tom Opperman disappeared on August 8, 1967. Tom's last known location was Merced Lake. He was heading out to hike Clark Mountain in Yosemite. Tom's plan was, after he had hiked Mount Clark, then head over to Glacier Point and return to the valley 2 days later on August 10th. An extensive search was undertaken when Tom was reported missing, and sometime during the search, 16 U.S. Marines were brought in to help. After a week, the main search was scaled back to cover only the Merced Lake and Clark Mountain areas. Assistant Park Superintendent at the time, David Condon, said after the week-long extensive search, "We feel the young man probably met up with some misfortune." On September 25, 1967, a three-man team set out on what would be the last searching attempt at locating Tom. Nothing was discovered on this final search attempt. As of February 8, 2021, Tom's case remains unsolved and there have been no further updates. Number 4. Walter A. Gordon. 26-year-old Walter Gordon disappeared on July 20, 1954, while he was believed to be hiking up the Ledge Trail to Glacier Point. Walter was a University of California researcher, a Yosemite Park employee, and an overall experienced hiker. Walter was carrying a boxed lunch and planned to stop and eat somewhere along Ledge Trail. Former Yosemite Park Ranger John W. Bingaman recounted Walter's disappearance, along with many others, in Chapter 7 of his 1961 publication, Guardians of the Yosemite. Ranger John writes that Walter was working at Camp Curry in Yosemite, and when he was reported missing, the other rangers went out looking. He said regarding the search and rescue operation, rangers searched for many days. Bloodhounds and a helicopter were used, but no trace of him was ever found. The helicopter used in the search for Walter was one of the first ever used in the park. Despite the extensive efforts, nothing was found. Now, how did a young, agile employee of the park disappear on a hike that he likely would have taken many times previously? As of February 8, 2021, Walter's case remains unsolved and there have been no further updates. Number 3. Orvar Lass. 30-year-old Orvar Lass disappeared on October 9, 1954, not even 3 months after Walter Gordon went missing, while on a hike in the vicinity of Sugar Pine Bridge in Yosemite Valley. Orvar was from Berkeley, California, and was visiting his family in the Yosemite area at the time of his disappearance. Former Park Ranger John wrote about Orvar's case in Guardians of the Yosemite and said, "He disappeared completely and was never found, although rangers searched for days." Ranger John also wrote in his publication about both Orvar and Walter, the previous case, saying the case of Gordon and Lass were very strange, for there were no clues as to what happened to them. As of February 8, 2021, Orvar's case remains unsolved and there have been no further updates. Number 2. Lewis A. Miller. 73-year-old Lewis Miller disappeared in September of 1950 from somewhere in the vicinity of the Mono Pass Trail, south of Tioga Pass, at the end of the old road. In his book, Gardens of the Yosemite, Ranger John recalled that he was at Tuolumne Meadow Ranger Station the day Lewis went missing. Lewis and his son, L.R. Miller, were fishing that day, and they had temporarily separated to fish independently. Lewis was going up Dana Fork, while his son, L.R., fished downstream. They were supposed to meet back at the car around 5 p.m., but Lewis never showed up. His son quickly alerted authorities. Ranger John writes about Lewis' search and rescue. "I organized a ranger search team immediately, made up of Ranger Lowry Brown and another ranger, and 2 members of the Miller family. We searched along the stream with lanterns until midnight with no success. Early the next morning, we got additional help from headquarters. 30 searchers spent all day without finding a trace. We had searchers out in the area for 10 days without success. Mounted rangers combed the area, but found nothing. Notices were posted on the east side of the Sierra at various points. This with the hope that if he was a victim of amnesia or had made his way out on foot, someone would recognize him walking along a trail or road. Lewis disappeared without a trace, and what happened to him has remained a complete mystery to this day. Anyone with information concerning the missing man should contact his son, L.R. Miller, at 917 14th Street, Antioch, California." As of February 8, 2021, Lewis' case remains unsolved, and there have been no further updates. Number 1. Emerson Holt. 54-year-old Emerson Holt disappeared on July 18, 1943, more than 75 years ago now, while hiking at Yosemite National Park. Emerson was vice president of the Riverside Title Company and was well known to many villagers. A large search party was assembled shortly after he disappeared, but nothing was found. An article published in the San Bernardino Sun on July 24, 1943, states that Yosemite National Park officials described Emerson's disappearance as mystifying. Emerson was with a large group of friends when he went missing. They left Happy Isles heading for Lake Camp, which was 7 miles away. When the group was almost to their destination, Emerson reportedly complained of a pain in his legs and had to sit and rest. He told the group that he would catch up, but they never saw him again. Emerson frequented the trails at Yosemite and was no stranger to its terrain. Even so, the area he went missing in wasn't nearly as dangerous as some other areas of the park. Park superintendent at that time, Frank Kittredge, said the group were alarmed when Emerson didn't return, and the search began immediately. He also said that he and other park officials were puzzled because the Merced River where Emerson rested is shallow and not swift, and there were no cliffs or deep pools of water for several hundred yards. How did Emerson disappear without a trace, so close to his destination, with so many people around? On August 6, 1943, the search was getting more intense and was still well underway, as reported by the Desert Sun newspaper. No later digitized articles were found on Emerson Holt's disappearance, and his ultimate fate remains unknown. He would be 132 years old if he were alive today. As of February 8, 2021, Emerson's case remains unsolved, and there have been no further updates. And now, as promised, here's a bonus case. Now, this is a case with slightly different criteria than we normally cover. The disappearance was near Yosemite, and the missing person case that correlates with Jane Doe, if one exists, has not been discovered, so her identity remains unknown. This 17 to 30-year-old Jane Doe's partial remains were discovered in Yosemite's Summit Meadow along Glacier Point Road in 1983. Jane Doe's cause of death was human foul play, and the suspect in this case was serial killer Henry Lee Lucas, who was interviewed by authorities in 1980 and eventually died in prison in 2001. He knew facts about Jane Doe's case that were never revealed to the public and could only be known by the guilty party, so it was reasonable to believe that he was responsible for her death. Jane Doe's identity remains unknown, despite the information given by Henry Lee Lucas before his death. He stated that in the early 1980s, he had picked up a female hitchhiker on Highway 41, somewhere between Fresno, California, and Yosemite National Park. He said she was 5'5" or 5'6", and weighed approximately 100 to 125 pounds. She had long straight hair that was light brown to blonde, and wore silver rings on both her hands. Jane Doe is believed by forensic experts to have been at least in her late teens, although she could have been up to 30 years old. The National Park Service Investigative Services Branch has had special agents working with multiple labs and agencies to identify Jane Doe and bring closure to her family. A digital facial reconstruction was created by forensic artists using an anthropology exam, along with a CT scan of the remains. There'll be a link in the show notes corresponding with Jane Doe to read about the case and for a closer look at her facial reconstruction about 3/4 of the way down the page. If you have any information that you think could help the case and ultimately help identify Jane Doe, you're urged to please call the National Park Service tip line at 888-653-0009. Now, these mysterious and unexplained disappearances have been happening probably for millennia, and they continue to happen daily, with our national parks being hotspots for these missing person cases. It is recommended that everyone who plans on being within our national parks or out in the wilderness in general carry a personal locator beacon at all times, which transmits a distress signal with its location when activated in the event that something goes wrong. While there could be any number of things or a combination of things to blame for these cases, one thing is certain: something had to have happened. Whether these people suffered some natural tragedy or disappeared through supernatural means, they did not simply vanish, though the official records would appear to be just that, vanishings. What do you think happened? Let us know in the comments section. And if we've earned your subscription, please hit the subscribe button and turn on post notifications so you don't miss out on any new content or case updates. Hello, friends. Today, we're going to be taking a look at the mysterious Mount Asadake SOS incident. Now, on July 24th, 1989, rescue helicopters were searching for some missing hikers from Tokyo near the 7,514-foot Mount Asadake on Japan's northernmost island of Hokkaido, located in the northern part of the Daisetsuwan National Park. The pilots noticed a giant SOS laid on the ground, made from birch logs near the start of the Chibetsu River, Hokkaido. The tree trunks were arranged into letters spelling out SOS in English. Each letter measured about 16 feet long and 10 feet wide. The SOS was located approximately 2.5 miles or 4 kilometers from the summit of Asadaka. The rescue team recovered the hikers about 2 miles north of the sign. Once in the hospital, however, the hikers were asked about the SOS sign. They said they had no idea about it and had nothing to do with its construction. So, if they never made the sign, the question was, who did? Another search turned up a skeleton and a backpack with a mysterious tape recording. How did the man create the SOS with no tools and with broken bones? An enduring mystery from Japan's Daisetsuwan National Park. Now, regarding the second search around the SOS site, somewhat puzzled, the teams returned to the site of the SOS the next day after finding the 2 hikers and began a thorough search of the area. Then that more clues appeared. Around 165 feet from the sign, they found a human skeleton which had animal gnaw marks on the bones. Nearby police said there was a hole beneath the roots of a tree large enough for a human to crawl in, and inside the hole was a backpack containing a Walkman tape recorder, some cassettes, a driver's license, 2 cameras, a notebook, and some other personal effects. Police originally believed the remains were a woman's. However, determining gender with skeletal remains can be difficult, and thorough testing showed that they were in fact that of a male with type A blood, and he had broken a few bones prior to his death. Police believe the remains, therefore, belonged to the man named on the driver's license, Kenji Awamura of Konan City, Aichi Prefecture. Now, about Mount Asadake. Mount Asai, also known as Asadake, is a mountain located near the town of Higashikawa, Hokkaido, and the tallest mountain of the Japanese island of Hokkaido. It's part of the Daisetsuwan volcanic group of the Ishikari Mountains. The mountain is popular with hikers in the summer and can be easily reached from Ashidaki Onsen via Ashidaki Ropeway. During winter, the mountain is open for use by skiers and snowboarders. Sugatami Pond, directly below the peak, is famous for its reflection of the peaks, snow, and steam escaping from the volcanic vents. There are many hiking opportunities in the Ashidaki area from late June through September. The ascent to the summit of Ashidaki takes about 2 hours. The classic 1 to 2 day tour for advanced hikers continues from the summit of Ashidaki to the summit of Kurodaki, from where one can descend Sankyo Onsen. Other multi-day trekking tours through the national park can also be started from Ashidaki Onsen. And we mentioned that they found a Walkman and some tapes. When the authorities played the tape on the Walkman tape recorder, there was a male voice shouting very slowly, "I can't move from the cliff. SOS, help me. I can't move on the cliff. SOS, help me. This place is where I first met the helicopter. I can't go up deeply, Sasa. Lift me from here." Sasa refers to broadleaf bamboo which grows in the area. But who was this Kenji Awamura? 25-year-old Kenji Awamura went missing on July 11, 1984. He had been staying at a lodge near Mount Ashidaki and had told the owner that he was going on a quick hike to the summit. The owner reported Kenji missing when he failed to return and left his belongings behind. Some reports say his office workmates also reported him missing. Not much else is known about Kenji. He was a huge anime fan, recorded anime off the TV, and belonged to his campus computer club. His classmates remember him as being friendly and well-adjusted, albeit the type to focus his energy on hobbies over small talk. The family confirmed that the backpack and belongings were Iwamura's, but surprisingly was not convinced that the recording on the tape was him, according to some reports in U.S. newspapers. So begins the investigation. With no evidence of foul play, police closed the case, believing it was just misadventure involving Kenji Iwamura. Now, it is indeed a relatively short hike up, but on the way back down, there are two large boulders that look nearly identical and are used as landmarks. The first boulder is near a trail that crosses back and leads to a steep cliff, while the second leads down towards town. It's very easy to confuse the two. But yet, there are several unanswered questions. There was no axe or other cutting implement of any kind found near the backpack or the remains. So how did a man with broken bones, including the shoulder and the leg, cut down so many trees over 16 feet long and drag them out into the open? What happened to the axe? Was there more than one missing hiker with Iwamura? If Kenji indeed could make the SOS sign, why didn't he just walk down the mountain? Was he suffering from hypothermia? Why was the voice on the tape unable to be identified by the family as that of Kenji Iwamura? Why did he use a tape recorder to cry for help? And lastly, why was there no background noise on the recording? Again, this is one of the strangest cases we've reported on in a while, and unfortunately there are no easy answers for those questions. Hello friends! Welcome to the latest video in our National Park Mystery Series. Today we're going to be talking about Mount Nyangani, the mountain that swallows people. Now, there's a long-held belief by the local Manyika people that a vindictive spiritual presence resides on Mount Nyangani in Zimbabwe. Local folklore says the mountain is a sacred place, long feared by its people, and should only be approached with caution. It's located within the breathtakingly scenic forests of the Nyanga National Park in the Eastern Highlands in southern Africa. Its perpetually mist-covered peak gives it an imposing and mysterious appearance. Several fatalities have occurred on the mountain when visitors have lost their way and fallen down ravines or cliffs when a mysterious fog appears out of nowhere. Hikers have disappeared without a trace over many decades. The weather is said to have a malevolent mind of its own on the mountain, with gusts of wind striking at the most inopportune times. There are numerous reports of visitors becoming dazed, confused, or disoriented for no apparent reason. Locals say when you come across a strange, colorful snake, a smoldering clay pot with no fire, or a brick of gold, it's best to pretend you've not seen anything and move along. For this reason, visitors to the mountain are encouraged to seek permission from elders living around the area before venturing onto the mountain. Although some state this is an excuse for payments to be made for so-called spirit protection to dubious individuals who claim they have supernatural powers. A senior government official in the early 1980s said he once got lost for nearly 4 days on the mountain when he was a young man. But when he was eventually found, it was as if he had been missing for just a few hours. We've heard this story before in other locations. He said he was not hungry, nor did he show any signs of fatigue or dehydration. Like Mount Shasta or Crater Lake in the United States, Mount Nyangani seems to be a place of mystery that can catch out the unprepared visitor. So what is and where is Mount Nyangani? Mount Nyangani, formerly known as Mount Inyangani, is the highest mountain in Zimbabwe at 8,504 feet at its peak, and it's located within Nyanga National Park. The mountain vegetation is largely composed of heathland around the summit plateau, with evergreen forest along the wetter eastern slopes and grassland to the western side. Annual rainfall totals are high, around 2,200 millimeters, but long spells of dry weather occur during the winter period of May to August. Now, due to its relatively low altitude and tropical location, snow falls very rarely on the mountain, and it was last seen in August of 1935. Remember, below the equator, summer and winter are reversed to what we know here in the United States. For someone of average fitness, it takes about 3 hours to hike the 3.5 miles or 4.5 kilometers from the nearby car park to the summit. Hiking can become extremely hazardous due to very fast weather changes, as we mentioned, from bright and sunny to fog and clouds within minutes. Experienced tour guides advise visitors not to climb the mountain after midday, as afternoon mist can quickly lead hikers in the wrong direction. Elders at local villages say visitors should not wear red clothing when visiting Mount Nyangani, as this is said to greatly upset the spirits. Now, we've heard this before in other locations. People tend to disappear when wearing red. For the same reason, locals also advise hikers that they should refrain from relieving themselves on the mountain, avoid profanity, and abstain from any sort of sexual activity. Now, there have been some mysterious disappearances and deaths on Mount Nyangani. First, let's look at the daughters of Tichendepi Masaya. The two young daughters of the former Zimbabwean government official, Tichendepi Masaya, disappeared on Mount Nyangani in 1981. Despite a huge search using ground teams and helicopters, no trace was ever found. Robert Ackhurst. In 1986, an 8-year-old visitor on a school trip called Robert Ackhurst vanished on the mountain. He wandered off from the rest of the group on a school field trip and was never seen again. Robert's teacher was reported to be so upset that he had lost a child under his care that he took his own life the following year. Tanatswa and Tendai Matsuwira. Shingirai Matsuwira, 35, left home on April 10, 2020, with his 8-year-old twin sons, Tanatswa and Tendai, and his 7-year-old nephew named Anasu. They had gone to Mount Nyangani to recover some lost cattle. The boys had accompanied their father, but lost their way after heavy rain suddenly hit the mountain. In the morning, Shingari made it back to the village, and his wife, Tafadza Chitikwa, informed the other villagers that her sons and their cousin had not returned home. A search party was dispatched to comb the mountainside. The villagers managed to find the group, and the twin boys, as well as Anasu, were all unconscious and suffering from hypothermia. They were ferried to Nyanga District Hospital, but Tanatswa was pronounced dead on admission, while his twin brother died at around 6 a.m. on April 10th. Shingira and Anasu survived the ordeal. Zimbabwe Parks and Wildlife Management Authority, ZimParks, Public Relations Officer Tinashi Farawo said, "We have not been able to physically go to the area and talk to the family to find out what really transpired, but preliminary findings show that the father and his sons went to look for their cattle in the national park, but while they were on the mountain, the weather suddenly changed and they lost their way." It is unfortunate that villagers sometimes drive their cattle into the national park and they wander up the mountain. We always discourage this, not only because it can lead to such incidents where we lose human life, but also because it can spread disease. After the incident on the mountain, Shingira Matsuwira said, "While we were on the mountain, there was a hailstorm, and we tried to go down, but we couldn't see far because it suddenly became misty, and we couldn't see anything, so we waited for the mist to clear so that we could go back home. We could not move until the next morning, but by then the children could not walk due to the cold, so I had to go and look for help, leaving them there since I could not carry them on my own." Zaid Dada. On January 4, 2014, Zaid Dada, 31, his wife, and another couple tried to climb Mount Nyangani, but when halfway up, the women and the other man gave up while he went on by himself. Zayed was a Zimbabwean of Asian origin. Zimbabwe Parks and Wildlife Management Authority spokesperson Caroline Washawa Moyo said more than 60 people, including rangers and relatives of the missing tourist, were involved in the search. The helicopter that was dispatched to assist in the search was forced to land after high winds. Zaid's friends came from as far as Australia, South Africa, Botswana, and the United Kingdom to assist the park rangers, police, and soldiers in locating him. The local Indian community and a helicopter were hired to assist in the search as well. According to a parks official, Zaid was spotted by other hikers who were on their way down while walking along a stream on the mountain, but then he was never seen again. They tried to talk to him, but he indicated he was all right, and that was the last time anyone saw him. Now, there have also been some near misses on Mount Nyangani. Case of Thomas Gaisford. A second-year human science student named Thomas Gaisford chose to come to Zimbabwe after winning the Wallace Watson Award, which encourages and assists students to undertake expeditions or travels of a challenging nature in a mountainous or remote area. Thomas had decided to climb to the summit of the Mount Nyangani as part of the award's objective to, quote, gain a greater ability and self-confidence in handling physical and mental adversity, and a better appreciation of other cultures and ways of life." End quote. He encountered heavy fog on his hike down from the summit around 3 p.m., and then he lost his way down the mountain entirely and set up camp, pitching a tent. Then, at that point, the area was hit with heavy rain, and he tried to sleep while wild animals wandered around his camp. Thomas said, "I'd heard lots of strange stories about the mountain, but I never believed them. I climbed to the summit of the mountain. It was very difficult, but I endured to the top. I was caught in a mist as soon as I reached the top, started getting uncomfortable and scared after heavy rain started falling. The fog engulfed the whole place I was, and surprisingly, it was in the afternoon around 3 p.m. I could not see anything. I was so confused. I lost my way down, so stopped and pitched a tent. I prayed and slept there for 10 hours. Several scary snakes approached me. I never disturbed them. They came in numbers, but I stood still. Various animals frequented the place, and I could see shining red eyes of several other animals staring at me. My character was tested, but I remained steadfast. I woke up the following morning after the fog had cleared. I climbed down, then I proceeded to Leopard Rock on foot." Thomas said before he climbed up the mountain, villagers in surrounding areas in Nyanga had warned him against the idea since Zaid had disappeared after embarking on a similar hike. Concerned villagers had also advised him about other strange and unusual things that took place on the mountain in the past. Thomas said, "I tried to put the past mysteries, at the back of my mind. I never consulted traditional leaders before I embarked on the expedition, but I later realized I should have done that first. I'm happy to be alive. There is more to experience. I've learned a lot about Zimbabwe and about myself." Hello, friends. Today we're going to be talking about the disturbing and bizarre disappearances on Auckland's West Coast beaches. Now, since 1992, 6 people have vanished from the same small corner of Auckland's West Coast, one of New Zealand's most famous beaches, Pia Beach. The authorities are convinced that it's either misadventure or people doing it to themselves, but is this true? Or is there a darker side to this iconic stretch of coast? What is causing these bizarre disappearances in this beautiful but isolated part of the world? Experts who have lived in the area for many years and have taken part in countless rescues dismiss claims that the disappearances are linked to heavy surf in the Tasman Sea or people slipping off the well-marked trails near the cliffs. A University of Auckland study found that of the 219 drownings across New Zealand between 2008 and 2017, 58% of the bodies were recovered within just 24 hours, and the majority of those were found at the same location. 7% were found within 0.6 miles before they were reported missing, 13% between 0.6 to 3.2 miles, and 9% were found more than 3.2 miles away. Just 9% were never seen again. Between 2003 and 2020, Pia lifeguards have made more than 1,588 water rescues. There was only one death during that period where a body was not recovered. Now, where is Pia Beach and what are the legends that surround it? Pia is New Zealand's most famous surf beach, and it's located on the west coast of the North Island, about 40 kilometers from the city of Auckland. It has a reputation for awesome surf, which rolls in off the Tasman Sea. Nearby are the highest coastal ridges in New Zealand, at points as high as 240 meters above the rough sea below. The area does have a strange history. The nearby tracks or trails are guarded by the wooden statue Te Ahua o Hinarangi, whose own tragic tale is the stuff of local legend and lore. The husband of Hinarangi, the Maori chief's beautiful and only daughter, was part of a fishing party on the rocks below when a large wave engulfed him and he was killed. Hinarangi could not be comforted and would sit every day on the point, gazing out over the ocean. Now said today, from a certain position on the cliffs, it's said that you can see a life-size figure sitting there gazing out to sea. Ahua means likeness in Maori, and the legend was Hinarangi was taken and her face imprinted on the rock. Former Waitakere City Mayor Sir Bob Harvey said the area does indeed have a haunted past. He claims that he's seen the unmistakable face of a Maori woman many times on the cliff while running the track early in the morning light. He further states, the whole place is steeped in mystery and legend. First, let's examine the disappearance of Quentin Godwin. In May of 1992, Quentin Godwin left a note at home indicating he was going to Piha to end his life. But he returned home, reporting to the driver who ferried him from Piha that he had second thoughts. 5 days later, he vanished, never to be seen again. At just 17 years old, Quentin had already been diagnosed as manic depressive or bipolar. However, at the time leading up to Quentin's disappearance, he was doing fine studying in his 7th form subjects that he enjoyed. On May 20th, 1992, he told his younger sister he was going to the village to his after-school job at the supermarket. He walked out of the family home and then simply vanished. The next morning, a note was found in Quentin's bedroom. His mother, Sarah, said, I think the note wasn't explicit, but you could just read it as that type of note or a deeply unhappy note. There was obviously a plea for help. There was a huge amount of confusion and pain. Over the next few years, there would be sightings of Quentin, posters put up all over New Zealand, strange phone calls from a woman claiming to be his wife, saying they had a baby together, but all these leads came to nothing. In February of 2014, an inquest concluded Quentin was dead, even though there was no evidence to prove this. Next, the disappearance of Irena Asher. At 9:30 p.m. on Sunday, October 10, 2004, Julia Woodhouse and her teenage son, Henry, were driving back into Piha from Auckland. As they rounded a bend, they were shocked to see a young woman on the road wearing nothing but underwear, Ugg boots, and a sweatshirt. Julia stopped the car and asked the woman if she needed help. The woman's name? Irena Asher, a 25-year-old trainee teacher and part-time model. Irena Asher was bipolar and was under the effects of alcohol and drugs that night. The police investigation that came later claimed that her behavior had become increasingly erratic over the previous days, and her family disagreed as both her father and sister had seen her just the day before she disappeared. But it seems likely she was in the grip of a manic episode. She had admitted to both missing doses and doubling up on her mood-stabilizing lithium pills in the month prior, and a long-term relationship had ended badly only a week before. Police claimed stress could have caused her to relapse into this strange behavior. On October 10, Irena had gone to a house at Piha with her new boyfriend and another couple. They later testified that she went down to the beach alone at some point and returned soaked and cold. She refused to change her clothes, however, and chose to go naked beneath a duvet. Her boyfriend later left without her at her request. Several other people came and went from the house, and at around 9 p.m., Irena Asher called the police, claiming she'd been drugged and was being pressured into having sex against her will. The police called her a taxi, which never turned up. She left the house alone, wearing just her underwear, boots, and sweatshirt. Julia took Irena to the Black Sands Lodge on Beach Valley Road, which she ran with her partner, Bobby Carroll. Irena took a shower and they offered her a bed for the night, but she remained suspicious of the couple and declined. Now, they didn't call the police, but Carroll thought she might be coming down off recreational drugs. At least one person in the house she'd left had already taken ecstasy the previous night. Asher called her ex-boyfriend's mother instead of the police, then watched television with Henry and said she decided she would stay the night and would sleep in the lounge with French doors that opened onto the garden and the road leading to the Tasman Lookout. Just after 1, Bobby and Julia went to sleep, and then Irena left through the lodge through the French door. Carol gave chase, but found only the dressing gown, which she had given to help keep her warm. Around 1:30 a.m., Irena was seen naked beneath the streetlight near the Piha store by a couple out walking their dog. It was bitterly cold, windy, and stormy, so the dog walkers were shocked, but did nothing. They watched Irena as she bizarrely began to talk to a streetlight and kneeled and kissed the ground before it, and then she walked toward the beach. Irena then disappeared into the darkness, never to be seen again. Bobby had returned to the lodge and called the police, but the search didn't even begin until 4 a.m. It was presumed that she had just simply walked out into the ocean, but the surf and sea conditions were huge. The waves were 4 to 5 meters high, and the water was bitterly cold. So what happened to Irena Asher? It would have to be very difficult for Irena to voluntarily enter the water, as the shore break was significant that night. She would have been thrown back onto the beach by the crashing waves. But searches along the shoreline and a rescue helicopter found nothing on the beach nor in the headlands to the north where bodies would drift in the current. When the surf had dropped during the search, a body would be easy to spot in the water. Searchers climbed to Cathedral Cave and explored the coves all the way to Bethel's. The search was called off after 5 days with no sign of Irena. Veteran surf lifesaver Duncan Clark has patrolled the Pia coast for more than 30 years and dragged many unfortunate bodies out of the water in the area, including those that have been partially decomposed, scratched or maimed from the rocks, partially devoured by sharks or other marine life. Clark recalls the days and weeks that followed Irena's disappearance as miserable and explains how the conditions that night simply did not lend themselves to her being swept away. He says, the conditions that night were atrocious. On shore, 20-knot winds, possibly some of the worst conditions you could have out here. At least 3 to 4 meter swells, all breaking right on the shore, southwest winds. And it was cold, bitterly cold. In my experience, immediately I felt it was more likely that if someone had gone in the water and drowned, they would have been swept back up onto the shore, 100%. I was expecting her to be found coastal, in the wider Piha area, absolutely. It's not uncommon for a body to go under for 3 to 7 days until the gases start to build up through decomposition, and then they'll float up again closer to Bethel's beach. I personally don't know what happened to her, but I can only hope that we did our job to the best of our ability with the search and rescue that night, and that ultimately she didn't go in the water that day. If she had gone in the water, I'm sure we would have found her. Coroner Peter Ryan ruled that while Irena, quote, had a lot to live for, quote, there was a strong probability that she went into the sea in the early hours of October 11, 2004, and subsequently drowned. Senior Sergeant Mark Fergus, who led the 5-day search for the young lady, agreed with the findings of the coroner, arguing her body would probably have been found if it was in the bush and that foul play was unlikely. Next up, the disappearance of Sherry Vousden. 42-year-old Sherry Vousden was a mother to a young daughter, and she often walked or ran the Mercer Bay Loop and knew it well. Now, the loop takes about 20 minutes to complete, and her brother, Darren Roberts, says she loved the sunsets out there. She would come back home with daisies she'd picked from Log Race Road. Her sister-in-law, Rachel Vousden, said it was Sherry's thinking spot. She went there regularly. But on the evening of Saturday, December 20th, 2012, Sherry drove down Log Race Road and parked her car near to where the loop track begins. A couple said that they saw her around 7:15 p.m. as she walked south down the track with a bottle of wine in hand, perhaps to watch the sunset. Her car was found unlocked with the windows down and empty a few hours later. The police made an intensive search for Sherry by land, sea, and air in good weather over the following days. They believed she had fallen from the cliffs and into the water. Inflatable rescue boats, or IRBs, from the local surf clubs were used to search the coast from North Piha to Karikari. The Westpac rescue helicopter joined them later. But the search found absolutely nothing and wound down after a few days. Friends and family then continued the search, but they also came up empty-handed. It was as if Sherry had just vanished. One odd thing, the passenger seat visor in her car was left down, and the vanity mirror had swipe marks on it, indicating it had been recently cleaned. The coroner came to the conclusion that Vousden, in her presumed semi-intoxicated state, hopped the barricade, walked to the cliff's edge, and accidentally fell off the Mercer Cliffs to her death in the sea below. No evidence was found to indicate foul play or the involvement of any other person. A broken bottle of wine was the only object of interest found in the search, but it could not be definitively linked to Sherry or the bottle she was carrying earlier. The coroner said all the circumstances unfortunately pointed to her falling and being swept away by the sea. But that's a conclusion rejected by the families. Rachel Valston said, "Once is a tragic accident, but when you have this many missing people who not only all look about the same, but have all disappeared in the same area without a trace, no way." Next, the disappearance of Kim Bambus. Kim Bambus was a 21-year-old nurse at Middlemore Hospital. Originally from the Bay of Islands, she had lived in Auckland for 4 years. Her sister, Storm Bambus, said Kim was a tiny little thing and the life of the party, as well as very independent. Like Sherry, Kim Bambus regularly ran the Mercer Bay Loop. However, on the morning of Friday, March the 24th, 2013, Kim left her Ponsonby flat and went shopping at a Countdown on Williamson Avenue, buying some snacks. Supermarket CCTV footage confirms this last known sighting of her. She had told her flatmates that she was going for a run at Piha. When she didn't return that evening, they drove the route from the city to the beach to try and find her. They reported her missing around 8 p.m. that evening. Her bright yellow Hyundai Getz was found 5 hours later in the Log Race Road car park close to the start of the loop track, just where Sherry's car had been found. Kim's mobile phone was still inside the car. Police immediately started a search in the area around Log Race Road and down the Ahu Ahu track with ground teams and helicopters. Over 40 police and land search and rescue personnel were soon committed to the operation, which was hampered by low clouds and rain. Several climbers even searched the cliff face. The coast was thoroughly searched using a police helicopter, and lifeguards did the same on inflatable boats on the sea. By Sunday, March 26th, there were drones deployed in the area, but nothing still to be found. Shoreline searches were then organized with the locals at Kari Kari and Piha, but there was no sign of the runner Kim, and just like Sherry, she seems to have simply vanished into thin air. Rachel Valston, Sherry's sister-in-law, said after Kim's disappearance, "I've been out there every year, and it's the same as it always was. You follow the track. It's very hard to go off the track. It's very dense bush." She reckoned something didn't add up about the disappearance. "If they're falling into the ocean," she said, the two missing women, "why is nothing floating up? Why does nothing ever show up?" Next, the disappearance of Lawrence Wu. Guoquan Wu, 22, also known as Lawrence, was last seen at about 1:40 p.m. on March 10th at St. Luke's Liquor Center in Auckland, before his car was found in the Piha area. His phone was also last pinged there. He was reported missing on March 12, 2019, but almost a year later, police called off the search. Auckland City Police Sergeant Tanya Kingi said despite the extensive efforts, no information led to Lawrence being found, and all lines of inquiry had been exhausted. She says the police staff involved in this investigation wanted nothing more than to be able to provide the answers that the family so desperately seeks at a time like this, and it is unfortunate that we have not been able to achieve this, despite our best efforts. Kingi said multiple searches were carried out across Piha and the wider Waitakere area. Police also examined the contents of his vehicle, which was found at Piha Beach, which included his laptop. The matter was not being treated as suspicious, and there was no evidence of foul play, yet no trace of Lawrence has ever been found. Next up, the disappearance of Eloy Roland. On March 7, 2020, French teenager Eloy Roland went missing near Piha Beach. Cell phone data placed him in the vicinity of Piha Road and Scenic Drive at 9:18 a.m. on the morning of his disappearance, March 7th. After an exhaustive land search spanning more than 1,600 hours, police suspended the physical search for Eloy in May, pending new information. A teenager's T-shirt was found in the Kari Kari bush, but it was not clear if it belonged to Eloy or not.
Detective Senior Sergeant Callum McNeil said there had been no significant updates, but police continue to be in regular contact with Eloi's family in France. His parents, Terry and Catherine, said they have not given up hope. It will be very difficult this year as we are a very close family, and not being able to see our son physically is going to be hard on all of us, they said in a statement. So what happened near Piha Beach? The Mercer Bay track doesn't run along the very cliff edge. It's well graded and not technically difficult hiking, with a few places where someone might actually fall. The few dangerous points are fenced off to prevent such accidents. In addition, the cliffs may seem steep and vertical when you're standing on top of them, but they mostly arc out seaward, usually many meters, and they are studded with ledges and sharp outcrops of rock. This point is made by the death of Fiona Hamilton. On Sunday, September 3, 2006, Fiona Hamilton, a 43-year-old Australian woman, lost her footing above Mercer Bay and fell down the cliff face. Fiona had asked her husband to take a photo of her. She walked off the trail and unfortunately stepped back too far. She fell over 150 meters down the cliff face and onto a ledge 50 meters from the sea. She died instantly, but her body was held by the cliffs and was quickly found. When the Auckland Line Rescue Team made the difficult recovery of her body, the climbers had to frequently stop to place protection on their ropes where they rubbed against the sharp rocks. Now, experts say it takes 6 or 7 seconds for a human body to fall 200 meters, by which time it's traveling at more than 125 miles an hour or 200 kilometers per hour. And so a person falling off the cliff would almost certainly leave traces of blood, body parts, or clothing on the cliff face on the way down. So even if Sherry Vousden and Kim Bambas fell clear of the cliffs, somehow at a certain spot and into the water, it's likely their bodies would be found as they began to float after decomposition set in. Victims of drownings at Piha are usually found within a few days up the coast at Moriwai. If the bodies are not found in the sea, they generally turn up in the bush. The bush also often gives up its dead eventually. An archaeologist once picked up an unusual-looking rock as he walked down the Ahu Ahu track, part of the Mercer Bay Loop, and then realized it was a human skull, discolored and covered with moss. A quick search above the grisly find revealed the remains of an amateur botanist who had vanished 7 years earlier on a fern-gathering expedition. Sir Bob Harvey, himself a surf lifesaver for more than 64 years along the West Coast, said he believes there's no way these people could make it to the bottom of the cliffs without leaving a single trace on the cliff face. Harvey has pulled many bodies from the sea in the area. He says, "It never made sense to me, the notion that she would or even could wade out into the surf. So then, where is Irena Asher? It's a mystery, but I don't believe in people vanishing without a trace. It's never pleasant, especially after a few days or weeks, but bodies do turn up. We find something always, except for these cases. I've researched this, and I've thought hard on this, and I believe these women, these young men, and indeed Asher, were abducted. I believe Asher to be separate, possibly struck by a vehicle, even accidentally, and then disposed of, just not at Piha. But in our other cases, they're linked. I absolutely believe that. If someone goes into the water at Piha or Mercer Bay and drowns, the overwhelming odds point to them being found at one of 3 locations: the northernmost end of Piha, Bethel's Beach, or the Kaipara Harbor, within 3 to 10 days, he concludes. Now, as with all small communities, at Piha there is a dark side. It has had notorious drug problems, for example, but the women and men in the cases highlighted all had a lot to live for, including having children. Sherry and Kim knew the Mercer Bay Loop well and were unlikely to slip and fall by carelessness. They were surrounded by family and friends, and these people all considered their disappearances, and every single one of these disappearances didn't seem to make sense. Well, there you have it, folks. What do you think of these mysterious disappearances in Auckland, New Zealand? I look forward to reading your comments. If you'd like more information, please check the sources in the notes below.
If you live in the area or otherwise have any information regarding any of these disappearances, please contact the local authorities. Each one of these people had family and loved ones who would love to have some closure. Hello, friends, and welcome to Strange Stories of the Alaskan Triangle. I think you would all agree with me that there are certain areas of the planet that seem to be magnets for missing persons and mysterious disappearances. Vast, untouched wildernesses of sprawling forest, icy mountain peaks, and desolate tundra in Alaska, known as the Alaskan Triangle, has been at the center of over 16,000 disappearances since 1988. What is going on in this remote, unexplored wilderness that causes so many people to disappear without a trace? Is there a scientific explanation for why so many people go missing? Or is something more sinister happening? Now, a little bit about Alaska. Alaska is a vast desert almost of isolation and beauty, known for its towering mountains, rich oil fields, and extreme fishing in the Bering Sea. Among the vast untouched wilderness of sprawling forest, icy mountain peaks, and desolate tundra are the unexplained stories of over 16,000 disappearances. Include people falling down mountains or slipping into the spaces between glaciers, also known as crevices. Of those accidental deaths, drowning is the third highest cause. Many times, the cold temperatures cause bodies to sink to the bottom of the water rather than float to the top, adding yet another challenge to finding missing people. Now, what exactly is the Alaskan Triangle? The Alaskan Triangle, first named in 1972, connects the state's largest city of Anchorage in the south to Juneau in the southeast panhandle to Barrow, a small town on the state's north coast. Roughly 1 in every 250 people that have vanished in Alaska did so in the Alaskan Triangle, and since 1988, there have been over 16,000 disappearances in this so-called triangle. Along with missing persons reports, state troopers oversee search and rescue operations. In 2007, they performed 42 missions related to overdue hikers, 85 related to overdue boaters, and 100 related to overdue snow machine operators who were temporarily missing. Those facts come from the Alaska Governor's Office. The Civil Air Service also assists with search and rescue missions, and Alaska's Brown and Bush pilot Don Jones mysteriously vanished in the region while on their way back from Anchorage to Juneau while flying in their Cessna 310 aircraft. An intense search lasted for 39 days, including 400 aircraft, an SR-71 Blackbird, dozens of boats, including 12 from the Coast Guard. The search area covered over 32,000 square miles, an area about the size of the state of South Carolina. No evidence of the plane was ever found, and the 3 unidentified flying objects followed the airliner for approximately 400 miles through the Alaska Triangle. The 3 unidentified flying objects followed the airliner for approximately 400 miles through the Alaskan Triangle. One of the objects was said to be twice the size of an aircraft carrier. The crew reported seeing flashing lights following their plane, and air traffic controllers also witnessed something unidentifiable on their radar that was reported as close as 5 miles to the plane. The pilot claimed that at one point, the 2 smaller ships appeared directly in front of the plane at pretty close range. He described the 2 smaller ships and the mothership disappearing and reappearing quickly, moving fast and stopping suddenly, which, of course, is impossible for a normal airliner to do. In order to escape the UFOs, the pilot received special permission from the ground crew to fly at a lower altitude while making several elusive turns to evade the objects, but nothing he did could evade them. After about 32 minutes, the UFOs disappeared, although the pilot claimed he thought the entire encounter lasted much longer than that. It's not uncommon in UFO encounters for a time to seem to stop, speed up, or stand still. Next, missing Douglas C-54 Skymaster, serial number 42-72469. In the 1950s, there was a military plane carrying an 8-man crew and 36 passengers. The plane lost contact with the ground and was never heard from again. There were 2 separate reports of UFO activity in the area at the time of the disappearance. One was a week before, and the other was 2 days after. The Army ended up conducting the largest military search and rescue mission at that time and found nothing. To this day, it's known as one of the largest groups of military personnel to ever go missing. Now let's talk a little bit about missing hikers and mountain climbers. First up, Richard Lyman Griffiths. Richard Lyman Griffiths from Spokane, Washington, invented a wilderness survival cocoon, and in the summer of 2006, he headed into the wilderness of southeast Alaska to test his invention. Oddly, no one reported him missing for a year. When authorities began searching for him, they learned a bus dropped off Griffiths along the Alaska Highway. He stopped at a lodge near the White River, where he left some of his gear and told people he planned to hike upriver to McCarthy, a small town in the Wrangell-St. Elias National Park. He was never seen again. Since Griffiths told friends he might spend the winter in Alaska, no one worried about him for several months. But finally, a friend called the Canadian Mounties and reported him missing. His friend had no idea where Griffiths was planning to go to test his wilderness cocoon. No trace of him or his bright orange cocoon has ever been found. Now, mountain climbing, as we all know, is a dangerous pursuit. In addition to Mount Denali, the highest peak in North America, Alaska boasts many of the most challenging mountains and glaciers any daring alpinist could hope to conquer. Mountain climbers die every year in Alaska, but most climbers ascend in groups. If one or two members of the group tragically fall into a crevice, their companions can tell the story about what happened to them. When a solo climber makes a fatal mistake, no one is there to record the details, and experts can only guess at what happened. One such climber, Naomi Uemura, a famous Japanese adventurer and mountain climber, decided to attempt a solo winter ascent of Denali in 1984. Uemura had already successfully summited Denali on his own when he wanted to try a more challenging climb in the winter. He made it to the top on February 13, 1984, but something happened on his descent and he never returned to base camp. Conditions near the top of Denali when Uemura disappeared included high winds and a temperature of 50 below. Such brutal conditions leave little room for human error. More recently, on March 7, 2018, Ryan Johnson and Marc-Andre Leclerc, two experienced climbers, failed to return from a climb on a 7-peaked mountain near Juneau. In this instance, though, searchers found a clue hinting at the fate of the two men. They found an intact anchor rope at the top of an ice chute on one peak, and then saw 2 climbing ropes in a crevice midway down the same peak. A spokesman for the Alaska State Troopers said the evidence showed the climbers made it to the top and set an anchor. Then, she said, they were either taken out by an avalanche, a rope failed, or something else catastrophic happened. Paul Michael Lemaitre. 65-year-old Michael Lemaitre was competing for the first time in the 85th running of the Mountain Marathon race, with participants running up the mountain surrounded by thick forests and creeks over 3.1 to 3.5 miles. Starting in downtown Seward, racers run a half mile to the bottom of Mount Marathon, then scramble about 2,900 vertical feet straight up cliffs and mud and shale before getting to Race Point, an artificial summit. Then participants go downhill over snowfields and rock fields, waterfalls and crags until they reach the finish line back on the streets of Seward. Tom Walsh, a race steward, saw Michael ascending to the turnaround point with about 200 feet to go. At this point, the area was getting foggy and cold, but Walsh saw no reason to be concerned about the condition of the runner. Walsh asked Lemaitre for his bib number, and he replied 548. And as he descended back towards the town, he texted race officials bib number 548 would be home in about an hour and a half. Unfortunately, that was the last time Michael was ever seen. Mountain rescue experts, firemen, state troopers, search dogs, and Michael's family spent thousands of combined hours searching the area without a single clue ever being found. And even after the official search was called off, volunteers continued to search the mountain, but to no avail. Now, what are some of the reasons that people think the Alaskan Triangle exists? One of the most common is the severe weather and harsh landscape. Alaska has vast swaths of remote wilderness. Over half of the entire nation's federally designated wilderness recognize hazardous terrain, dangerous wild animals, and harrowing geological dangers, with Alaska being the home of around 100 active volcanoes. Considering this massive amount of rugged wilderness, which riddled with countless potential hazards, and the fact that many tourists come here to camp and hike are unprepared, it's perhaps no surprise that a good amount of people may become lost in the middle of nowhere, encounter some danger that incapacitates them and prevents them from getting back to civilization, or just simply killed by wild animals or the elements. Due to its reputation, Parts of Alaska can get pretty toasty during the summer. Much of the state recently endured a stretch of temperatures you'd more commonly see in Minnesota than in Alaska. Fairbanks, a city that's geographically planted just right of center in the state's otherwise unpopulated wilderness, recorded 2 high temperatures of 88 degrees Fahrenheit earlier this month. The city has recorded highs of 80 degrees or warmer 10 times since June 1st. Average highs in Fairbanks range from the upper 60s in June to the mid-70s in July, normally. This month also saw the all-time record warmest temperature ever recorded so close to the Arctic Ocean, with a small town in far northern Alaska reached a daytime high of 84 Fahrenheit. Since warm, unstable air is the fuel that feeds a thunderstorm, talking about the warmth in 5 years recently, with Anchorage climatologist Brian Brettschneider saying, triggering spooky ice fog across the city. Ice fog occurs when tiny ice particles are suspended in the air when temperatures fall lower than about 22 below zero. Now, is it possible that there are aliens in Alaska and within this triangle? According to the National UFO Reporting Center, since 1998, there have been over 560 reported UFO sightings in Alaska, with the majority of the sightings being in, you guessed it, the Alaskan Triangle. There are claims of a large alien base in Alaska. In his 1997 book, Remote Viewers, Jim Schnabel told the story of the U.S. intelligence community's involvement in the controversial issue of psychic spying that largely began in the early to mid-70s. Commenting on the skills of a talented remote viewer in relation to matters of UFO nature, one Pat Price, Schnabel noted Price was of the opinion that Alaska's Mount Hayes, the jewel of a glacial range northeast of Anchorage, housed one of the aliens' largest bases. According to Pat Price, the aliens that live deep inside Mount Hayes are very good-looking, differing only in their heart, lungs, blood, and eyes. Ominously, he added that the aliens use thought transfer for motor control of us. Price added, the site has also been responsible for strange activity and malfunction of U.S. and Soviet space objects. Rather notably, despite the controversial nature of this story, we find that the U.S. military took a great deal of interest in tales of UFO activity in Alaska in the formative years of the subject. For example, formerly classified FBI files tell of startling encounters with UFOs in Alaska in the period from 1947 to 1950. It was in August of 47 that a highly impressive account of UFO incident involving 2 serving members of the military was supplied to the FBI at Anchorage. The report began, this is to advise that 2 Army officers reported to the Office of the Director of Intelligence Headquarters, Alaskan Department, at Fort Richardson, Alaska, that they had witnessed an object passing through the air at a tremendous rate of speed, which could not be judged as 2 miles per hour. According to the official report, the UFO was initially sighted by only one of the 2 officers, but he soon alerted his colleague to the strange sight. J. Edgar Hoover that we have been able to locate a flyer who observed some flying object near Bethel, Alaska in July 1947. The report to Hoover continued, the pilot related that the occasion of seeing the flying object near Bethel was on a July day when the sky was completely clear of clouds, and it being during the early part, it is daylight the entire night. The time of his sighting of this flying object was about 10 p.m., and the sun had just dropped beyond the horizon. Flying weather was extremely good, and he was coming into Bethel Airport with a DC-3. On approaching the airport, the pilot was amazed to see to his left an unidentified craft the size of a C-54 without any fuselage, he says, which seemed to resemble a flying wing. As a result of its unique shape, the pilot was initially unable to determine whether the object was heading towards his aircraft or away from it, and elected to make a 45-degree turn in an attempt to defuse any possible chance of collision. The FBI had noted that the pilot was certain that the craft was free of any external power source, such as a propeller-driven engine, and exhibited no exhaust as it flew by. The document adds, he called on his radio to the Civil Aeronautics Administration station at Bethel, asking what aircraft was in the vicinity, and they had no reports of any. The object he sighted was some 5 or 10 miles from the airport before his arrival, and he stated that the path did not go directly across the airport. He, of course, could not tell where the object was making any noise, and stated that it was flying at 1,000-foot altitude and estimated travel in excess of 300 miles per hour. It was traveling in the direction from Bethel to Nome, which is a northwesterly direction. He noted no radio interference and is unable to describe the color other than it appeared dark but of definite shape and did not blend into the sky but had a definite, concise outline. He clearly observed the object at this time. As the 1940s drew to a close and a new decade dawned, the FBI continued to receive and log high-quality UFO reports on a regular basis. Of those, one of the more credible related to a noteworthy series of encounters that occurred in Alaskan airspace over the course of 2 days in early 1950. Reported to the FBI by an official U.S. Navy source, the confidential 3-page intelligence report paints a startling picture of multiple UFO encounters involving the military. Titled Unidentified Phenomena in Vicinity of Co.AG, Alaska, it concerns a report of sightings of unidentified airborne objects by various naval personnel on 22 and 23 January 1950. The author of the report noted at 220240W, January, Lieutenant Smith, USN, Patrol Plane Commander of P2V3 No. 4 of Patrol Squadron 1, reported an unidentified radar contact 20 miles north of the Naval Air Station, Co.AG, Alaska. When this contact was first made, Lieutenant Smith was flying the Co.AG Security Patrol. At 0243W, 8 minutes later, a radar contact was made on an object 10 miles southeast of NAS Co.AG. Lieutenant Smith checked in with the control tower to determine known traffic in the area and was informed that there was none. During this period, the radar operator, Gasky, ALC, USN, reported intermittent radar interference of a type never before experienced. Contact was lost at this time, but intermittent interference continued. Now, Smith and Gasky were not the only two to report that unidentified vehicles had intruded into Alaskan airspace. At the time of these encounters, the USS Tilbrook was anchored in the vicinity of Buoy 19 in the nearby Manship Canal. On board the Tilbrook was a seaman named Morgan, first name unknown, who was standing watch. At some point between 0200 and 0300 hours, Morgan reported that a very fast-moving red light, which appeared to be of exhaust nature, seemed to come from the southeast, moved clockwise in a large circle in the direction of and around Co.AG, and returned out in a generally southeast direction. Perhaps not believing what he was seeing, Morgan alerted one of his shipmates, Carver, to the strange spectacle, and both watched as the UFO made a return flight. According to the testimony of both Morgan and Carver, the object was in sight for an estimated 30 seconds, no odor or sound was detected, and the object was described to have the appearance of a ball of fire about 1 foot in diameter. The report then records yet another encounter with the mystery visitor. At 2:20-440W, conducting routine Co.AG security patrol, Lieutenant Smith reported a visual sighting of an unidentified airborne object at a range of 5 miles on the starboard bow. This object showed indications of great speed on the radar scope. The trailing edge of the blip gave a tail-like indication. Lieutenant Smith quickly advised the rest of the crew of the PV-23 No. 24 that the UFO was in sight, and all watched fascinated as the strange vehicle soared overhead at a scribble maneuverability ensured that Smith's actions were futile. However, neither Lieutenant Smith nor his crew was quite prepared for what happened next. Subsequently, the object seemed to be opening the range, the official report reads, and Smith attempted to close the range. The UFO was observed to open out somewhat, then to turn to the left and come up on Smith's quarter. Smith considered this to be a highly threatening gesture and turned out all lights in the aircraft. 4 minutes later, the object disappeared from view in a southeasterly direction. At around 0400 hours on the following day, Lieutenants Barco and Causer of Patrol Squadron 1 were conducting the Co.AG security patrol when they, too, sighted an unidentified aerial vehicle. At the time of their encounter, the aircraft in which the officers were flying was approximately 62 miles south of Co.AG. For 10 minutes, Barco and Causer, along with the pilot, Captain Paulson, watched stunned as the mysterious object twisted and turned in the Alaskan sky. An assessment of these reports read thus. Number 1, to Lieutenant Smith and crew, it appeared as 2 orange lights rotating around a common center, like 2 jet aircraft making slow rolls in type formation. It had a wide speed range. 2, to Morgan and Carver, it appeared as a reddish-orange ball of fire about 1 foot in diameter, traveling at a high rate of speed. 3, to Causer, Barco, and Paulson, it appeared to be a pulsating orange-yellow projectile-shaped flame with regular periods of pulsation on 3 to 5 seconds. Later, as the object increased the range, the pulsations appeared to increase to on 7 or 8 seconds and off 7 or 8 seconds. The final comment on the encounter reads, in view of the fact that no weather balloons were known to have been released within a reasonable time before the sightings, it appears that the object or objects were not balloons. If not balloons, the objects must be regarded as phenomena, possibly meteorites, the exact nature of which could not be determined by this office. The meteorite theory for this series of encounters is particularly puzzling. It goes without saying that meteorites do not stay in sight for an estimated 30 seconds. Meteorites do not close in on military aircraft in what is deemed to be a highly threatening gesture, and they do not appear as two orange lights rotating about a common center. In other words, it seems safe to conclude that genuinely anomalous phenomena were indeed witnessed by experienced military personnel at CO.AG, Alaska in January of 1950. Now, does any of this prove that there really is an alien base deep within Alaska's Mount Hayes, as Pat Price suggests? No, of course not. But in view of all the above, perhaps it's time to take a closer look at Price's claims, just in case. Now, in regards to Bigfoot, with the huge amounts of forests and uncharted wilderness, Alaska is certainly a perfect location for Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch, to hide out. There are numerous reports of Bigfoot sightings throughout the entire state. Some reports include evidence of nesting sites, a possible Bigfoot skeleton, and unidentified hair samples. Some witnesses have even reported seeing a swimming Sasquatch during their encounters. Some villages have even relocated as a result of terrifying encounters with Bigfoot, which is surprising because the common understanding is that the creature prefers isolated areas and is in general quite peaceful. Peterson. There were stories told from 1900 to 1925 about a trapper that went into the woods near Peterson and disappeared, shortly after reporting exceptionally large tracks in the snow. The strangest story ever told, by Virginia Culp, documents this incredibly eerie encounter in further detail. In the town of Ruby, in 1943, it was reported that a man was attacked by an unknown creature in the wilderness about 18 miles down the Yukon from the town of Ruby. He later died of internal injuries, and the creature that attacked him, presumably a Bigfoot, was said to be run off by his dog team. Bristol Bay. In 1940, near the town of Kaluka, a group of ladies was berry picking when they reportedly came upon a large man-like creature with long hair running down its back. They later went on to capture this creature, cage it, and feed it. It later died, and the story was documented in a letter from the alleged cage keeper. Ketchikan. This southwest town holds some pretty wild tales of the past. In 1956, about 50 miles southwest of Ketchikan, a man that was out fishing reported seeing an 8-foot-tall creature that was around 400 pounds and walked on 2 feet like an ape. There was also a young boy that reported a similar sighting nearby in 1960 and reacted to the encounter by screaming and running off as fast as possible. Port Chatham, also known as Portlock, this eerie small village on the Kenai Peninsula was home to so many Bigfoot sightings that the entire population eventually fled due to an overwhelming amount of fear. For a period of time during the 1900s, torn-up bodies were washing up on the shores of this small village, making the people believe that it had to be the evil Sasquatch spirits that roamed the woods nearby. Wrangell. Multiple Bigfoot sightings occurred in this area during the early 1900s. One includes a man that was berry picking in the woods and was awakened by the sounds of a massive man-like creature having a conversation nearby. Another story in the area is about a tall Bigfoot creature that actually ended up carrying a 3-year-old back to her home after she wandered off into the woods without anyone noticing her. Now, if Bigfoot is as confrontational as people in Alaska claim it to be, it's a possibility that this creature is perhaps the reason why some people go missing there, especially in the wilderness, if they have come face to face with it. Now, what about the energy vortices that are supposedly found in Alaska? The Alaskan Triangle comprises one of these so-called vile vortices, or geographical areas around the planet, postulated by American researcher and cryptozoologist Ivan T. Sanderson. Vile vortices are claimed to exhibit extreme electric, magnetic, and electromagnetic anomalies, as well as energy vortex called ley lines, which are theorized subterranean electromagnetic currents. The most famous vile vortices is the notorious Bermuda Triangle, but they are also said to exist in places as far-flung as the Algerian megaliths to the south of Timbuktu, the Indus Valley in Pakistan, Hamakulia volcano in Hawaii, the Devil's Sea near Japan, the South Atlantic, and both the North and South Poles. Various famous places such as Stonehenge, Easter Island, and the Pyramids of Egypt are all said to lie on vortexes, and indeed it is claimed by some to be the reason these monuments were erected in the first place. These energy vortexes are said to create all sorts of strange phenomena, They are thought to affect humans in various physical, mental, and emotional ways, such as causing visions, demonstrating miraculous powers of healing, and generating spurts of creativity or profound epiphanies. Many people believe that they can tap into their higher selves while at these vortexes. These places can also allegedly induce disorientation, confusion, and both visual and auditory hallucinations, as well as cause delicate electrical instrumentation to go haywire or to completely malfunction. More far-out theories on energy vortexes are that they are actually doorways into spiritual dimensions, or maybe even gateways to other realms. All of these things could explain why people in vehicles such as ships or airplanes go missing in these regions at an astonishing rate. There are some interesting things that seem to support the idea that the Alaskan Triangle could be one of these vortexes. Alaska is covered with a large concentration of magnetic anomalies, some of which can disrupt compasses to the point that they are off as much as 30 degrees. In addition, some search and rescue workers in the area have reported having auditory hallucinations there, most commonly described as sounding like an angry swarm of bees and feeling unusually disoriented or lightheaded. Some readings of areas in the supposed Alaskan Triangle have indeed produced various unusual anomalies and spikes of electromagnetic activity. Could this have anything to do with the disappearances? Unfortunately, it's unclear whether such vile vortices even truly exist, and the theory has been open to a good amount of skepticism, so it is hard to say for sure. Something else in Alaska that may be responsible for taking people is what's known as the Tlingit shape-shifting demon. Now, there are many theories regarding all these disappearances in the Alaskan Triangle, and one of them includes the evil spirits associated with the native Tlingit people who live in this area. These people are said to have origins dating back to 11,000 years ago. Their name, Tlingit, means people of the tides. These people believe that there is a shape-shifting demon named Kushtaka who is a cross between a man and an otter. It is said to lure people to their impending doom by attracting lost people to the water by portraying children or women who are screaming for help. It is also said that when the Kushtaka, also known as the Otter Man, captures these lost people, it then steals their souls. It is folklore that has never been proven, of course, but it's still a frightening thought, to say the least. Something else to consider in Alaska? Animal attacks. Although moose aren't more dangerous than bears necessarily in terms of behavior, they pose a greater threat of injuring you simply because of their population size. Moose outnumber bears nearly 3 to 1 in Alaska, wounding around 5 to 10 people in the state annually. That's more than the grizzly bear and black bear attacks combined. From 1997 to 2017, there were a total of 24 fatal bear attacks in North America. 4 of these were in Alaska. The average age of those attacked? 41. The youngest was 5 months old, and the oldest was a 93-year-old female. Overall, there are only 10 fatal bear attacks in Alaska if you count black, brown, polar, and grizzly bears. What about human predators? That brings us to the Nome serial killer. Around 2005, people began to notice that a large percentage of residents or tourists who went missing in Alaska happened to disappear from the city of Nome. In fact, the numbers became so worrying that rumors of a serial killer began to run rampant throughout local topics of conversation, totally ruining the vibe. This loud panic eventually caught the ear of the FBI, who came rushing in to investigate, eager to catch a murderer and show him off to their friends. But they didn't find one. Instead, they concluded that it was Nome's fault all along. You see, Alaska is known to have one of the highest ratio of alcohol-free municipalities in America. But Nome loves to party, which is the very reason why so many people flock to the city in the first place. So now you have a bunch of drunk visitors wandering off alone, into the woods to take a pee maybe, and then suddenly they get eaten by a bear, or stolen by aliens, or seduced by the Otter Man, or they simply pass out and freeze to death. So at this time, there has been no evidence supporting that there is a serial killer on the loose in Nome, Alaska. And then there's the popular Black Pyramid legend. While nobody really knows what this means or if it even exists at all, there's this obscure legend that a black pyramid twice the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza is buried beneath Alaska, around the Mount McKinley area. What's more, this tale came out as recently as 1992, which of course means it's got to be true. Just kidding. That year, on Anchorage's Channel 13, 3 scientists announced that they had accidentally discovered an unexplainable structure below the ground, which they located using seismic recording equipment. According to Douglas A. Muchler, geologists had used the detonation to undertake a seismographic study of the Earth's crust, only to find a pyramid structure larger than Cheops underground, somewhere west of Mount McKinley. Muchler recalls that the local NBC affiliates ran a story announcing the structure's discovery about 6 months after the detonation, but when he attempted to follow up with the station to get a copy of the story, evidently not part of his duties at Fort Richardson, they denied that the story had ever run and asserted that they certainly didn't have a copy to provide. Muchler then called relatives to track down copies of the story that had run on other stations, but apparently none had. The discovery only appeared on Anchorage's Channel 13. Muchler even wrote a letter to noted investigator of paranormal things Linda Moulton Howe, asking her about the pyramid under Alaska. The letter was as follows. My name is Douglas A. Muchler, CW2, USA, retired, and during my service tour in Alaska, I was informed of a pyramid under this land. There's other information concerning this that came to my attention after it was reported to us in 1992. I've tried to pass this info to others, but have not heard any response to my information. I assure you that I'm telling you the truth about this, and I think this is being kept quiet by our government, as the news was buried the very next day after it was brought to my attention. If you can help me get this info out to you, please call me so I can talk to you about this. He gives his phone number. The whole story is pretty interesting, and this can be verified with your contacts. I'm assured of that, as I do not have them and came up with 0 from the news people there. I'll tell you the whole story if you're interested. I've only contacted a couple of people, but have not heard back from any of them. I'm wondering if my emails are getting through at all, or if this is an old story that has no interest to reporters. Thank you for your time in this matter. Douglas A. Muchler. Now, since this finding, more and more retired anonymous military men have come forward, conveniently refusing to speak to anyone but famed investigator Linda Moulton Howe, telling her the secret story of some guarded black pyramid. In July of 2012, Linda Moulton Howe herself added to the mystery on late-night radio talk show Coast to Coast AM. That evening, Moulton Howe broadcast a pre-recorded interview with Doug Muchler, a retired U.S. Army counterintelligence warrant officer, she says, who provided many of the initial facts about the pyramid and first alleged the site's current connection with the U.S. military. From what we've heard, it's reported to be an architectural construction built by an ancient civilization, but with the power to generate enough electricity to supply not only all of Alaska, but most probably much of Canada as well. Some have even further speculated that this pyramid was built by Linda Moulton Howe herself in her mind to generate book sales. Well, there you have it, friends. I hope you enjoyed the marathon. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share on social media for more. I look forward to your comments, but please keep it friendly and respectful. I'll see you just a little farther on down the trail. Till we meet again, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time.